everyone, and welcome to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Playoffs. I'm Raven, and joining me is Lorinda, and we're going to be kicking off the fullest day of Hearthstone you have ever seen, no doubt. Welcome, Lorinda. We've got a ton of Hearthstone to go through today. Are you ready for it?
I am so ready for it. It's going to be about 18 hours and as many of the 18 matches as we can fit in. Yesterday was incredible. I actually want to do a couple of shout-outs just right at the start of the show to the people who streamed their perspective yesterday. So we're all jumping around watching the Swiss unfold. Banterface, Leved, Kiki, Norwis, Maxiebon, and BansheesDog were all streaming. There were others as well. They're just the ones I hopped into. Yesterday, because of those people, was incredible. But now we're down to the real business. That was the Swiss. This is the top 8, and it's going to be a long but exciting day.
Yeah, just to give you a breakdown of what exactly this is, because it's a little bit new. This is the first time we've done this, first time I've had to intro a playoffs in quite a while, let's say. But basically, we've had all these tournaments that qualified to Masters Tours in the past. They've not been broadcast, but we've managed to actually be able to broadcast at least a section of this. Yesterday, all of the players managed to, that were qualified, got into the Swiss stage, kind of similar to how a Masters Tour works. They got into a Swiss stage, which is split by region, the 3 regions we have. And then today we're going to be doing the top 8 of each of those regions. We're going to be starting with Asia Pacific, then we're going to jump into the Europe region, and then finally finishing out and round out the day with the Americas region. So as Lorinda said, we're going to be covering as much as we can. However, there's a chance we don't get to hit every single match because there are only so many hours in the day, and it's going to be a long one. Let's take a look at the format overall, see how the players have got to this point, and also, what kind of format are we playing? Let me guess. It might be Conquest. But Lorinda, as you said, just hit us with a few highlights from the last couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, the highlights are that we started off with qualifiers, open qualifiers. You, viewer, could have entered those qualifiers, so anybody could have got here. We merged the winners of those with the top points earners from ladder to get about a 50 to 60 player Swiss, give or take. And then we got through a Swiss yesterday, which has brought us to this top 8 today. And the top 2 will be qualifying for the Masters Tour, which is presumably sometime next month, if normal patterns are followed. And yeah, some of these players have already qualified for Worlds, but they're allowed to play the Masters Tour. It is a $50,000 event. And some players went, you know what? That's a big event. I'd like to qualify for that as well as the Worlds.
I like money.
Yeah, money's great.
So yeah, it's for sure. And I think the coolest thing about this, as I mentioned, is like we've had a Masters Tour this year, of course, already, and that's always super fun. But now we get to see even like more of the journey of how the players get there, right? How they qualified, and we can see just more Hearthstone in the build up to this. So I'm really excited to check this out, and it's going to be cool just checking all the regions, checking all the separate tournaments, and seeing who's making those top 2, because that is, as you said, effectively what they're playing for. It's less so about one single winner and more getting one of those 2 spots per region to make it to the Masters Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that something that we have been lacking the last few years is, here's 16 players, go. And it's like, where do they come from? And we can explain that, but if you haven't seen it, you haven't got some of the memories that go with it. Somebody today will qualify through something outrageous, and when we get to the Masters Tour, we'll know what that outrageous thing was. We can talk about that again and remember them for it. Whether it's good or bad, we'll have to wait and see. But we will know how a lot of the players made it there. And again, a reminder, this could have been you. This could be anybody who gets to this stage. This year is very different in that regard. So there's no crying. You could have entered. So you probably did.
Yeah, don't complain. But yeah, as you could just see on the screen there, those are the sort of competitive points you get to qualify for these, and it was a breakdown of how the World Championship is going to be made up as well. Can't wait till we get our final section of players ready to go for that. And of course, we are as ever going to be playing out Conquest, the go-to format. I think pretty much just the card game format now. I think Hearthstone had a pretty good effect on everything else. But yeah, Conquest, it's going to be 4 decks with a single ban, and you have to win with each deck once to progress and to win your match. And this is where a lot of the sort of meta discussion comes into it, Lorinda, because the meta, even though there is some there's some obviously favorite top level decks, there seems to be a pretty decent spread of options even within the classes. But Lorinda, take us through these brackets.
Yeah, at the top there, Maxiebon versus Katagami. Maxiebon with that mill Warlock that nobody else in the world apart from about 3 people know how to play. Got through was 6-0 yesterday for the top seed. Tika, the control priest expert of a few months ago, gets through once again. Maxiebon and Lucky Dog. Lucky Dog is LQY Dog because it's his initials, but he's happy to go with Lucky Dog apparently, so that's what we're going to call him. And Photon and BansheesDog. We might get the battle of dogs in the semi-finals. Not sure how I feel about that, but they're queuing up in the lower half, along with Photon, who, if you watch any America's region streams at any time of the year on ladder, he's just there. He's always there or thereabouts. He has come through the Swiss to get into that top 8 as well.
Yeah, and then in the Europe region, we've got a few well-known names, of course, the likes of Rekvam, Diz Demon, we've got Norwis there, Dead Draw, of course, as well. Just a lot of names that you would have seen, even if you're, maybe a more casual competitive Hearthstone viewer. You will have seen these names time and time again hit those Masters tours and those big tournaments, as well as a good mix of maybe lesser-known names for casual players, but still very well known if you are in the Hearthstone competitive scene. Because, like Lorinda said, you can anyone can qualify. You just have to be good enough, and that is as simple as it is.
But Banterface topping the Americas region. He streamed that. He went 6-0 against Kayla's Luna, one of the old GMs who usually turns up with a feisty lineup to, very much doesn't copy pasta decks, as some people would like to call it. Plays whatever he thinks he's good at the time. So that should be an exciting match. And I would say some of the slightly lesser known names below that. I recognise most of these names from various tournaments, but not necessarily players we have seen that much of. And, at least one of those other players is going to qualify, maybe even two. And we will know how they got there because we're going to watch them. Isn't that great?
Of course, and now you can see the players that are already qualified for the Masters Tour. We have a couple of players on here that are actually in this as well, Santamax being one of them. And just as you can read the little asterisks at the bottom, if anyone's already qualified and they sort of qualify again through this, it will just sort of pass down to the next relevant person based on the points, right, Lorinda? And there is a chance that there's some interesting impact that could have in this tournament today.
Yeah, as I understand it, and I need to double check this because I've only heard it from Pocket, but Pocket is very, very good at this stuff. If Santamax gets through, that would enable Gyu to qualify for the Masters Tour, who did not qualify yesterday through APAC Open, or APAC playoffs. So interesting to see that. I will double check that officially before we go on with that match. But Gabby, Tansoka, all these names we've seen before. ZLSJS, somebody that we haven't seen that much of. He qualified in style on ladder. He was challenged all month and he just kept, every time someone got near him, he just powered away. Gamer RVG, former GM, person we've seen in more Masters tours than anybody. He had to hold ranked 1 on the last day of ladder, and he was overtaken something like 4 times in the last 4 hours and had to go and play one more match and win it one more game and win it every time. And he was playing the really slow Death Knight deck, so he had to make sure he queued up quickly in case he ran out of time. So that was quite exciting on the final day too.
Yeah, all these players, especially, based on these ladder performances, it gets very tense on the last day or so, right? When players are literally making those calls of trying to just, do I need one more game? Should I play? Can I hold? Is it safe to? And so on. There's a lot to sort of jump around with that, but there's also a lot of Hearthstone going on today. And we're going to start our first match off with Maxiebon versus Katagami. And Lorinda, already, we were talking about these lineups before we started the show. Obviously, we've seen all the players' decks and so on. And checking out the bans, Lorinda, would you like to explain your movement you just made?
Well, we're going to have to cast the Mill Warlock. Now, to be fair, I think everybody wants to see Maxiebon play Mill Warlock. It is incredibly intricate and complicated. It's regarded, even by people who know what's going on, as the hardest deck to play, which is why almost nobody brought it to this tournament, I think in the Europe playoffs there were at least 4 people brought it, but it's very, very difficult to play, which means it's very, very difficult to cast if Maxiebon knows it better than we do. But we'll give it a good go. But the rest of his lineup is what we would regard as the anti-control lineup. The Shaman, makes infinitely big stuff over and over again. The Hunter, similarly, it's the Discover Hunter, does the same thing, just keeps making stuff until control just can't keep up. We've talked about the Mill Lock. It just has a combo that kills you at the end. And then he's just got the Death Knight deck because why wouldn't you? Because it's really powerful. Katagami has the control lineup. So given those things I just told you, There's a very good chance that Maxiebon will get through this match. There's a Control Warrior in there. There's what I find quite fun Quest Mage in Katagami's lineup as well, which apparently is in the deck or in the lineup to beat Rogue, because Rogue is the most played class in this tournament. And he also has the Warlock, which has been banned. Just wanted to make one other point. If Maxiebon gets through this match, which there's no guarantee he will, just because he's very good and has the lineup, he will have to play almost certainly an aggro lineup in the next round. So if he's going to get to the Masters Tour, he's going to have to beat a control lineup and an aggro lineup, which is going to be interesting to see how he performs.
Yeah, and just touching on just the lineups overall, you mentioned Rogue. If you've watched or played any Hearthstone recently, Rogue's pretty popular, believe it or not, especially with the the top level players. What do you make of both players not bringing it and making it to the top 8? Because I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting to see non-rogue lineups perform super well, even though of course you can say that, oh well, everyone can target it if they think everyone's going to bring it, the usual conquest strategy. But to see, like, for example, our first match already 0 rogues is a little bit surprising to me, at least.
I think the Rogue, and it is the most played deck in the tournament. I don't know if it's made the most top 8s, but I'm going to guess it probably has. Something I haven't had a chance to check yet. But first of all, the deck is hard to play really well. It's quite easy to play quite well, as I failed to prove the other day. But it doesn't necessarily fit into a focused lineup. It's just a really good deck. So if you want to build a lineup,
just good, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But if you want to build a lineup that does a thing like, is anti-control or anti-aggro or whatever these phrases people like to throw around are, it doesn't necessarily fit into those. It's just, do you want to play the good deck? And if we're going to see some 4 good deck lineups at some point as well. So just didn't fit for what these two players were trying to achieve. And it'd be interesting to see how that works out as the day goes on.
Yeah, let's get into the first game. Katagami on the top on that Mage, and Maxiebon gonna lock in that Death Knight. And I know you mentioned it, but it's a deck I've been playing a lot recently, which is this Mage. And it's kind of interesting because you have tons of late game power, but also you easily go toe to toe with some of these, like more of like the infinite decks, so to speak, right? Because the value that this Mage generates is ridiculous. You can make board after board after board. You've got access to burn. You've got a lot of defensive options. You've got some tricky options as well, like duplicating, for example, your opponent's minions with the freeze, right? So you can sort of potentially steal some of the more powerful things the other classes can do. So I don't know how well it's going to do in this matchup overall, but the deck itself, I think, is a bit of a surprise hit, at least for me. I wasn't expecting it to play so well.
I don't think many people were. I practiced it for 2 days or a day and a half, and people in chat were sort of, well, why are you practicing this so hard? And honestly, my answer was to get used to all the discovers and get used to everything there is. But
right.
Here we are. There were only 2 mages brought in APAC, I believe, or at least 2 quest mages, and they both made the top 8. So turned out to be a good call, because it is good against that rogue deck. Subtle with the stat bomb. 5 of the other 6 players in the APAC top 8 have got rogue, so we're going to be seeing plenty of that later. But for this game, yeah, you're right. The amount of value it can make, and the Death Knight's kind of powerless to stop that quest from going off. And you get a lot of resources, quite a lot of randomly generated stuff, but turns out when you generate a lot of random stuff, some of it's going to be good. Like, it's just weight of amount of random stuff is so powerful, it doesn't really matter what it is.
Okay, so we're going to go for Malfunction, which is going to start pushing out a ton of damage, helping clear this board. And this is, I don't know about you, Lorinda, but when I face Death Knight and I start clearing this board and I just see the ship start to get built, I'm already afraid. I'm already feeling like, right, what's the plan to deal with this, right? Because you've got to just put aside tools. Obviously the Mage can generate a lot of things, but I feel like you already have to go in straight away with, like, can I beat this? What is the plan? And normally, at least in my experience, it's freeze the board with generated blizzards or whatever, and then just do either copy the ship, which can be pretty useful, but also just generate just every single removal spell you've got and try and just sort of outvalue the starships.
There is another win con in this Mage deck, and it isn't a trivial one. They can generate wheel. When you get through the sort of the ship phase and everything of the Death Knight, and if you can freeze it like you're saying, if you can get a wheel and a handful of just stuff, you will often just be able to last out the 5 turns. Because your hand is so full of stuff that generates more stuff. Having no deck is not necessarily a massive problem. It's a massive problem if you've got no deck and then you play Yogg and it draws you 27 cards.
Yeah.
So you have to be a bit careful. But if you can go toe-to-toe in the early exchanges, and now we're starting to get into the crux of it with Katagami getting, you know, the board himself. If Maxi can't kill him quickly and a wheel is generated, the game can end in that way as well. So be interested to see if that's a strategy Katagami ends up having to go for.
Yeah, and you touched on something important there as well. Although we talked about, in quite a positive way, all the things Mage can do, there's also some bad things it can do to itself, right? You can shuffle your whole hand into your deck, and yes, they cost 1, but you then need to draw some cards, which isn't guaranteed. You can, for example, like you said, like overdraw if your hand is full, which can happen again quite easily in this deck. So weirdly enough, the difficulty I've found with Mage is just controlling your hand, right?
Yeah.
And not getting into trouble where you just start burning cards, or, you know, maybe there's the error of like you can have some issues with the quest sometimes, and when you proc that, when you can equip the weapon and so on. So can be a little bit tricky, but so far Katagami does have a relatively small hand size, but still having good value in there.
Maxi's hovering this Exodar. Super tempting. Just gonna try and kill him. He's ready to have a go at that already, I think.
Well, I feel like this has always been a thing with this Death Knight style, right? Is you've got fantastic late game, but also you can just tempo out and go, right? And it does work.
Yeah, especially when you got the Silk Stitching build, which Maxi has gone with. You just get a lot of stuff very early, and that's what made it so incredible before the nerfs, right? And it's still very, very powerful now. Like, you can just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're dead. More stats from Sottle. The other 2 regions, all 16 players have got Rogue. So we are Rogue free. Enjoy it while you can. If you don't like Rogue, you're going to see some Rogue today, kids.
Yeah, for me, I'm always happy when, there's an unexpected outcome when it's such a tough field, right? Like, these players have played through a very difficult Swiss yesterday to get here. And when you're not bringing what's like the go-to, let's say, best deck, that was air quotes if you couldn't tell my voice, then it's always cool to see these sort of different approaches to lineups.
Isn't the point of air quotes that you can't tell it in the voice, and that's why you do the air quotes?
Yeah, but I've tried because our voices are around but not on camera all the time. I've tried to add it to my voice, see if it worked. Let me know if it did.
Yeah, in chat, because I have no intonation ability at all. As you've probably worked out over the years.
No.
Here we go. We're launching a thing.
I love launching things.
So many pieces. So obviously Maxi going with the plan of just getting this board, seeing if it gets there, but also has the backup plan of a new ship when he needs it. Lots of frees available for Katagami. He has got that Tsunami. There was a Frostbolt lurking around as well.
My rule is eternal.
Has got the quest completed as well. I don't think there's many Vipers. I think people are saying that if Mage got good, there'd be Vipers. But again, it's the old sort of metagame guessing game. If there's not going to be any Mages, you can cut the Vipers from your deck, so you can get away with playing a Mage because people have cut the Vipers. Which level do you fancy picking your lineup on?
I'll be honest, I would have been surprised if Mage was like super popular. I thought people were going to bring it, but I wouldn't have had it as like, one of the most broad decks for me personally anyway.
Anti-magic shell's pretty powerful here. And now we're seeing what you were talking about. Everything in Katagami's hand is either kind of or just draws more cards.
Yeah, this Yogg in the box can do some funky stuff as well. Okay.
Typhoon.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, they've got some cards in their decks now. Bit quick. Don't know who got what. Who ended up with this shit?
Yeah. Okay. I mean... I do love this deck, but you do have to just accept that this is how it works.
Take 4,
like, look at
idiot.
this. Yeah. If only there was mana for ping, then we would have been playing classic Hearthstone at that point. Mage generates Grom, pings it, go.
Amazing. Okay. Right, I can breathe again now. But we're going to see quite a bit of that in this game. One thing watching Maxi play yesterday that is very exciting to me to watch is just how calm he is when things like that happen. Like, I've never seen a player not react to your opponent plays a Yogg, it clears the board, it makes a load of stuff, and then just go, okay, my next play is now this. Like, obviously it's what you want to do. In the ideal world, you would tell anyone to behave like that. But in the actual Hearthstone world, that's so difficult to do for so many players, including me.
Yeah, Maxi definitely has the ability to just completely zone into just playing the game, right? And it says, yep, guess what? I'm against Mage. This has happened a million times before. Get on with it. Make the good plays. Win the game regardless.
Yep. Elise is a card you're going to see a lot of today. Get used to these locations being different for different matchups, for different decks. Yeah. One of the powers of Elise isn't just that the stuff she does is powerful. It is so versatile a lot of the time, and you've got a very high chance of getting the stuff you want from her as well. There's usually a decent third choice if your first two options aren't there.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's just Elise's make a location that helps you. Right? It's like, you know, whatever you need, you can probably make it.
But it also, like, in Druid, for example, you often want the one drop to just copy your owl, which is, you know, kind of obvious. But also in some control, or if you're against a control deck and you're playing Rogue and you're running out of stuff, sometimes you just make the 10 drops and make infinite big things and make massive spells or get massive armor. There's a lot going on there. It's a very difficult card to play optimally.
And speaking of a lot going on, I feel like the more removal we see come out, the more minions stay on board, which is kind of an opposite version of what removal normally does for Maxi.
That will make your board even bigger.
Yeah, this is where stuff gets tricky, and they're like, you know what I found weirdly difficult with this Mage when I've played it? Is keeping track of my weapon charges. Sometimes I blink and go, oh yeah, I've used it. It's all gone.
Yeah,
I'm like,
absolutely.
oops.
Yeah, you save the big hit for when you've cleared the board and you play your big hit, and then there isn't a weapon there anymore.
Yeah, you're like, where's the rest of it? Yeah. So we are going to see all these secrets. Again, something that this Mage does very well is stack played secrets, especially with the weapon equipped, the quest complete. Because, again, there's enough of them that you get offered in Discovers pretty often. And then you'll start just auto-casting them, basically, which is pretty nice. It does mean that Maxi is going to have to take apart multiple layers of secrets, sequence everything perfectly as well. And honestly, Maxi's kind of running out of juice a little bit. There's some removal with this corpse explosion, but there is obviously the ship being built again, of course. But other than that,
he's kind of dead to Tsunami as well, which is a problem.
Yeah.
It's a big problem that he's about to be dead to Tsunami in a big way. Yeah, he's dead to Tsunami in a big way. 1-0.
And that's the thing. Yep. If Mage can just not be ran down quickly, they do just have that just wave after wave after wave of just stuff, which sounds like maybe not the best thing in the world, but it really is, because like we said, it was enough to run Maxi out. Of course, there's certain Discovers and random spells that are played that cleared the board or did this or did that, but that's also kind of the deck, right? And that bites you as much as it helps you. So yeah, great job for Katagami there, getting the Mage over the line very, very quickly indeed. And again, although there's still plenty of this matchup left, going 1-0 up in a fairly straightforward game, honestly, because that Death Knight, that game could have gone on for much longer and been much more complex to finish. Yeah,
it's a big deal as well, because in this matchup, the way these two lineups match up, that Death Knight is Maxi's, we always talk about what's the weaker link. That is his weaker link in this matchup. That's the one he really needs to get. I mean, he needs to get them all out of here, but that's the one that he might struggle to get out of here. If he does lose this, it'll probably be because he loses 3 games with Death Knight. There's a very good chance of that happening, and obviously looked like he had a good start there, then got yogged. And Yogg performed. Something else you said then about lots of stuff. We've got 18 hours today. There's going to be a lot of those decks. Like Rogue also does the same sort of thing. Shaman does the same sort of thing. Gets a handful of things and just lobs them onto the board, and they're all powerful, and the opponent has to deal with them. We are going to see a lot of people using cards inefficiently to get them out of their hand, which makes them efficient, because then you can play more stuff that you draw to fill your hand back up. So people won't be like holding on to their cards for future use. We will see people lobbing things onto the board relentlessly, so it's going to be quite exciting.
Yeah, it's an interesting point where we are in like this sort of meta, and even the meta over the last, let's say few months, X amount of time, I'm not exactly sure, but the idea that there are aggro decks, right? They exist, of course, fine, no problem. But a lot of the rest of the decks are very much about, instead of, my deck does this or my deck does that, it's more about just, can I just push my opponent turn after turn and just get that edge, right? And just keep going forward. As we saw in that game, right? It looked pretty even. Maxi was doing fine, but then there was the board clear, and then Katagami just kept just one step ahead every single turn. And that stacks up, and I feel like that's how a lot of games, again, maybe apart from the aggro matchups, but a lot of the games that are won now in this sort of meta from various different classes, it's less I do this one thing and win, and more I'm just going to sort of push you out of the game, because there are so many classes and decks that can generate or just keep reviving things, just keep pulling back so many high-powered cards. The game's become a interesting form of being able to just stay that one step ahead and just about clear their board, or just put more stuff on to threaten lethal so they have to trade. It's like really, it's a weird like board focused meta, but a lot of it comes from generating and like stuff coming from hand, so it's kind of difficult to manage, honestly.
It really is. A lot of it is alien as well. Again, playing Rogue, which would be the focus of the day, it took me a long time and a lot of people shouting at me to realize, just don't worry about the fact you're spending, 1 mana and playing a card that isn't very good, and then shadow stepping that card just to play it again. Don't worry about it. Just get all your cards out your hand, because you're going to have a load more cards in a minute. So this is actually value, even though it doesn't feel like value. It's tempo is the word, but you're getting something out of just putting it on the board, that extra minion, that extra thing, and you're going to see people make plays that look horrible that aren't.
Yeah, and looking at these lineups, because we've not really touched on this, talked about Death Knight, talked about Mage, Warlock, so on, but what do you make of the Quest Warrior from Katagami as well? Because it's not a deck that I've really seen that many people talk about, but I think from what I saw, like Warrior overall has actually done pretty well when you look at the Swiss from yesterday, at least across a couple of regions. It's like performed better than I thought it would, at least.
It's a hard deck to deal with. You can have, a very early 130 on the board that is hard to kill, and it kind of ends games sometimes. It's just there. The thing with the Warrior as well, you get a bit of space for cards like Demolition Renovator that he's managed to sort of weave in here, because typical Warrior deck, you've got sort of 20 cards that just kill things or advance your own game plan, and then you could start making some space for, what else do I want to do? Because I've done all the things I want to do. But, cards such as Chemical Spill have allowed Warrior to make some very early big things. Hydration Station still gets your big things back. Ziliax is incredibly powerful. We're going to see a lot of Ziliax in a lot of decks today. And also, you get to put in Dirty Rat into your deck, because you can kill the thing that you rip out of your opponent's hand, which means a lot of these decks like Owl Druid and some of the Starship decks, you have to tiptoe around a little bit to make sure you don't lose key things. Mill Warlock is going to be another thing. Maxi's going to have to tiptoe around those Dirty Rats not to lose his combo. So
yeah, it's tough, right? Because
you've got options with Warrior.
Especially because we're in, again, it feels a little bit weird because the way we're doing this, where it's a one-day cast and it's just top 8s over a few times in a row. We're not doing the Swiss. There's a lot of pressure here because it's single elimination. If you lose your match, you're done, right? That's it. So you can see things where like one good Dirty Rat could suddenly make Katagami go 2-0 up, and then, just needs to win with a Death Knight, for example. Like this these sort of plays and these sort of awkward situations can really just push players out of this tournament very fast. And they've already done the Swiss bit, so they don't have the safety net maybe of saying, oh, well, I can afford to lose a match or something, right? And it depends on the Swiss. But regardless, sorry for the slight delay there. We were just fixing something. We are ready now to get into game number 2, and we have the Warrior, funnily enough, for Katagami on the top, and then the Death Knight again from Maxi.
So one of the things that Warrior does now, which has made it a lot more powerful with this quest, is just get Time Walk. So you just sometimes get to make a board of 15 attack and hit your opponent twice with it. and end the game. Whereas before, sometimes, you know, if you were getting a bit controlled yourself or running out of stuff yourself, you couldn't end games. Now Warrior can just end games, which is a big improvement for them.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Warrior and Death Knight are sort of similar in that they excel late game but have that ability to push sort of thing and go early with certain draws and certain matchups and starts, of course.
Yeah. And again, the Warrior has this consistency, fetching taunts and so on. Maxi being aware of that, just dropping stuff on the board. It's a good old-fashioned Wisp. Who would have thought the Wisp would become so prevalent in metas, huh?
Yeah, I will say that. If you asked me years ago, do I think Wisp would just become just a card, I would have said no, but hey, here we are. Love to see it.
Yeah. We've got a format
Maxi
where...
just going full aggro.
Yeah, try and get as much done before all the nonsense starts at the other end. I mentioned Dirty Rat, but I didn't mention the combo with Dirty Rat and Ham. It's not so much of a combo as a massive synergy. Again, when you're playing the Owl decks or you're playing the Mill decks, you know, Ham can eat your stuff from in your deck, so you want it in your hand. But if it's in your hand, the Dirty Rat might eat it. So you have to be very careful how you want to work your combo decks. Not so important against the Death Knight, of course. Might hit an Exodar, that would be kind of exciting for Katagami.
There's still good stuff, right? And there's a couple of value tools that you are happy with getting out, right? So it's not too bad. So that location is almost always the 5 cost in this scenario, right? So Max, you have to think about, okay, what are they going to hit or what are they likely to hit from the 5 cost location? Is there a way to play around it? Or is this just going to be get in there and go full aggro? Does have that reborn with the sort of double trade there to help take out Elise, which is going to be quite nice. The Wisp doing its work, providing the extra damage. And yeah, the good thing about having both these starship pieces down is even if the board is cleared, it's still going to start building that ship.
Keeping back the Morbid Swarm, partly because it's more stuff that you didn't need, but also this is going into the Brawl turn, where you don't really want a load of 1/1s winning the Brawl, so he's drawn a line in the sand of the amount of aggro he's willing to put on the board for now. Obviously, you can play the Defense Crystal, you want that to win the Brawl, or if it doesn't, you gain all the armor and get your ship bigger. Either way, who cares?
General rule of starship pieces, just play them. Doesn't matter really if they get killed off, right? Because that's kind of the point to an extent. So yeah, Maxi putting out a ton of pressure right now, and there's just Ham to stand in the way. He's going to get the duplicate though, which is huge. Yeah, and obviously why the location was saved for this turn. Double chomp. Okay, not bad.
Exodar in hand. See how he chooses to do these trades. Final piece of the ship puzzle. Warbish kept back, doing 4 damage. Nice work. This board, so much stuff.
It's just endless.
And it's been very, very relevant, right? Because Katagami got down to 16, hasn't been able to sort of mess around and play these new heights. Sometimes pressure does more than you expect it to do, if that makes sense. It stops your opponent from being able to do some of the stuff they want to do.
Yeah, huge win there for Maxi. The Dirty Rat came out and brought out the Starship piece and not the Exodar, which is massive here.
Sure is.
Considering that was a 50-50, got away with it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out. There might be a lethal with Exodar for like damage. I don't think it's quite there, but
yeah, because killing off the pieces is the problem, right?
Yeah.
Weirdly enough.
There's 2 guiding figures in the ship, right, at the moment?
Yes, there should be. Yeah, there is. Yeah. Oh, Sandcastle.
Nice.
Okay.
But he might want to trade a 1/1 anyway to make space for the Exodar if he's adding it up, which he probably is because he's quite good at counting. You can see his name: 1, 2, 3, 4. He's great.
Yeah, I mean, it checks out. I think that's how it goes. Yeah, makes sense.
Death calls.
8, 9, 10. He's 12 in the ship.
No, it's 5, 6, 7 next.
No, thanks. I always miss that bit out. It's difficult.
Yeah, it's okay. I got you covered.
So yeah, as
gonna
it
go for
wasn't
value and just go
lethal,
again.
he's
Yeah.
had to only settle for an 8-6, some death rattle and some more pieces.
Yeah, what a shame, right? just more value and a ton of pressure on board. We do see Brawl in the hand there for Katagami, but there's worlds where like Brawl happens and he just loses anyway, so I'm not sure if that's actually going to be the play. Yeah, it's going to have to be Bob and Freeze. And this, whilst powerful, because the whole board is locked, isn't, you know, it's not like Katagami's feeling comfortable, right? It's like, this is just, I need to do this or I will die. It does give Maxi a turn to play Shaladrasil as well, which is going to be pretty nice.
Can he get back his... he can get back his X-Star. Does he want to? I think he probably does. Yeah.
Yeah, why not at this point?
He's got
yeah,
3
just go
pieces
again.
of another ship there ready to go.
Yeah, you don't want to bounce the Bob back, so yeah, definitely think this was a good play.
Yeah, don't bounce the Bob back. Rule 1 of playing against Bob.
I wonder if this is, yeah, I was going to say, this is a cool play because, one, you make the taunt bigger, less likely to take damage anyway, but also it is going to kill the crystal if there's a way to, you know, stall out again or do something weird. Like, it just guarantees it's going to go down, and then you can start doing some more Exodar stuff soon.
Using a Brawl. Brawl feels not weak, but with all the death rattles and, you know, reborns and stuff in the game now, Brawl is definitely harder to use than it used to be in a lot of situations. Okay.
But also a testament to the power of the card that it is still played, right? It's like, even with all the removal that they have, Brawl is still, even though maybe not the best, still good enough to make it into the list.
How much damage is this time with the Awakens as well? 7 from the minion. 8 from the Exodar, -1 for the Bobs. That's 7 more, is 14. Plus 5 from the Awakens. Is that lethal if nothing else happens here?
Yeah, I'm guessing the Bulwark's going to have to get equipped, right?
The problem is, I think the Exodar does shots into as a 1, so it would just power through the Bulwark, right?
I'm just thinking it has to get equipped for the 7/7 that's being left on the board, right? Like, more than anything. In terms of Katagami's sort of point of view.
But he knows about the Exodar. It does stop lethal because it counts as 4 armor, but I think the Exodar shoots the Bulwark down in series as 1.
My rule is eternal.
Yeah, this might just be a problem either way, I guess. Because like pressing hero power, I don't think was going to change anything anyway, right? So and those are really the only options.
And this way, if Maxi hasn't got lethal, which he hasn't through the Bulwark in, yes, it is going to prevent 7. Although look at the state of the second ship that Maxi's building already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just gonna dump it all down, take as many charges as possible, right?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. He's also on 50 health. Just.
Oh
by
yes,
accident
he's in
as
no
you keep
trouble for a
going.
while yet. 51.
Cheers.
And especially with no Ziliax being played or anything like that, it's not looking great, right, for Kata, because there's no way to recover this health as of yet. He's going to go for the crown.
Yeah. And no.
Ooh, yep, those were not it. So there we go. Maxi going to take the game number 2 with the Death Knight, and again, that was about as smooth sailing as you could possibly want, right? Kind of just did the approach of I'm going to play stuff, I'm going to keep playing stuff, and that's that. And I think there was just no way to clear the board just because the nature of, one, how Death Knight works with Reborn, but also just the Starship, right, was just perfect. And I think the key bit there was the Rat not hitting the Exodar, like missing the 50-50. Could have had it, you know, or probably would have had a big impact on that game because Maxi wouldn't have had the refill, which is pretty huge.
The refill, the damage, the potential extra damage, the potential extra refill, well, the second refill that he did take. yeah, incredible. And I find it hard to cast Max and say how well he's playing because he does things so smoothly and easily. It's like, yeah, obviously you do that. Yeah, obviously you do that. And then try it at home. Pick up the deck and play like Maxi. And then you realise it's actually just not that easy until you see it on the board. But he did the obvious thing. Make as big a board as you could. Save your removal to do as much damage as that can do to the enemy minions, which pushes your own minions through. Draw some cards, play some stuff, opponent dies, easy game, move on to the next. And he's done that relentlessly now for 2 years, and it's incredible to watch.
Does mean he is going to have the Death Knight over the line. So now we're on to Shaman and Warlock versus Death Knight and Warrior. So again, a lot of class variation in this first match of the day, which is pretty cool to see. Basically, or pretty much no mirrors in here. So that's pretty nice. Do you think anyone has gained a particular huge edge now with both players having 1 win, of course? So that's equal. But in terms of the decks that are left over, do you think now that Maxiebon's won with Death Knight, he's like way further ahead in the matchup?
I think so, yes. It's very hard. So I used to do little, I used to go to deck tracking sites and go through before each match and make a little chart of what beats what. But the top players now, let's say, I'm going to pick a number, 100. Top 100 players now are so much better than the rest of the top 1,000 that even if you filter by top 1,000 stats, they're borderline meaningless. Unless you're ranked 737, then they're perfect for you because that's what your odds are. But if you're at this level, like Shaman, if Mill Warlock has a 42% win rate or something at top 1,000, because no one can play it, you can't do the little grid anymore. But my understanding from talking to some players yesterday, from asking around from my own experiences, from what I feel is right, is that yes, this Shaman should get through these control decks, and yes, the Mill Warlock should get through these control decks. That's the the peer-reviewed opinion, and also I do agree with it.
Yeah, definitely going to be an uphill climb here for Katagami. It looks like the next matchup is going to be the Shaman versus the Warrior, and I imagine we're going to see maybe a slightly slower version of what we just saw. Obviously, Maxi was just curving out. Death Knight can curve out pretty early, whereas Shaman maybe takes it just a little bit longer to put the threats on the board, but the threats are normally overall bigger. Right, a lot of the time as well, I would say. Like they maybe a tiny bit slower, but they're very chunky threats and kind of hard to deal with.
Yeah, the Shaman deck's really evolved to a weird place. It's almost, I mean, it does still play Nebula, therefore it is still Nebula Shaman. You still play Hagatha to get the Nebula, you still do all that stuff. But it's evolved to be almost like a hand buff Shaman these days. You play the double bumbling bellhops, you play the one that buffs them by +2/+2 and fetches them out your deck. There's also Birdwatching. I can't remember what the other card's called. Oh, Flight of the Firehawk. There you go. Turbulence. There's so many ways of buffing your cards.
Yeah, Wish Upon a Star. Yeah.
Wish Upon a Star. There's like 7 or 8 buff cards. And those bellhops are quite easy to cast because your deck's got a lot of sort of 7s and 9s and 5s in there.
And you draw them as well, right?
And you draw them. Yeah, you can draw them easily enough. And you've still got good cards like Starport. You've got the Growthins, which provide some 8/8s because games don't tend to end early. So, yeah, you're going to get to play your 8/8s. So you do put remarkable amounts of pressure on now, whereas before it was a little bit more, try not to die, play Nebula, haha, I won.
And hope you won. Yeah. Here though, as we get going, we are going to see double Growthin in the opening. So there is some of that early game pressure available. Parrot Sanctuary as well for Maxi, which is really nice to just get that down and get it doing its job, right? Nice and early. Whereas Katagami off to a slower start, but that is kind of this Quest Warrior in a nutshell. You don't really pop off early. But some decent pickups.
Yeah, I mean, this Sanctuary is going to allow for turn 3 Elise into coin 5 drop location if he wants that.
Yeah.
He also has growth in Starport if he wants that next turn. So he's got to plan 2 turns ahead here how he wants to navigate that. I mean, you tend to just push the button anyway.
Yeah, that's what's interesting, right? Like, you could say to someone who's not played the deck, oh, if you have Parrot, you just press it on curve, basically. You know, like, just every time you can press it, you just press it. However, there will be scenarios where you might think, oh, it's on its last charge, and I want to do X play later. So then, you know, you need to save stuff. But in general, this is a location that gets spammed, right? Like, you are normally just pressing it every time. Obviously, Maxi doesn't have to press it this turn because he's not going to use it.
Well,
but could easily drop it a turn after.
So I would have pressed it personally, partly because I like pressing all the buttons I can on my screen. But also, there is a Demolition Renovator in the opponent's deck. So I wouldn't mind getting
True.
the mana banked just in case Katagami does that. But Maxi probably reasoned that if that was the play, then he wasn't getting new heights, so he's probably fine anyway. But I'd have pushed the button for that reason.
Yeah, I guess to be fair, if it does get demoed, then your release is safe, right? I guess that's the idea.
Demoed,
So, yeah. Especially with release obviously being in hand.
Obviously, the way Maxi's done it does mean he can get like his 7s down earlier, or his 8s that now are 7s. So yeah, interesting call that good players make that I don't. But this is the curve that I was talking about, at least, I hope.
Quick, Maxi, put the coin away. do a different play. But yeah, you are right. I think it's very likely to be coin. It's just too good, right? It's too much power squished into those turns.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, this is just good.
Massive.
Yep.
Something else that you see happen a lot with this Shaman deck, just to look out for, is you don't have to play the bellhop with a big spell in your hand. Sometimes it's just a 6/6 you play on turn 4 or 5 or something that, you know, okay, you don't get 2 of them, but it's still a 6/6 for 2 or 3 mana. Sometimes just put it out there and say, deal with it.
Oh, in certain matchups for sure, yeah. Because at least for me, the thing to think about is once you get to a certain stage in the game, you don't really need the bellhops, right? Because you're doing better things a lot of the time. So yeah, completely right. I agree. I think sometimes they just come out as just another body on the board.
Today is going to be a lesson in tempo versus value. Just keep playing things because that's what tempo is.
And again, it just looks like Katagami's just in a rough spot where nothing he can do is quite a good turn, right? Or at least to my eyes. Because do you really want to bob this board? Probably not.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want a Bulwark of Azeroth because there's 1/1s on the board that are just going to chomp that durability. There's nothing to combo with Rat, right? It's just kind of ugh.
Just a collection of cards.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Chemical Spill it is.
This is often the answer if you're looking at your hand and can't work out how to slow your opponent down the way you want to. Just make sure that you do your game plan the best you can and hope that it all works out.
Yeah.
Just 5/5s, by the way.
Yeah, this is the most common use of them, right? You don't get them to 10/10. You know, we're not playing Hunter or anything or something crazy like that. It's just they get buffed somehow, normally, and you just drop them down on the board and say, there you go, it's more stuff to enjoy.
Yeah. Again, that was another decision. If he'd chosen to hold off and mess around for a turn, he could have played the 8/8s next turn with the double battle cry removal, but yeah. Now I have to wait a turn for those. But he is using that Sanctuary far more carefully than I would, which is interesting.
Also, again, the problem with Dirty Rat... Oh, I guess it might not be so bad. There is the extra armor gain, Shield Slam Dirty Rat, but... I was going to say, because you know there's the the big Glowfin in hand, right?
You do.
But you could kill it, but again, you're killing nothing else, so it's not really going to help again.
And again, this Shaman deck plays a lot of minions now. That's why you get to the Sanctuary, right? You know you might just miss. Plus, you don't know if you really want to give them an 8/8 for free anyway, even though it doesn't get its friend. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, do they have an answer for the 8/8, which they do, but that leaves up the rest of the board.
Yeah,
exactly. you get hit. So there's just no good option here for Katagami again. He's gonna go for it. It does hit the 8. Hey, it happened. Cool.
Good
I'm
call.
a prophet, but hey ho. Yeah, it does get to kill it off, great. And yeah, there's a taunt in the way, but he's very likely to get hit hard this turn.
Well, also, unlucky.
Oh, location's
Here
off.
comes his
oh,
friend.
yeah. Yeah, and the location's off cooldown, right? So it's another big buff.
Yeah.
Oof, I forgot about the location waking up. Yeesh. So maybe now you press the Pirate Sanctuary, right? Just to get it off the board.
Possibly, yeah.
I guess it depends how he wants to clear this rat.
I think the hex is interesting here because some of the stuff just isn't hexable in the other deck anyway, and this might be a push for lethal over a couple of turns too.
Yeah, the stuff you'd like to hex, you literally can't. So you may as well just use it. Yeah, if you convert that hex to more read deal X amount of damage to your opponent's face, right? Like that's kind of how you read the hex in these scenarios.
Yeah, and you get to play the 1/1 rush, which allows you to play the 8/8 next turn with a sanctuary. You get to buff the 1/1s as well for this turn to power through.
Oh, just gonna miss our pod as well. That's fine.
Yeah,
that'll do.
Yeah, does what you said, gets that off the board, makes space for another missile pod, because why wouldn't you want that? That's why you've done it this way. And just take 14, 19, 21, enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of people maybe thinking about order in chat for some of those moments, but it was all absolutely correct from Maxi because of the space needed and when the space was needed and getting the reduction on the big growth in next turn.
Yeah, it all looked a bit weird, and then you see the end effect, you're like, yeah, that's obviously right, isn't it?
Yeah, you look at the outcome and go, correct.
Yeah. Well done, Maxi, you got it right.
Bob's going to come down and freeze everything, though, so creates that sort of annoying stall turn. Oh, what a... Yeah. Oh, no, I can't play minions. I'll just draw the perfect card.
How am I going to spend 7 mana this turn, kids? I've got no idea. Ooh.
Yeah, disgusting. And I like it.
Oh, yeah, Ham's
no
too
armor
late.
for that shield slam. Does have the... okay, not going to bother killing off the location.
It's not good enough. It's just not good enough. He's facing too much. He looked for the brawl.
Yeah, I felt like it pretty much had to be brawl, right?
Yeah, I think so. Brawl could buy a little bit more time. Yeah, he's playing the dirty right just as a 2/6 blocker.
It's still nowhere near enough, right?
Can he activate the missiles?
I don't think it matters.
Does it not matter? 1, 2... Oh, no,
because he gets 1 with his face.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he just has 8 million damage after that, and he only needs 16. Yeah, let's just double hit, right? Yep, there we go. Yeah, really good job there for Maxi, going to a 2-1 lead now. And this warrior, even though I was sort of singing its praises earlier, I think you mentioned right at the beginning of this match, before we even started, that this is kind of what Maxi wants to do, right? Like this, we're kind of seeing the decks do their job now. Obviously, there was the game 1 where Kata won with the Mage, but after that, we saw the Death Knight bully that warrior. Now we've seen Shaman basically do exactly what you want to do with Shaman, right? The game went perfectly, didn't even need the super late game stuff. And I think this might be a bit of a theme that we see going forward. As you said, if Maxi wins, he will potentially have to face that aggro or an aggro lineup, which could be a bit tougher. But for now, I'm with you. I think this Warlock not getting 1 out of these 2 potential goes at taking 1 win is unlikely at best.
Yeah, you would think so. There's hams, there's dirty rats, and we need to be on our toes, because then there's plan Bs that Maxi's very, very good at doing. Like, he can make 8/8s rather than worry about the mill lock. The mill lock still can just make 8/8s from that location. It can just still put things on the board. It can still just hit you in the head. But yeah, all eyes on the backup plans if something gets eaten by a ham or gets ratted. It is a multi-part combo. You don't need all of it, but you certainly need some of it if you're going to mill them. And for that reason, I just want to check that I'm not lying to you. This time around, I believe he... Sorry?
You wouldn't lie to us.
No, I was going to lie. I thought he had 2 druids this time, but no, he only has 1 archdruid again, so he's going to have to look after that card, the one that is the focal point for the whole deck. It gathers up all the death rattles.
The positive here for those scenarios you talked about, when things go wrong, right, is that Maxi's played a lot of this deck, so he will have he'll just know, whoa, if this happens, this is what I need to do. If that happens, because it's different than, I'm sure it's happened to plenty of people. It happens to me all the time because I try out these decks of, oh, there's this hard to play deck. Oh, I'll just play it like one of the pros plays it, right? And then something goes wrong and I'm like, wait, but what happens when my one play style I know doesn't work? Like, what else do I do? Whereas the players like Maxi, they've done it all right. Like they know the ways to go, what they need to win, even if all these different things go wrong. So it's looking really good for Maxi. Katagami, of course, not out of it yet, but if Katagami wins this match, it's definitely going to be one of those uphill climbs. Like, things would have to go very well for him to get the Warrior and the Death Knight over the line, and maybe they will, right? As you said, there are ways, but it's not going to be easy.
One of the advantages Maxi also has is that everyone says, I just don't want to play against Maxi. Nobody, I mean, obviously Katagami had all night to practice this. Nobody goes out there and goes, you know what I want to do today? I want to practice 100 games against Mill Warlock. When you know that there's going to be 3 or 4 in your tournament and most of them will mess it up on your behalf, so it doesn't matter. Like, nobody does that.
And then you go, oh wait, I'm against Maxi.
And then you're the one who draws Maxi, who knows the matchup backwards and inside out, and you're like, I think I know what I'm doing. I've got to get rid of that thing, right? And then Maxi goes, yes, but here's thing number 2. And you're like, oh yeah. And also, who do you play test against?
Well, that's the people like, hey, Maxi, do you want to practice?
You could do the game, yeah.
Yeah, do you want to practice stuff? But yeah, it's definitely a tough one, and it's something it's that other strategy we've seen, throughout the years of Hearthstone. Now we've been doing this a while, but there are really good players that just flat bring the good decks, and then there are players that have their own little, their little niche, right? And a good chunk of the time that pays off.
Yeah, it really does. Like Pocket Train, who will be joining us on the broadcast all day, former world champion, for those who somehow have been living not in Pocket Train's world for the last 2 years. That'd be good to see. But yeah, something we have to worry about here, as I just totally ignore you, is there's the Ham and the Dirty Rat in Katagami's hand. The combo doesn't go off particularly fast for Maxi, so the Rat can be held a little while. The Ham can just get eating things, and so Maxi's going to hold back his removal to make sure that he eats the right number of things at the right time.
Yeah, there is a positive element as well, because Warrior doesn't normally put too much pressure on early game. It means that Maxi can hold extra minions in hand, right? And just sit there. Like, Maxi's unlikely to be trying to play some kind of high tempo aggro line, right? In most versions of this game. So he can hold stuff like this Glacial Shard. He could just sit it in hand and it's fine, right? And just sit stuff in hand so that he's got the highest chance of not being completely blown out by Dirty Rat here.
There is a problem with holding too much in your hand. This deck does like to rifle through, like almost fighting through the deck as quickly as possible. So he will have to play things at some point. He has set it up so this Ham gets one shot. The Archdruid, what he's looking for, that one. Now we're going to have a game of Hearthstone.
Okay, everyone sit up and focus.
Yeah.
Well, the good thing is Maxi does have double location down, so he does have the ability to put on pressure in the near future. But yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, do you want to consume your own location here, make an 8/8 and trade it in, or do you just want to, conflagrate, which is a word I just cannot say, the 5/5 and give the Warrior an extra card? Which way do you want to get rid of it? The thing is, if you trade in the 8/8. Oh yeah, you might not even care anymore because it's already done its hard work. But yeah, between the 8/8, you only have an 8/3, but you probably have to do that anyway just to get something on the board here.
Yeah, like, this is decent pressure, right? And we can see there's not actually much that Katagami can do about it.
Already solidly into Plan B. Obviously, you usually save the Dark Marrow for your end game combo so that your Archdruid explodes over and over again, which does maximum milling. No point, you haven't got an Archdruid, so let's make 2 8/8s instead and get on with our lives.
I grow weary.
And suddenly, getting 20 in there.
Yeah, not too bad at all being able to just stick those minions.
No
Maxi
yaw
will just
for
want
Maxi is a shame.
Yeah, you'll just want a decent follow-up, right? Like something to just keep the pressure on without overcommitting.
He does. He may take the opinion, again, as somebody who doesn't know Plan A very well in this deck, let alone Plan D, which is about where we're at right now. He may just make maximum spammage and just say, okay, if you brawl me, you brawl me.
Yeah, there is that other element, right? Where this if Katagami wins this game, it's not over. There's one more game no matter what, right? So Maxi could just say, you know what, I'll go all in. You've got it. If you've got it, if you've not, you've not, whatever. Yes, you hammed exactly the one card I would rather you not have. But, excuse me, sorry. But we'll just go into game 5, right?
I mean, this board beats not Brawl, right? He's set up a way to win this game of Hearthstone even now. Yeah, this is showing you. I want this laser shard on the board for your Bulwark. That's just another
go.
thing I can hit next turn if you have Bulwark going on.
Yeah, no point holding it now, right? There's Larat.
And there's his bad news. The only point to hold it is so that it doesn't win the Brawl, but you already decided you're not beating Brawl, so just put it out there and beat Bulwark.
Okay. Retains a 6/6, not terrible with the double death roll.
Yeah.
Live tap has never been pressed so fast.
Yeah.
And there we go. Yeah. Decided that was not going to be enough. And that's where you just see the experience kind of kick in, right? Obviously, the ham did its work, which is, rough for Maxi, fantastic for Katagami. Maxi said, okay, well, as you said, plan B, go for this, go full aggro, boom, boom, boom. Did they have the clear? They did. Fair enough. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is
unfortunate for Maxi, but again, that is the danger of this deck. This is why he can play the deck and regular mortals can't. He knew there, okay, my exact win condition is hit you for 20 twice and hope you don't brawl. Whereas everyone else is like, oh, but if they brawl, what's my reload? You don't have a reload. He's played it enough times to know that's his reload. That's it. This is your one shot. Do it right now, turn 6. Spam the board, shut your eyes, and yeah, off you go. And the proof there is the concede. Because Maxi won't concede unless it's absolutely over.
Yeah, I'm just glancing over the Death Knight list from Katagami, because of course it's going to be Warlock Death Knight coming down to the last game to decide who moves on and who is done. And the Death Knight just has the one dirty rat in it. There is Demolition Renovator in the Death Knight as well. That I can't remember whether we talked about in that specifically. But other than that, that's pretty much it, right? There's way less chances than for example the Warrior of that happening again, sort of thing. So Max is probably going to feel maybe a little bit more confident now that you can go against the Death Knight instead.
Yeah, Sottle's just made the point as well that Katagami in that last game could have played Chemical Spill and Zilly to stay alive. But he also recognised his win condition was get cards from the Ancient of Yore. One of those cards is Brawl, and it's over. So he also understood the matchup there. He knew the mission and did it excellently.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Oh, perfect. There we go. Thank you, production. Fantastic work. But yeah, as you can see, there's all the usual Death Knight sort of stuff that we expect. But in terms of that disruption, it's just one dirty rat in there is the main thing. And again, we sort of touched on this, but dirty rat, you can kind of play around, right? You can hold minions in hand. If ham chomps your minion out your deck, or what you could have done was draw the card instead, which you don't really have control over, right? So it is a ham is one of those things where you just sort of throw your hands up and say, fair enough, it happens sometimes. But Dirty Rat, there are ways to actually play around it. And of course, take a look at the Warlock deck from Maxi. We didn't get to see the the end game style of the deck, but we did get to see that it does have other routes, as we talked about before.
Yeah, absolutely. Make those 8/8s, make that big board, and that big board's easier to make multiple times in the world where you haven't lost half your stuff. I think in this game, the inevitability is on Maxi's side. Like, if this game goes 14 turns, Maxi has won. Because he gets to play as a Sera, he gets to set up all the cards nicely in his hand, set them up in a line, and mill you for as much as you want to be milled for. You quite often win this matchup, I believe, with infinite Nomelias, not infinite mill. I quickly checked very briefly with Maxi earlier if you can mill them through a Kill Jaden. So it used to be that you could, but you had to do 30 mills in one instance. Not in one turn, but in one instance you get to 30, then whatever the next number is, they die.
Right.
Then they stopped that from happening for something got capped somewhere along the line. Apparently you can do that now, but Maxi says you never do. It's always no media if you're in that situation.
It's technically possible, but not really.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But it does exist as a thing you can do. I think what we will see is Katagami try to put early pressure on. and get an early ship and just kill Maxi. Because if Maxi has free reign to draw card, play card, draw card, play card, by turn 10 he'll have his whole deck in his hand and he'll just do the thing and Katagami will explode. So Katagami needs to disrupt that, not just with Dirty Rat, but by making minions hitting you in the face with that early stuff you were talking about earlier.
Well, let's get into it. Just a reminder for anyone joining us from, it's a bit of a funky time zone here. Obviously, in Europe, it's still quite early in the morning. It's who knows what time over in Americas, and then obviously a bit more reasonable time in APAC. This is the APAC section of the broadcast, their playoffs top 8. It's the first match we've got on stream. The winner will move on, but we've got plenty more matches to cover for the rest of the day. We'll be across all regions, APAC, then into Europe, then into Americas. So tons of Hearthstone all day, so make sure to stay tuned. But yeah, this is game number 5 between Katagami and Maxiebon. The winner moves on, and the loser, unfortunately, is going to be done.
Maxi hasn't drawn his yaw right now, which will slow down a lot of what he does. Get the yaw, draw lots of cards, really helps up that thing I was talking about where you want to speed through your deck. Hasn't got that, so not
There's
ideal
a double
for him.
location to clear these though, which is something, because they stack up, as we've seen, pretty fast, right? Like
really
that sort of damage or leech, whatever, really can. They're more aggressive than they look half the time, which is very annoying, especially if you can't clear them up.
Katagami did murder, through no fault of his own, 3 mana on the first turns, though he had to hero power on 2 into playing a 2 mana spell on 3. And when you've only had 15 mana all game, that's 20% of your mana has been wasted. So that automatically puts him behind on where he wants to be.
Yeah, there's double consume.
Yeah. Did a bit of good ordering.
I thought he didn't lock in the second one then for a second, but yeah, okay, yeah, double consume is locked in. Does get to clear this off and retain the 8/4.
Yeah, retain the 8/4 being a big deal, right? He doesn't need to hit Katagami with this 8/4 most likely, but he does need something on the board to deal with whatever Katagami does next. He also needs Katagami to pay attention to it, because if it does start hitting him, then it could get awkward.
Yeah, well, generally versus Death Knight, if you're in a matchup where Death Knight is kind of the aggressor, you don't want them to just freely play stuff, right, and just plop it all down. Like for example, a lot of the ship pieces aren't great if you're behind to just play and pass, right? And normally you want to have those, you're going out early and building your board ahead of your opponent, but playing like 2 ship pieces into this 8/4 is not good for Katagami. So Maxi's doing a good job of keeping the pressure on, but Kata does have a few options here.
This is huge, right? He hasn't got another minion in his hand at the moment. Like Katagami doesn't know
right.
that.
I didn't even notice.
There's plenty of minions in your deck that sort of protect your Archdruid. But there's a Dirty Rat on one side, and there is the Archdruid on the other at the moment. But obviously he doesn't know that, so he's waiting for a better opportunity when he's more likely to catch it in the hand as the game goes on, because the Archdruid isn't played early, which means you've got more chance of catching it later on. But just for a moment there, that Archdruid just sat there.
Yeah, and also, funnily enough, it's another instance of that Ultralist doing work, right? Because it's a threat. It's not like that turn was, I'll just Dirty Rat and make a ghoul and poison it or something. Because it's just like, no, I want to deal with this cleanly. I want answers for stuff later on. So the Dirty Rat wasn't really going to be played here. We do see Maxi going to be discovering a temp card.
Yeah, and if he's thinking this long about it, what chance have we got? But the prize vendor, I can explain, is a key part of the combo. When you put it into the Archdruid, when you've got the amalgam with the Archdruid, that's what lets your Archdruid keep getting drawn over and over again at the end of the game.
Yep.
And this is the thing I was talking about earlier. Rifle through your deck, but keep playing stuff. Maxi's down to 12 cards in deck already.
And to be fair, Katagami on 16 isn't that far behind,
true.
right? That's not bad at all, especially now with that Kill Jaden being picked up.
He's got bits of Starship all over the place now, ready for doing some Starship stuff.
I hate it when no one tidies up their Starship.
I know, it's horrible, right?
Everywhere.
Just fall over it, tread on it, It's worse than Lego
Stand on it.
sometimes.
Yeah. Really nice card, that, honestly, to be able to just pull out more pieces. Oh.
Oh, no. Everybody's
Okay.
going to break. By everybody, I mean me.
I instantly just think, what shenanigans can I get up to now that Cho's on the board?
Yeah. I feel my opponent's hand up.
For me, I stop trying to win the game and just try and do the most chaotic thing possible when I see Cho, because I feel like that's just the rules.
Yeah. I think you're right. I just start crying and whining about why is this card in Hearthstone. I mean, it's there because it creates interesting board states, but...
Actually, just press escape and concede. Move on. Oh, you got Cho? I can't be bothered. I'm done.
Not working this out. It's just too much brain power.
I also think I've got really fancy stuff to do or funny stuff to do with Cho, you know, filling some up, giving them awkward cards, and then I end up giving them like lethal or something, knowing me, and I'm like, oh, I'm nowhere near as smart as I thought I was.
Oh,
Does burn a yaw?
Yaw? Didn't want that anyway. Well, perhaps you are as smart as you thought you were, Raven, because, you know, Maxie's just burning Katagami's hand. His deck.
Just press buttons. That's me.
That's kind of me, to be fair, as well. Pressing buttons is so much fun. How his hand always has 9 cards in it at the end of each turn, I'll never know. Except when 9 is bad, and then he has the right number. Like when you end up with triple yaw sometimes after your Curse Campaign shenanigans, that's when my brain just breaks in terms of hand size. How do you play all these cards but retain your combo? It's impossible, I'm sure.
I just accept the burn.
Yeah.
I just throw my hands up and say it is what it is. Take my cards.
Put it in the lap of the gods. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
I have but little time.
And this is the scary bit, isn't it, for Katagami? Like, we are marching towards the point of Maxie having the stuff, right?
Yeah.
7 cards left, going to be 6 on the draw.
Ooh.
Again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, how's Maxie digging himself out of this one, Lorinda?
Oh, I definitely know.
You just let me guess. You're not going to tell us till after the game.
He's going to make 2 8/8 and
Concede.
yeah.
That is rough. There was multiple minions in hand as well. There was what, 1, 2. Oh, no, okay. It was a one out of 3 in that scenario, right? Sorry, I thought there was 4, but there's only 3.
What can he fetch with Bob even? Yeah, multiple Nomelias. But he hasn't got the prize render anymore. He hasn't got an amalgam in the bin.
Good time to discover something.
You're going to have your own Kill Jade and fight that way.
Yeah, Demon Wars.
Yeah.
Okay, it's pretty clean actually. This is a nice turn, honestly.
My hand is full.
Yeah, let's just plan like Z at this point, or Z,
Yeah.
probably.
It's actually got a separate notebook for scenarios like this. Like, no, I need a whole separate book for this one. Hang on.
Just digs into the filing cabinet. I remember
Yeah.
now. It's filed away under U, but unlucky.
Pulls out the floppy disk, loads it up.
Yeah. I forgot the kids don't have like massive filing cabinets behind them like I do. It's just stuff written in them.
To be fair, there we go. Yeah, I was going to say, with the ship as well, it was just a bit too much. Katagami gonna take the win. And a huge victory there. We genuinely were behind this Warlock, right? Like, on paper, it should win. However, if you're only running the one Arch Druid, then, yeah, this can happen, right? If your opponent has rats or has ham or whatever, this is a problem that can happen. And as you mentioned early during that game, there was actually a moment where it was a guaranteed rat because there was only the Archdruid in hand, right? So there was a moment where that could have been a 100%er instead of, I think it was a 1 in 3 that ended up happening there to pull the Archdruid, from what I can recall. So yeah, unfortunate there for Maxiebon. Fantastic player, continues to play super well time and time again every time we see him. Not a surprise, but it's Katagami that's taking the victory there, and a huge congratulations, because that was probably one of the tougher lineups he's going to face all day.
Yeah, it's almost certainly aggro in the next round to some degree that he's going to be facing, so that'll be a totally different matchup for him. We will see Maxiebon at the World Championships. He has qualified. He chose to play this qualifier because why wouldn't you want to play a $50,000 Masters Tour? We don't talk about that enough. We talk about, it's the Masters event, the winner goes to Worlds, all that stuff. It's a big, big tournament. There haven't been many $50,000 tournaments in the history of Hearthstone. Not really that many. Not with only 16 players in. So
that's it.
He wants to be a part of that, and unfortunately, in some ways, we're not going to see him. But Katagami goes through, played well, understood that matchup in the first game with the Warrior very well, and we're going to see him have one more match to win to get into the Masters Tour.
Yeah, and that's where it gets interesting, isn't it? Where you distill this down, where the players playing in multiple Masters Tours, or if they're already qualified, went to compete in this, and so on, is, because these players as well are like the best in the world. When they go into a tournament, especially one with 16 players or a small number of players, they're kind of likely to win, or at least qualify or do well, or getting X amount of prize money, because these are legitimately the best players in the world. The qualification system kind of ensures that we are picking at least a very, very high percentage of them, because that's just the way it works, and we keep seeing the same players qualify for these things over and over again. When you mentioned it is effectively an open qualifying system, and there's a reason for that, so it's pretty exciting overall. That was just our first match, of course. Today we've got plenty more. We'll be covering all 3 regions. I believe we're going to be at least trying to jump into another match that I think may have already started by now. I believe the other quarters have actually started, so we'll see how that goes. But overall, Lorinda, are there any more sort of highlights from the Asia Pacific region? Any players that we should be keeping an eye on to see if they made it or not?
A quick look at my stuff. Again, today is a lot of information. Tika, who got multiple rank 1s with Control Priest earlier in the year, and Photon, who is just slightly unfairly treated, I think, by the community as player who does really well in the seasons that aren't important. But he's done really well in the season that is important this time around. He has been there before as well, but his reputation is sort of player who gets top 10 except when he needs to, but he's done it this time around. He's in that top 8. He's extremely tough regular on ladder, so looking forward to seeing how he gets on as well. So exciting. And just to touch back on what you said before, while we're just getting the next stuff ready, about these best players in the world playing these 50-60 player qualifiers. Again, the 3 players who went 6-0 yesterday were Maxiebon, Rekfam and McBanterface. And it's great to be able to show, like, these players have qualified for a system. Or in Maxiebon's case, he's not going to be in it, but he'll be in Worlds. And they are very, very good, and they're beating a lot of players.
Right. Yeah, that's it. It's just there's a reason we can say these names and we're just like nodding, because it's just, those are the names we see all the time, right? Because they continue to perform. So it's really exciting to see, as well as some newer names and some fresh names. So I do think there's some interesting combinations of players here, where we do see some regulars, but then we see some lesser known names. So it's pretty cool to see how this one's going to turn out. It does look like we are getting, at least trying to get to the next match. I'm just working out where we're going here and when. Again, this is a bit of a different style of broadcast now, because we do have multiple matches going on at the same time. We're jumping across regions as the day moves on as well. So if you are looking at some European players you're rooting for, or some Americas, that will be coming up today. And also, it's not just me and Lorinda. We have the crew with us. So we have Edelweiss, we have Sottle, and as you mentioned earlier, we do have Pocket Train as well join us, which I'm excited for, because for theory casting, you lot were casting with Pocket Train last time, or the time before, sorry, and I unfortunately had to miss out, so I've not actually cast with Pocket Train before. So I'm excited to maybe I'm not actually casting with him today either, thinking about the rotation. But still, I'm excited to sit and listen to Pocket Train cast because I couldn't watch the theory casting because I was busy. So yeah, it's pretty cool to have Pocket with us. It's always nice that we get to chat and hear from a player of such high caliber as well, right?
Think,
because we all know Pocket's insanely good at the game, and it's great to hear his side of it as opposed to just like maybe a pure caster side.
Yeah, and from a casting perspective as well, Pocket is he's not just good at Hearthstone, he's good at keeping up with all the other players, all the ranking systems, how things work. So it's not just going to be Pocket talking about how to play Warlock or something. He does understand everything about Hearthstone. He is actually just a knowledge base. So going to be very exciting to have him. But very exciting to see this matchup as well, Tika versus Neo. The winner will play Katagami for a spot in the Masters Tour. I might have said Worlds earlier, but I meant Masters Tour if I did. And this is a very different set of lineups.
Yeah, and again, look at the mix of classes, which is super nice. At least I really enjoy it, where we've got Rogue, Priest, Druid, Warlock against Rogue, Paladin, Demon Hunter, Hunter. Obviously, the Rogue and the Hunter are going to be banned out, as we can see here. But just overall, the variety of classes is pretty nice so far. Yes, as you mentioned, we're probably going to see Rogues fairly commonly throughout the rest of the day. However, this is a pretty good mix, and there's a lot going on. And what decks interest you here, Lorinda, out of all of these?
So I won't talk about the Rogue yet, because we are going to have all day to talk about that, and it's a very interesting deck. So the Owl Druid. I played 1100 games of the other Owl Druid, so the one without Elise, which was obviously better because I played it before the meta changed a little bit. But the Owl Druid is very powerful. It has enough early game to control aggro. It has enough late game to combo out with Elise and Owl and all the things that go with that. Lots of spell damage against control. Then there's the Protoss Priest, which is the Terror of the lower ranks, is what I want to say. I played against Shao T played it against me the other day on ladder, so it's not just a lower rank deck, and it's in the top 8 here. But it's a very different deck, one that a lot more people will be able to associate with, I think, than some of the other things we see. And the Quest Warlock, which I was lucky enough to have been sort of informed that this was likely to be played a lot in this tournament from playtest groups and stuff. But I think it might have caught a lot of people off guard how good this Quest Warlock is. It manufactures the Quest on turn 4 regularly.
We'll take a look at this as well, just to go slightly off topic but still on topic. In case we didn't mention it, because of how many matches we've got going on throughout the day, the players are sort of playing at the same time in certain instances, mainly the quarterfinals, which is the first round in each region. So here it looks like we're going to be jumping in potentially to game number 2. The Druid already having a win for Tika against the Rogue. So Rogue are taking a first loss, at least as far as we've seen on broadcast, already off camera, but it looks like it's going to be the Rogue once again against this Warlock. So pretty interesting here to see the Rogue maybe struggle, but I guess to be fair, it's not really too wrong to say, Lorinda, that maybe a lot of players are also just prepped against Rogue. You mentioned earlier about how hard is it to prep for, say, a Mill Warlock. You're on the other side of the spectrum here when we talk about prepping for Rogue, because it's probably the easiest class to practice against, because you could just play ladder if you really wanted to, right?
No, absolutely. The Rogue deck, of course, is very powerful. We haven't really talked about it, just talked about the Rogue deck because it wasn't in the first match. The short version: do as much as you can early on. Don't worry about it. Play a 9-drop on turn 6. Your 9 drops are Shaman, which
that's it.
Yeah, that's your plan, right? That's the basics of the plan. It's incredibly hard to execute well, and then you got to choose which 9-drop you want to drop. You play Shaman to spend 9 mana, getting 18 mana's worth of reduction on your opponent's cards, which is plenty no matter what the cards do. You got Firak, which might do anything on any given Sunday. Who knows? And Asura, which you just can play as an investment, which means all your other 9s and 8s in your deck are really cheap. And the card that brought this deck from very good to very, very good was Naralex. Now, it only works with Firak and Asura, but it lets you do it a whole turn earlier, because you get it out for 7. 7 plus 1, which is how much it costs to play your next dragon, is 8. And 8 is less than 9. real power
I've heard that is true.
analysis here. So you do get to do the whole thing a turn earlier than you used to be able to do.
But that's where I think where we are in the game right now, right? It's just like any edge at all is needed because the decks fight so aggressively for board a lot of the time. So getting basically to you a potential win condition, basically a whole turn quicker, especially as Rogue, which is generally what Rogue wants to do anyway, is a really big deal. So we'll see how it goes. There's a slight delay in just getting into this game, guys. We're doing the best we can here. This will no doubt smooth out throughout the rest of the day. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Tika, of course, being 1-0 up already puts him at a natural advantage, but there's a lot of aggression going on here with on Neo's side, which may end up punishing the decks like this Priest, like this Warlock, because although they have tools to fight it, sometimes you're just going to get aggroed down.
Yeah, the Hunter deck in particular, it's the deck that I love, even though it comes across as just a no-brain deck, which is the reserve spot, massive minion on 4, Bear Hunter. A lot of people will dub it hand buff Hunters, I guess is the more popular name for it, where you just play a couple of 9/9s on turn 4 on a regular basis, which, when you're trying to get through there with your 2/2 Protoss minions, good luck with that. But enjoy it. Enjoy facing 2 9/9s on turn 4.
Yeah, because you do that every game, I've heard, right?
No,
that's just every single game.
Mate. 9/9s are for noobs.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. You just perfect curve every game. I'm sure Sotter will back me up when he joins us on the desk soon.
He thinks I'm lucky just because I'm always higher ranked than he is or something. I don't know.
Oof. It's going to be great as well because Sottel's coming on next with me. So Lorinda will not be here to defend themselves. So I'm looking forward to that already.
It'll be great. To be fair to Sottel, he doesn't need me to not be there to defend myself to have a go. Like, he's proved that for many years. That's very true. The other two decks that we haven't talked about, the Drunk Paladin. Do we need to talk about Drunk Paladin? No, it's Drunk Paladin. Talked about it.
I guess the only question I guess I've got for you is, with obviously Quest Paladin being sort of popular in terms of just play rate, do you think Drunk Paladin's still the go-to?
No, I don't think it's as good as it was. The nerf made quite a large difference, giving you half as many things to do on turn 1 as you used to have. So the deck's still very powerful, but I think it is a lot more easy to deal with than it was. There's a lot more Ziliaxes taking down sea shanties, that sort of things now.
Right. Well, let's dive in.
Demon Hunter, which is really, really powerful.
Yeah, we did get into the game. Again, apologies about the slight delay here, but it is going to be Tika, of course, that 1-0 up. We've got the Warlock versus Rogue here. Looks like Neo has a good board control, but not a lot of follow-up here.
Yeah, this is rarer than you would think with this Rogue, where you've got no cards in hand and you're just hitting them. And oddly enough, and this is turn 5, he's got all this stuff. This is the bad start a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Because if this gets
winning on board
is
bad. Draw
a 9, you die.
Yeah.
Curious what the quest is on, but Solarium in hand, you quite often just rip Solarium and see where you end up. And see if it completes the quest for you.
Okay.
It does. Spoilers.
Okay.
Oh. Unlucky. Wait.
Doable.
He could get the tide pool played with the... no, he can't. Yeah, the reductions. That's why I said unlucky. No.
Yeah, most importantly, Rift comes down this turn, right? Which is all that matters. Then you can sacrifice one of these temp cards to the Rift and push out the board, which is huge because we can see there's not like too much going on in hand there for Neo. And once this portal gets going, it is very hard. You have to be in a good position to actually win out of this scenario because this portal is just so relentless.
Yeah, the reason I got excited there, had chat mana, was I thought that the tide pool might come down and get the portal in it, and then you've got 2 portals, which is even more ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I had chat mana. I had like 18 mana or something that turn. Not a bad card here for Neo. Should allow him to get one of the 9s. Is he going to take a 0 and trust? Like, next turn play a 0 and then just trust the deck? Or does he want the certainty of having a nice little 3-drop next turn to go with the 3 in his hand?
Oh, yeah, it's a little bit tricky, isn't it?
I'd go with a trust, personally. I don't
I'm trying
think
to
we
work
get
out.
there with some small stuff.
Yeah, do you just have to say it's going to work, right? Is that because at this stage in the game, you know you don't have time on your side because of the portal, right? Oh no, they're going to just put it all down, okay.
Yeah.
I'd just be scared of, like, does the portal not just beat them anyway?
It's weird. On 14, probably, but if you can get yourself a Zilliax and then stabilize for turn or two, and then you get an Asher Lane, steal half their deck and spam the board. Yeah, they're very good.
Yep, lethal regardless. Got the charge minion from the portal. Leroy and Soulfire. Oh, I feel like we're in, what, 2015, 2014?
Yeah.
This is Hearthstone gaming, and I love it. Tabika going 2-0 up. And you mentioned you had some secret, knowledge of this Warlock being a bring, or at least, being good enough. And although we didn't see the whole game there, we saw what the portal does, right? We saw the outcome of the quest. If you're maybe not used to seeing this, or if you've not had a chance to play with it, or see it on ladder, once that portal's down, once you've completed that quest, every single turn you're just making 2 annoying minions, and sometimes they have charge, right? Yep. Which really starts to stack up. And if your opponent doesn't have a way to quickly overpower you and win the game, or I guess have endless board summons, then yeah, that's gonna be it. That's pretty much how it goes.
Yeah, the thing that's not obvious when you first play it is how quickly you can do it. If you just say close your eyes, play Solarium, close your eyes, play one of your other 10 things. It helps a lot if you draw the locations early. If you don't, it can take a while. But you can regularly do it on turn 4. You can often do it on turn 5. If you get to turn 6, which is where the deck looks poor, is you fiddle around, you play some 1-drops and try and hit your opponent, and you don't do your quest till turn 6. That's actually bad. It's just not really that good. When that comes down on turn 4, turn 5, you're just making 4/4s every turn, and the weight of numbers get you. And against control, getting you down turn 4 or 5 means they never get to stabilize. Whereas again, if you get down turn 6 or 7 or 8, they can set up their own plans.
And it's a thing where if you look at the card and the reward and you go, okay, well, they'll run out of cards, right? If they're just burning cards to the portal. Not really, no. The deck's kind of built to do it. So it's actually, they have what feels like almost infinite, right, value. They can just, every single turn that's happening, no matter what. Obviously, Warlock has live tap as well, which naturally helps because then the summons have some, one has lifesteal. So it's a big deal. It's really difficult to deal with. And we saw the power of it there where Neo just couldn't quite have enough to get going. So this means, Lorinda, that we're just going to have Priest for Tabika versus the Rogue once again. And this Priest is, I don't really want to say it's a slower deck, right? But it is running Mothership. So how does this one normally go for you? Who do you have favoured in this one?
I think Rogue is favoured against nearly everything in the meta on its own as a standalone deck.
Okay, that's fair.
But what the Priest does, it has 2 windows of opportunity. It can just sometimes go 1, 2, 3, resurrect everything, you're dead long, right? It just does that. If it doesn't do that, or if you're somehow still alive, the person who's still alive gets sort of 3 turns of, all right, I'm in front, I've got an advantage, I'll try and kill you. And then it goes back to the Priest again, where they go Mothership, hallucinate the Mothership, I've got a load of stuff, that stuff will kill you because the pool is really small and it's all really dangerous.
Right.
Very, very soundbitey way of describing it, but hey, we've got a soundbitey amount of time.
Yeah, but most importantly, you're not wrong.
Really? I usually am.
Yeah, well, broken clock, right?
Yeah, that's right. Sorry. I was trying to pay attention to something that made no sense going on in our Discord. The other casters are just not helping anything right now.
They never help, it's okay.
I know.
Either Neo going to start looking for something powerful to do nice and early.
One of the most powerful cards in the Priest deck, and again, if you haven't played it, although everybody has, not immediately obvious, is the Fishing Rod. So, because it not only fetches out your fish, but it fetches out all the things that have been reduced with your Photos reduction when they hit 1 mana.
Mm-hmm.
And so taking the Viper there to deal with it if it's played, but if it's not played, you can just play it as a massive minion. Just a little take there for Neo. I think I'll jam it. Yeah.
Yeah, just have it on board, right? Just start helping to clear off any of these early threats. I'll be honest, I kind of forgot it had taunt as well, so yeah, definitely worth dropping down.
Yeah, his job was twofold, to kill the weapon or just to be a big thing. Bit of a weird hand for the rogue. I think we're going to go... Yeah, you've got two choices here. It's not immediately obvious. You can go Elise 4 into Taker 5, or you can go looking for your pirate, which is the most important card in the whole deck. The Sandbox Scoundrel. And if you miss, you feel slightly upset. And he's missed.
But there is a Space Rock Collector with Charge as an option.
Collecting the admission fees and charging too much.
Exactly. Now, is this ever the Fire Act just to get it, right? Just to have it available? No? Okay, it's going to go for the space.
Fire Act is so unpredictable. Fire Act when you're behind is always decent. Fire Act when you're miles ahead usually wins you the game. Fire Act in the middle quite often just draws you 7 cards, overdraws some stuff, blows up both boards and tells your opponent it's their turn. Like, so he decided he didn't want that to occur. But yeah, missing on the pirate there, you saw how long it took to take that discover. When you miss and you go that route, you are in trouble. Very hard to plan now. Opu really good against the Resuscitate later on because it destroys the Reborn minions.
Yeah.
If you get rid of the first half. But also, if you don't play your Elise now and start getting some stuff, you're going to die.
It's going to go for the 1. So like 2-1 Raptor with Rush and give attack. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's something, right? It's enough.
Yeah, just taking care of all this stuff does allow him the opportunity to potentially play double Observer next turn, unless Tika does, horrible things, which he might well do.
What is a loon's will?
And this is what we're calling a bad hand for me, or a mediocre hand at best. The Elise sort of saves it a bit. Where you haven't got your pirate, that is kind of the whole thing.
Annihilation commencing. Annihilation commencing.
Oh. Opu does have the keyword. You can just collect it and then play the Opu. It will activate the combo and clear the board. There we go. And now
yeah, really nice clear. And a ton of card draw going on there.
Yeah. Now you have played the Resuscitate, which will clear off some of this stuff for sure.
Yeah, and this is where things start getting a little bit scary. Once you start seeing the multiple waves of sentries, you start to think, oh no, this is just slightly slipping out of control. Although Tika is on 16 health, so not exactly super safe health-wise.
Yeah, this Mothership in hand though, Sasquatch in hand as well for another Resuscitate next turn. There's a lot going on. You can see that Tika is a little worried because use the Hallucinate, not going for the greedy Mothership Hallucinate. Just wants to get on with it.
Yeah, I think it's one of those ones, there's no point building a crazy set of Motherships if you're already dead, right? So just get them, get the ones you've got down, get some of that lifesteal cooking, and see what you can do after that.
Also, like when you miss on the Scoundrel, yes, you don't get to play your big 9s on turn 6, but you can play them on turn 9 still, and we're getting there. So using his chance right now to get there before Neo starts dropping those 9 drops. But through the day, you will see the massive difference when Sandbox Scoundrels played on 4 or 5 compared to this. Neo's not even managed to generate a coin from a weapon or anything to be able to get these down early in this game either. You're too busy defending. Did have the option this turn to get the weapon down, generate a coin, so he's got Ziliax next turn, but deemed it too slow. He's actually trying to just win the game. And he might have, you know.
It's a little bit awkward, isn't it?
Yeah.
Annihilation commencing.
Okay.
That's a lot of removal.
Yeah,
Now
the rush on these
right?
minions is really pretty nice, but the freeze onto the lifesteal is very frustrating, I imagine, here for Tika.
Yeah. As is the bit where the Oku will clear your board if you do things in the wrong order.
Yes, 100%. Okay, can Neo find 9 damage?
Unlikely. One of the frustrating parts when I started doing this, apart from Firak, with the rogue deck, is there's very little direct damage in the deck. You do tend to just make overwhelming board after overwhelming board after overwhelming board and win that way. Things start getting exciting for Tika next turn as well with the mothership.
Oh, 100%. And that cheap as well now it's not even that much of a commitment to play it, is it, right? It's not like a desperation mothership or anything like that. So Neo's just going to try and just spam some secrets out just to try and defend against any shenanigans from Tika.
Yeah. Yeah, the shenanigan levels will be high quite often next turn, so good time to do this. And again, it's not his ideal, it's not his preferred play. He's still over 2 9-drops in his hand, and he's going to have to play on turn 9. That's not where you want to be.
Yeah.
But opponent on 7 helps somewhat.
Another sentry. Yeah.
Oh, so what we want to do here is work the turn out so we can heal for 10.
Yes, I was just going to suggest that because of the Chilling Volgilin, that we've got the ability to switch the power.
Yeah. And you don't mind the mothership dying, even though it's a large taunt, because it gives you more good stuff to do good things with.
Yeah, also has the Void Ray to play into stuff now if required. To eat a secret.
Yeah. The next problem is you don't want... I can't tell if that is another mage. Oh, nice work. Thank you very much for showing us that was a mage. So I was going to say you don't want to play into into rat, whatever it is, the 6/6 rat.
Yeah.
But maybe it is a hunter. We'll never know.
Annihilation commencing.
Does have Dark Templar as well, though. It looks like the switch won't go for that.
Decides he doesn't need the health. Couldn't take 10 last turn. Thinks he can't this turn. I mean, Firak could. Especially if everyone saw Banterface's last turn yesterday. But no, this is looking very bad for Neo now. Nothing exciting to do. Obviously, Ziliax prolongs things for a while. This mothership.
Yeah, location helps a little bit as well.
Yep.
But maybe not enough. Gonna go for Dubious.
For stuff.
Oh.
You're
hey,
late.
Pirates. Yeah, where have you been?
Very late. You can do a remarkable amount of stuff this time. Just because of whether any of it's actually any good.
Yeah, I'm trying to sort of work out what the end state looks like here for Neo, and I'm not a rogue expert, but it doesn't fill me with tons of confidence.
I feel like the 10-10 is still going to just hit you in the face a lot of the time.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound great. And then there's a Vol'jin, which hits you in the face for 10 more. Which is a good reason not to have switched it last turn, by the way, when I would have. Please don't kill me. I'm just going to keep making secrets. Go away. Attack somebody else. So, with the 8 from the secret, need to do 31 for guaranteed lethal here. I can see 29.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Cool.
Yeah, it can attack and switch, but again, maybe not needed if it's not lethal, right? Could hold the Vol'jin even longer.
Yeah, need to find out if it is barrier, because if it's not barrier, it's just over. Like, you just hit them with 2 10-10s because you switch to the Vol'jin. But yeah.
True.
So you do want to at least find a way to check that without giving the game away, I think.
Yeah, I'm surprised the weapon swing hasn't happened.
I'm guessing that the other one's a hunter secret and he's scared of explosive.
Oh, sure. Oh, there we go.
And it's 3-0 to Tika.
Yeah, got to be very, very happy with that result. Being able to get the victory there. Very clean game as well. They did get rushed down a little bit, but obviously the sort of wall came up with that mothership. Good play there from Tika. I think good restraint as well on the Vol'jin, because they could have played it earlier and it wouldn't. None of us would have said it was bad or anything. But I think holding it until the situation actually made the win happen, as opposed to saying this will heal me, but now my taunt's smaller, so I could potentially take more damage. I think that was a really good middle ground that gave him the most options with Vol'jin, as opposed to just doing the play that's like, I want heal now, right? If he felt relatively safe, it was good enough. And Tika, I mean, you can't ask for much more than that. First match of the day, 3-0, moves on to the top 4.
3-0 against Rogue as well, which will fill him full of confidence. We saw Neo's hand in that third one in particular was one of the least productive Rogue hands available. Well, anything without Scoundrel is. Did have the Elise as a backup plan, which sometimes helps, but yeah, things didn't work out well for Neo there. But Tika, one match away from going to the Masters Tour. And nice to see the switch up, right? Tika, again, we always talk about the control priest or that. This isn't a control priest, this is a hit you in the head priest.
Yeah, it looks like it's a slow late game when you look at, they've got the motherships, they do, and then you look at the rest of the list and go, oh. And then you just get slapped pretty hard. So yeah, can definitely be a little bit dangerous, but huge congratulations there to Tika. An unfortunate one for Neo, obviously not the best, especially getting swept on Rogue must not feel great, but I still think a fantastic effort to make it this far. This is by no means an easy feat for players to get here. There's only 8 players per per regional tournament that we're going through today. They qualified through a difficult Swiss yesterday. They then had to already qualify to get to that Swiss as well, so they've already done a ton of work. Really, high performance Hearthstone players here, but some days it's just not your day and it's not going to work out. But yeah, Tika taking the victory there. I think we are going to find out. Did we get told where we're going? Hang on, let me check.
I imagine I'm going pretty soon.
Nope, you've got to stay for all 18 hours, Lorinda. I think we agree.
I'm enjoying myself. Let's do that. I'll just do it on my own.
It's possible. Okay, so we are just getting the next matchup ready, so we'll see where we're going there. But overall, how are you feeling so far? Have these matchups gone as expected?
No, I thought Maxi was going to win. Don't mind admitting that. But in terms of what we're seeing, how things are playing out, you can't predict the results. Otherwise, why would you play the tournament to say, well, he won then? But the actual way it's going is going pretty much how I thought it would with the layout of everything, but seeing Rogue get swept is against what I was expecting. Rogue does struggle a little bit in the early game, so if it's going to get swept, I'll put it against those 3 decks. But yeah, if Rogue has that going on too often today, it's going to be a tough day for a lot of players.
Yeah, I'm very interested to. I mean, you'll know because you'll be with me on this, but we're very interested to see how the metagame shakes out in terms of deck and class performance, because it's the best of the best playing against the best of the best, right? So we'll get to see what those numbers really looks like. It looks like we are just going to go to a quick break while we set up the next match and maybe reel Sottle in to replace Lorinda. So great job so far, Lorinda. We're going to go to that quick break and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone Masters Tour Summer Playoffs. Hello everyone and welcome back. Sottle is now joining me to continue on through the rest of the APAC region. Well, maybe not the rest of it, but the next match or so at least. Sottle, welcome. I knew you were avidly watching the first few matches on stream. How's it been going for you so far?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been pretty much the start we expected from APAC. Maybe not results-wise. As Lorinda mentioned, perhaps Maxi would have gone on to that series favourite, but I have to say from my perspective, I think Katagami played it super well. Yeah, a couple of fortunate breaks, hitting those disruption methods that you kind of need against Maxi's lineup, but played to his outs to execute those wins as best as you possibly can. And then just a little bit of destruction of the aggro lineups running into each other. Perhaps, not quite expecting to see Rogue fall to the wayside, because Rogue, interestingly in this tournament, it's in that rare spot where it's incredibly high bring rate. It's the most popular deck, but it's also right up there in win rate as well, which is not something that you always see. A lot of the time, the most popular deck is the deck that everyone else has also planned for, because generally people's reads on tournaments are quite good. The most popular deck is pretty obviously going to be the most popular deck a lot of the time. So they plan for it, and that kind of nerfs the win rate. But Rogue is actually in a pretty good spot on raw win rate overall as well. There's a few other decks that beat it in adjusted win rate, but it's doing very, very well in the tournament on top of that. But it's nice kicking things off with APAC, because I do think, like when we used to do Grandmasters, obviously we would do things in this order. It makes the most sense. It's what the time zones dictate. But it does kick the day off with this real, unexpected, unpredictable situation where sometimes the deck lists are a bit different. We'll talk a little bit of that in this series that we're going into, depending on where we are in the series exactly. Okay, the Rogue has already won from Lucky Folks, so maybe not. But there's always a little bit of lineup spice in APAC.
Oh, yeah.
And I think they're a little more unpredictable.
There's no fear.
There's no fear, and I think there are highs and lows in terms of the consistency of play that you see as well from the APAC region. Some of the very, very best players in the world over the last few years have come out of APAC, but I think they're a little susceptible to a throw or two in the APAC region as well, which is always nice to see sometimes. So, yeah, looking forward to sinking my teeth into a little bit more APAC action.
Well, as you can see, we do have Maxiebon versus Lucky Dog coming up. We do have Lucky Dog currently 2-0 up in this series, if this is to be believed here, with Paladin and Rogue already having victories on there, whereas Maxiebon has a bit of an uphill climb. Just checking out, I'll be honest, I had to take a break as well. So just checking out, what can you tell me about this priest? Like, how is Lucky Dog doing with this priest versus potentially the whole lineup of Maxiebon?
Yeah, again, this is one of the things that I was going to pick up on, because this is the kind of aggro Menagerie Imbue priest as opposed to the Protoss priest that we're seeing be the aggro deck of choice for priest from most other people. Much more aggressive, much more all-in on the aggro strategy. Does not have a mothership to jam at the end of the game and start generating infinite resources that way, or these big combo kills.
Curves out at 3.
Curves out at 3 with a Ziliax on top.
Yeah, with a Ziliax, sorry. Yeah.
A little bit ugly, but yeah, I'm sure people who've played a lot of Hearthstone over the last couple of metas will be quite familiar with this deck. It's been slimmed down even further now because of Menagerie Jug issues being thrown in there as well. So this is an incredibly fast and aggressive deck being thrown out here from Lucky Dog.
Yeah, it's going to be going up against this Demon Hunter.
Based on all evidence that we can face, literally a dog.
Yeah. And 2-0, so maybe quite lucky as well. Who knows?
True.
So the mystery's coming together. Here, though, is going up against this Demon Hunter who does have an ability to deal with aggressive openings from other decks, right? Because there's a lot of... There's the weapon and the natural Demon Hunter attacks anyway, but also a lot of these sort of early game tools that they've got now can be aggressive and used in defensive manners in the same way.
Yeah, this whole 2 damage package that came with this expansion for Demon Hunter never quite created the deck on its own that maybe possibly was the design goal. I can't really speak for that stuff without being a part of the process, but has slipped in quite nicely into existing deck. Aggro Priest plays some of it. The Cliff Dive Demon Hunter, as we're seeing here, plays some of it. Just some decent utility cards to fill out some of those early turns.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like, the quest never really got going, but the cards are kind of just good anyway. So, yeah, it worked out pretty well. Lucky Dog going to drop the Ziliax, give it the Divine Shield as well. And this could accelerate things. Oh, Blob of Tar being picked up, though, is pretty clutch.
Yeah, Blob of Tar, a utility card that's being found in quite a few decks in the meta right now. I think this is one of the strongest decks for it. Not only because it does create that stall for you to be able to get to your power turns with the Cliff Dive and Fell Hunters and so on later on, but also if you do start getting that Blob of Tar Ravenous Fell Hunter chain running, then oh my goodness, Qualifier the Artist can come into play later on, and you have an impossible to remove board that just continues to recurse over and over again. Yeah. Loads of death rattling 1-2s all over the place, and then you hit whatever. You hit Green Rag with the Qualifier, and suddenly you're just OTKing your opponent.
Yeah, it is just a nightmare to deal with, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's just one of those minions where you just hope you don't have to look at it. Could just choose to pass here and not, because they've not played they didn't play a spell, right? Yeah. So they're going to choose to pass, play around, counter spell, because they know it's going away anyway, because it's just a temporary one. So
yeah,
I
smart
like that. Keep hold
ordering
of this.
on the attacks that they did make, though, because they really had to make sure that that poisonous attack was 100% free to go into the Ziliax on the other side. So nice ordering from Max Chen on the turn as well.
Lucky Dog's starting to run out of juice. I was just going to say, yeah. And honestly, especially being 2-0 up, I respect it, right? Because the game was not going well. The Ziliax push was answered perfectly, actually, by Max Chen. What's the point? Why hang on for another 4, 5 maybe turns? Try and buy time. You've got 2 more goes. Just get into the next game and go, right? Especially if you win this, which Lucky Dog is still in a very good position to win the match. You've got more matches to play, right? So just move on. So I really respect that from Lucky Dog. But Max Chen getting a point on the board with a pretty good pickup there from the with that tar. Kind of perfect timing, actually.
And it's about knowing your deck and knowing your lineup, right? Like Lucky Dog, as we mentioned, is playing this curve out at 3 plus a Ziliax Imbue Priest. If you're forced off board behind, recursive poisonous taunts by turn 5, yeah, that's not a game that you're going to win. So just prevent the mental damage, move on, keep a cool head, and stop playing a game of Hearthstone you can't win and start playing a game of Hearthstone you can win. That is maximizing win rate in that situation. So yeah, I feel
exactly. And looking at the 2 other decks that Max Chen has left, and now we've got a bit of a sample of the priest there. I feel like Demon Hunter was well equipped to deal with that priest, right? It has the tools to do what we just saw it do. How does the rogue and mage fare against this priest, do you think?
Well, so this is the other degree of lineup spice that I was going to talk about where it came to the rogues, whereas Max Chen's rogue is not the Fire Act rogue that we're seeing from the majority of players, nor is it the Starship rogue, which I believe is the second most popular choice. It's actually the weird, Protoss Sonya OTK rogue, which...
Classic.
OTK. Sonya Protoss combo rogue, which was one of the first decks post-StarCraft that kind of fit into the package when Sonya was already running wild at the time. You try and get these Templars, and through Sandbox Scoundrel usage and other tools, you try and get them down to exactly 1, so you can then combo them with Sonya. And then you're doing similar things to what Protoss Priest does, with generating 6 or 8 minions off motherships, hoping you're hitting multiple Templars and activating these big swing turns that way to get over the line. You're doing that with Rogue instead, where you actually just get to put the Templars in your deck to begin with. So it's a deck that we are not really seeing a great deal of. Like I said, it's probably the 3rd most popular Rogue deck in this tournament. So just giving a long explanation of exactly what the deck does and why it's so unusual, you may have noticed, was a very useful way of dodging the answer to your question as to how it does in these matchups, because who knows, Raven?
So Saul, how does it do in the match?
Yeah. So, generally, I will answer the question. Generally, I think I would rather have the tools available to the Firac Rogue overall, by which I mean Firac in general. Firac is such a scammy card when you come up against these board generation decks on the other side, like Snowball buff decks that want to play a 1-drop, 2-drop, buff them up, keep going. Sometimes that gets so far out of control that just mini Scoundrel into Firac is the only way to dig yourself out of that. Obviously, with this version of the deck, if you do start going Scoundrel, Sonya, Templar, that will do the same thing, but it's a lot of extra steps as opposed to just play Firac, right? That's why I would consider it probably a little less consistent against this kind of deck that he's up against.
Not bad with the Viper pickup. Has something nice and early to start fighting with that board, especially with the Reborn ability on it. Lucky Dog, though, is going to start utilising this coin, get out a Customs Enforcer. And that's going to really create some problems.
It is, yeah. Well, what was the gift on the Viper? I was too busy yapping to pay
It's the, Reborn comes back with health and enchantments.
So, really big deal, and then it can't actually be played.
Yeah, that would have been sick. If the Viper came down, that is a very good tool against Lucky Dog. But, yeah, really good play there. Dubious Purchase does get rid of it, which helps.
Yeah, it's a good shot for sure. Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say, pretty good as well. Yeah.
My eyes always light up at mega acolytes, like acolytes with reborn or buffed health or whatever that you get from those. But yeah, I think the Relentless was just too good to turn down here.
Now Lucky Dog getting some value, just trying to keep control of the board. Does, of course, activate the zero-cost hero power. Get the halos down. Because that's what you've got to do, right? When you don't get the really, you stick an aggro board early and you just keep going wider and wider, you have to protect these minions because it's all you've got at this point. And as we can see, it's not like there's tons of card draw available for Lucky Dog here. It really is just throw it on the board and go. And I imagine the plan is, especially after seeing Dubious, is have these two minions clear whatever Maxiebon plays and just drop Ziliax and say, let's go.
Yeah, not a deck packed full of card draw. Really, your only resource generation, your ability to keep going, comes from getting a couple of those imbues down with Lunar Wing Messenger. Then you can at least keep discovering cards. But really, the deck is still at its best when you're using that as a tool to pick up cheap aggro minions and efficient burn on top of your boards that are snowballing, as opposed to trying to use it as a value generation tool. And bam!
Concede?
Get Templar.
Question mark?
It's a great question, right? So here's the other side of that, because like that Ziliax coming down and getting sniped instantly by the Templar, that's kind of the niche outcome with this deck, where ideally what the Priest wants to do with most hands is to have 2 or 3 minions on board and be, buffing wide and pushing, at which point a Templar will do nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, if it does tunnel down to just one Ziliax, then this choice of having the Templars in the deck has paid out brilliantly for Maxiebon. Because Fire Act was not going to be doing anything there. The Templar was the perfect card required to pick up another quick win and go back to 2-2 in the series.
Yeah, 100%, because as we saw, the defensive play the turn before from Lucky Dog was to, okay, Divine Shield, everything's healed, there's no board. But because Maxiebon could clear those two even through the shield, that was perfect, because then you can afford to just play Templar Pass, right? Whereas if there was no board, or if there was still a board from Lucky Dog pushing damage, yes, you still probably Templar the Ziliax on that turn, but you're taking damage again, right? And then you keep playing because you've got things that can keep rolling. But just what's happened both games now is the board early game gets taken away from Lucky Dog, and with this Priest, as you mentioned, outside of exactly having the imbue start sort of thing, there's not really anything else you can do, right? Yes, you are going to lose. We could see as well that Maxiebon had Shadow Step for the Templar if needed, which could have helped out as well if things did continue. There were still other options in his hand as well. So yeah, another rough one there for Lucky Dog. And all I'm hoping, and I think the concedes are a sign of this, I'm just hoping Lucky Dog keeps a level head, right? Next game, just moves on. And I think people might think the concedes could be like a like rage quit or whatever, but I genuinely believe those are just sensible things to do in this game.
Yeah, it is a little weird. Like, I get what you're saying. It's a thing that people would characterize as like a rage quit, right? And then you're saying, well, it's actually a sign of a level head. But I do agree with you. There is very little point in continuing to bash your head against those games for no reason. I was just taking a look at his overall record through the Swiss, broken down by the classes, and the Priest has been his worst performing deck, but not by a large margin. It's 4-4, so it has now gone to negative win rate in the tournament based on these 2 losses that we've just seen. But yeah, he's gone 5-2 with Hunter, 6-4 with Paladin, 2-1 with Rogue, 4-4 with Priest. So the Priest has been a little bit of a sticking point. Did pick up a ban in one series as well, though, which helps the adjusted win rate a little bit. But yeah, it does seem like the Priest has been the little sticking point so far from what we've seen. So maybe there is a little bit of frustration starting to build up in the deck, because that is the 5th and 6th loss that he has picked up now over the course of the tournament.
And I'm just glancing at the Mage list here for Maxiebon, and funnily enough, Maxiebon has lost 2 games this series, as you can see there. Sorry, I did the wrong way. That way with the Mage. I fail this every time. Every single time I fail. But you can see both players now have double losses on this one class, so now someone's going to have to win. But just looking at the Mage list, there's a lot of removal in this list, but also you do get hands where you draw the big stuff, right? And you can't quite get to it cleanly. So even though if you just looked at the deck list, you'd be like, oh, well, there's loads of removal. Surely the Mage can do well here. There's a decent chance that one, you might not have the time to play enough removal to clear boards. And also there are some awkward pickups here. Even just getting some of the sort of 5-drops, maybe the Relic, a late Yogg, and even just some other stuff, like even playing Tide Pools there might not be time for in this kind of matchup, so it can be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, there's a third type of hand in there as well. Like sometimes you don't draw the removal, and yes, sometimes you do draw the big stuff, but sometimes you draw the hand that lets you turbo out all of the big stuff for free incredibly quickly with the Crest Reward, and that will often overwhelm a aggro deck very quickly as well. So that Tide Pools pickup is well on the way to be able to make that kind of thing happen.
Yeah, and you even see here reminds me of the old days, sort of, when we talk about you don't need to play the quest turn 1 if you've got something more important to do. If you're not progressing the quest, it's fine. So
I know, I do miss that. I miss that a little bit. It happens a little bit with Warlock, but I do feel like there's a little less variation with quest timing in this quest meta than there has been in previous ones.
I think it's because more, and then, now correct me if I'm wrong here, I feel like more of the quests this expansion can be like turboed. You know, like you can start ticking them straight away, whereas that didn't feel like the case that often in like earlier iterations of quests.
Yeah, it's kind of a trickle down effect, right? Because less of the quests say like win the game on them, therefore the rewards are easier to complete, therefore you can do them faster, therefore you play them on one and just turbo them out. Like it does make sense, but I do enjoy the little tricksy plays where you're keeping a quest to not play it until turn 5 and that ends up being correct a lot of the time. That was fun.
Yeah, look, hey, we're getting there. Turn 3 now, minimum.
And I think turn 3 is going to be Tide Pools and not the quest.
Yeah.
So.
And turn 4's going to be just
turn
wait,
4 this actually could be Tide Pools on 3, spot the difference on 4, unironically.
Yep. The thing is, I'm laughing and wasn't really joking though, because it just seems correct. Because all that matters is Max Chen clears the board. Like, that's all that really matters. The quest is not needed to win this matchup. It's not one of the control matchups. It's not one of the ones where you need tons and tons of value. You just need enough to just stop your opponent running away with the game.
But just to follow up on that, the quest isn't required with this hand. I think that's what makes this so important.
Sure.
Because if you were just going to say you don't need the quest, you toss the quest, right? Like that's the other thing that we're not really seeing in this metagame is mulling the quest away. Max Chen kept it and is absolutely right to do so. I think the genius here is spotting that this hand had such a perfect curve to just do stuff, play minions, pick apart a board every single turn, that he's like, okay, quest, you can just sit on standby for a little bit. I've got this. I'll tag you in if I need you.
Yeah, I'll give you a call. I'll shoot you a text or something. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Here, though, this is big, though, because when you're in this, or at least in my experience, when you're the priest in this scenario and you're getting sort of pushed back, having the imbue is huge. It easily the difference between winning and losing the game, because now you can at least do something every turn, like something at least semi-relevant.
Oh, yeah. We're still cooking. No quest in sight.
I'm just going to use it for spell burst on this deep space. Oh, okay.
No fantastic options. Way too many Battlecry minions there for it really to have been a super effective spot the difference. Sounded like I was writing a Yelp review for a children's comic book there for a second.
Yeah, 2 stars. Too many battle cries.
2 stars. One of the pictures had 3 heads and 7 feet. The spot the difference was incredibly easy.
Okay, yeah, just throw it out. This is what I was talking about with the imbue, right? Just being able to just keep throwing stuff out, keep options in hand. And this is much better looking for Lucky Dog. Now, this does not mean he's going to win the game, but this, from the past 2 games we just saw, this is actually a game of Hearthstone. I don't think we're going to see an early concede. Could be time for the quest, because nothing really adds up to 5 too well.
Apart from 1+4. which does a nice old job. Damn, just hitting battle cries. Kind of disgusting.
Sing-along, not bad here. It's alright, isn't it? It's like a sort of ish a threat and has decent health.
I mean, I feel like if my opponent's best play involves activating that sing-along buddy, I'm probably feeling okay.
What if it's lethal?
From here, then I would just stand and applaud.
Yeah, I'd be like, you know what, fair enough. Concede. This is getting a little bit tricky for Lucky Dog because the board is kind of equal on both sides. Well, not now, of course, but you know what I mean. It's sort of equal on both sides, so you have to make those weird decisions of, do I just push face? I have Acupuncture in hand. Like, is that something you need to look at? Is this where you want to start trading? Because there's Ziliax in hand. And then you've got to work out everything you can potentially discover from your hero power as well. Okay, getting rid of the poison, I'm 100% on board with. Because that, again, is a very large problem for playing Ziliax. Okay, went for the middle ground. Okay, that dragon's kind of a mothership. I'll just get the card drawn out. This is very, very nice. Okay, nothing mind-blowing, but, you know, the armor's okay. Seabreeze Chalice, not bad. Unfortunately, doesn't have the mana for the hero power now.
Yeah, nothing too spectacular, but I think anything you pick up to 0 is at least worth considering.
The awkward part is the freeze. Because there's the one thing you probably play in freeze, you can't because it's untargetable. And you don't really want to freeze these. Okay, armor gain though, not bad. But this for sure looks like a Ziliax turn to me. No. Okay, just choosing to go wide instead.
Who needs healing? I have healing. Oh, pull out. Sorry.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. It's a lot of stuff for a much more efficient amount of mana than playing the Ziliax. Also, you know your opponent does have the buy one get one freeze option in their deck, which is extremely painful against the Ziliax.
Yeah. It's definitely good, but you had to make that decision before you realized you were going to get 2 minions for 1, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I just think the Ziliax is a fairly dangerous card in general in this matchup.
Sure. Gonna kick it off with Glyph. Malfunction, fantastic. God, this 2-5 puts in work, doesn't it? Like, this board would already be gone if this 2-5 didn't exist. Malfunction coming down. Gonna start potentially tidying up some of this. Okay. Not too bad at all. Good damage control here from Max Chen. Gets the armor as well from the shield battery. And it is moving up to Yogg in the Box next turn. And if there's ever a time to do it, do the Yogg in the Box. It's every time on curve.
It's pretty much any turn it's available.
Anytime it's green, play it.
Now you see the buy one get one being used. Feels a little more confident in dropping the Ziliax. Ooh. Malfunction is an interesting pickup, though.
Is it more interesting than a Yogg in the box?
With only one chalice remaining, probably not. If you still had a fully stocked chalice, maybe we could talk. But yeah, I think you got to rip the Yogg.
Yeah, I like it. Yogg, take the wheel. What's ever gone wrong when someone's played Yogg? Let's be honest.
Okay, well, that's a dream at a bare minimum. Plate spot.
That's something I've not noticed before.
Yeah, okay, fine.
That when that goes off, it doesn't show you corpses because you've not got it in hand, right?
You haven't had it in hand, yeah.
Yeah, I've actually just never noticed that, and I played a good chunk of this mage, just never really come up. Oh, and there we go, yeah, just not going to be enough. Knows all the values there for Maxiebon, and I'll be honest, Saul, I did not expect this outcome. I really thought the Priest with 3 goes was going to make it, but I just think Maxiebon obviously had maybe the better end of the stick in some of these games, but also just played super solid. I think especially that last game, navigating the Mage versus Priest, I think was done really well. We talked about the quest, keeping hold of it. We talked about just, you know, certain turns where there were options, but I think unlucky for... Okay, I trust what I said. Unlucky for Lucky Dog, but I think Maxiebon just had just a good handle on dealing with the Priest aggro, and it paid off massively.
Yeah, it does mean that if I had the stats correct previously, that the Priest ends up 4 and 7 in the tournament for Lucky Dog. So, you know, maybe we'll look back on that and have some questions about it as a choice. I do think the idea of just going full aggro and full aggro in a way that people aren't necessarily planning for, it's a strategy that I do try and think about a lot is, you know, okay, well, I think the aggro strategy might be quite good, but the aggro strategy that people will expect will be like Protoss, Priest, Drunk, Paladin, something like that, right? Whereas Lucky Dog has gone, okay, aggro strat, but it's imbue Priest and just straight up aggro Paladin instead, right? Like absolutely go even faster, go under the other aggro decks, find that next level beyond where it comes to lineup building. And let's not forget, because if you are joining the broadcast at this point, you might be watching players lose and go, wow, what a bad decision. Like, why did they bring that lineup? They've already got through a massive field to get to this point. They were top 8 in a giant field of Swiss to get to this position. So, you know, the aggro strat worked out pretty well. It worked out pretty well across APAC in general. It's just, I think, in the end, Maxiebon just had a little bit too much sauce for Lucky Dog to be able to deal with.
Yeah, even though this is a one-day broadcast, think of all the players here think of it as we're just casting like multiple top cuts of Swiss, like from an MT, because that's effectively what it is. Or from older versions of MTs, I guess, because that's effectively what it is. And so all these players to even get to today have done extremely well so far. It looks like we are getting ready to get into our next matchup, Sottle, which is going to be the last quarterfinal of the Asia Pacific region, which is Photon versus BansheesDog. Photon currently 2-0 up with wins on the Druid and Demon Hunter with, guess what, a Priest left over. And then BansheesDog has the Rogue, Paladin and Hunter left. I'll be honest, I cannot recall exactly which Priest this is, so I'm going to double check. It is the Mothership. Okay, it is the Mothership Priest that Photon has left. And I think this deck's a good bring. It feels strong, and it feels strong in multiple different types of matchups as well. I'm not sure if you've played much of this Priest or if you like it or not, but this is the Priest I think I would bring because it just feels the most stable and the most flexible at the same time.
I played it very early on. I played it again a little bit in testing for this tournament. When the new expansion was released, the idea of 1, 2, 3 into res just immediately looked powerful to me. I think a lot of people got caught up in the idea of like, okay, what 1 drop do you res? What 2 drop do you res? What 3 drop do you res? And my answer was always, I don't care. Like they all have reborn. Like anything, pick a minion and give it reborn. It's good. Yeah. But Priest is this version of Protoss Priest does perfectly fit that bill because your 1 drop is an overstatted 3/3 with Rush. Your 2 drop is the key card in your deck that you want to play a million copies of in order to discount all your stuff.
And has lifesteal.
And your 3 drop either has Charge or Rush and Divine Shield. So if you res those 3 things and give them reborn over and over again, like, you are in business. And then you throw that in there with Sasquatch, so you can play the res multiple times on consecutive turns if you wait until 6. The best hands with this priest deck do tend to feel pretty unbeatable, but there is a large degree of variance between the good hands and the bad hands, I think, overall.
Well, I'm going to be seeing it against this row coming up as we get into game 3. He's going to hold on to the catch of the day. Not going to throw that out yet. Does have Power Word Shield to pair it with next turn, make it a little bit more stable. Just really wants to stick this to the board, right, and just pile the pressure on and not let the rogue just get away with having a lot of board-based freedom. Coin into Metal Detector going to be nice to clean this up, though.
Yep, always a great start. I think if you have Metal Detector Scoundrel against most aggro decks, that is kind of the dream start. That's what you're looking for. Stop the board snowballing and also make sure you have your spike turns available. That is kind of the dream. Do you see Web of Deception actually in the deck for BansheesDog? Kind of signaling this is a little bit of a, let's say, older build. I think most people have moved on past the Web of Deception. Web of Deception, another card I'm actually a huge fan of. I think just getting a 4/4 in play early is being underrated by quite a lot of people. But even I am playing the new deck that we've seen with the extra dragon cheating and the Acera these days. But BansheesDog sticking out with the older version.
Yeah, and that's what's always interesting is when the meta shifts and then you go, I'll just say slightly faster, that can be the difference, right? If people aren't prepared for it, like that can make a huge impact. We normally see decks historically kind of, they get slower and slower and slower until someone goes fast again, right? And then it changes again in that sort of cycle. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes going forward. Yeah, stacking those coins is going to be nice. Give a lot of freedom in the next few turns for BansheesDog. And this feels right, doesn't it? It's like not maybe the best turn, but it spends the awkward part of the mana you need to spend on these pirates, right? Normally, you just want to get that one out, and then the rest will follow. Oh, they're going in. Okay, I didn't know they were going to go this in. Fair enough. This is better than I thought. Okay, they're not. Never mind. I thought they were going to go harder. Okay, so Photon does have a little bit of a frustrating turn because the Neophyte, but he's able to at least get rid of the pirate. Does have weapon as well if he wants to go a little bit slower. The real fear from Photon now is how they set up, knowing that there's the zero cost pirate in hand and knowing that, you know, shenanigans can happen. He's going to go for the weapon equip. Pull out the catch of the day. Has the Power Word Shield as well to make some value trades. And this is about as good as this turn was ever going to get because they know that it's likely something's happening this turn, right? So you may as well just put as much on the board as possible and hope for the best. But here comes the Scoundrel.
So the thing is, when your opponent does Scoundrel Step Mini like that, going into a 5-mana turn, you know almost exactly what's going to happen because the only reason you do that is to be able to go coin 0-mana Scoundrel, and then if you're keeping track of all this maths, that means that you have 6 mana to play a discounted 9-drop. The difficulty is knowing which 9-drop is going to be coming. That is simplified a little bit by the fact that Acera is not in BansheesDog list, so you just kind of had to set up against Ziliak and Fireack, which kind of involved the same thing. Just make as big a board as you can to try and resist. He didn't really make a board that would be resistant to Ziliax, but you know, Fireack is way too high variance to really be making too many plans against. So you just kind of have to load out the board.
Yeah, you just have to sort of weather the storm, right, with the Fire Axe. Here, though, the Fire Axe and the Ziliax hitting the board is kind of rough. This is pretty hard to deal with.
Double hallucination off the fortunes does create a few possibilities here, at the very least.
Yeah, what about triple hallucination?
Annihilation commencing. Annihilation commencing. Annihilation.
Get 3, right? Yeah. Clears up the big stuff.
It's honestly about as good as that was going to get. Yes, now Photon's going to have to get something done with Thrive probably next turn and try and progress from there, but he isn't just dead, which was a potential outcome from that turn from BansheesDog, right?
It was a potential outcome from the Fire Axe, so if
Yeah,
anything,
true.
you've lasted 2 extra turns. This is just pure upside.
Yeah, we could call it Photon Cat versus BansheesDog, right? Cat with nine lives going on here.
I think you're stretching a little bit there.
It is not the worst thing I've said, Sol, let's be honest.
No,
that was at least fairly relevant.
Damn, gets the Ziliax off the res potion from the mixologist. Okay.
It just keeps generating Ziliax. Yeah, that's going to be quite strong against this deck.
Yikes.
Yeah, this is...
No res, no sentries played this game, 12-mana Mothership. You had the bad news. You know, yes, the hallucinations were kind of useful on the last turn to clear up the board, but that did mean you had the news you were drawing a hallucination off the top this turn, so that means you were drawing air, and you were going to have to find something off the Thrive. And, yeah, absolutely passing this turn with the way that these discovers have panned out for Photon.
And also as well, like, Sasquatch, well, that card's bad when you've got no good turns, right? So that doesn't really do much either. So probably Xavier's here. Oh, did go for Sasquatch. Oh, I mean, fair enough, okay. More adventurous than I would
Yeah,
be.
well, I mean, what's the outright? Like, say you draw res off the top, you're getting 1-drop, 3-drop off it. Play a hallucination on the same turn to get a couple of the rushes from the Void Ray. Do that all again the next turn with Sasquatch.
I guess I wasn't really thinking about going for the I need a miracle play, which I'm not saying is wrong, by the way. I think this is completely fine now that I've thought about it. But yeah, that did not cross my mind.
What is your wisdom?
Tons of pressure here coming down now, though, from BansheesDog.
Mysterious.
And this is where it just starts to snowball, isn't it? It's kind of the weird thing about this rogue. Like, yes, you know, the Fire Axe is important, but the rogue just does stuff, right? It's just a lot of stuff all the time. It's kind of hard to keep up in this scenario once they get ahead. And there you go. BansheesDog going to start fighting back. We're not going to see... oh, well, maybe we will see a sweep against another priest. It could be 2 in a row for all we know. But again, the rogue getting the win, I would imagine, is not the most shocking thing, right? I think Lorinda was mentioning it before, where... Rogue... Oh, no, maybe it was you, actually. I'm getting everyone mixed up now. But the rogue... submission rate versus win rate is actually matching quite high, right? So Rogue, no one was going to this tournament thinking, oh, Rogue's gonna suck, right? I think everyone was expecting at least decent performance, even though everyone was expecting to see it often as well.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. I think it came into this tournament as quite a predictable deck, but it has held up to being the correct decision from most people that brought it. As I was mentioning earlier, you and Lorinda cast probably the only match that we will see that doesn't have a rogue in it in the opener, because the rest of APAC all had it. There's 16 remaining in the remainder of the tournament. So yeah. We'll be seeing a lot of Rogue, but there is variation. There's Fire Act Rogue, there's a couple of different builds of Fire Act Rogue, as we discussed with Banshee, and then there's also the straight up Starship Rogue, as well as the Protoss combo Rogue thrown on top of that as well. So Rogue as a class, whether it's using a lot of the same package, based around the engine provided by Scoundrel, is ever present, apart from the two players we were talking about earlier. It's still a few different variations that you can sprinkle in on top of that.
Yeah, and I don't know if you were watching or not, but me and Lorinda were talking about this hunter. The Lorinda Hunter, I think it's called.
I heard,
this one, right?
Yeah.
And he was saying, I mean, right? Because you watch Lorinda a lot, right? Where like Lorinda's just the best player in the world at this deck. So we'll see if BansheesDog can keep up with Lorinda's skills.
Yeah, I mean, I would 100% agree with that, because the skill with this deck is 100% measured to just how good your opening hand is. And as we know, Lorinda loves playing decks that have no decisions in them, and you win or lose just depending on what's in your opening hand. It's his favourite type of deck. So.
Yeah, to be fair, he also said he's always a higher rank than you as well. So I mean,
That's true.
I'm inclined to listen to Lorinda about all things. He's just clearly factually better.
That is true, because Lorinda spends her time playing the game, whereas I spend my time in Lorinda's chat carrying Lorinda so Lorinda can actually win games. So yeah, that does check out.
Oh, pretty early pressure here coming out from BansheesDog. And decent follow-up as well, right? Which is going to be a little bit difficult to clear up here for Photon. Like, Photon can't actually clear this even with the Void Ray and going in with everything. And then there is some level of support here as well to follow up for BansheesDog with the Jungle Gym. There's Birdwatch if he wants to draw more. There's the remote control if he wants to actually just, swing and get some more board presence. Oh, the fastest sentry picked I've ever seen.
I mean, after the trauma of the previous game, just not hitting any of them, being sat with a 12-mana Mothership in your hand the entire game. Yeah, checks out.
Now, can I interest you in 8 damage to face? Which I guess only ends up being 4 damage to face. Does have the bear. Isn't going to go for it, though. Probably wants to open up a better curve next turn, potentially.
Yeah, with Furious Fowls in hand, you might as well just take the cheaper option, because you've got the payoff for it anyway. BansheesDog, I think, just considering all various options of where this attack from the weapon could go. No, does actually trade the minion. Okay, interesting stuff.
Well, is he... I assumed he was going to trade because the damage difference becomes 4 anyway because of the lifesteal, even if the trades happen or whatever. But also, was it just to dodge hallucination, do you think?
So hallucination is definitely a possibility there, but you do have... So you have Jungle Gym in hand, and you're swinging weapons, so I wasn't super worried about hallucination because it takes double damage and you probably clear it up with pings anyway. Obviously, the discount applies, but I think if you're playing Hand Buff Hunter, you're not really planning for the game to enter that late-stage Mothership phase. You kind of want to get your work done before that, if at all possible. So I think I personally would have still just taken the net 4 damage in that situation.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the hallucination with the lifesteal then just makes up the missing damage potentially, right? It obviously depends on what the follow-up turns are, of course, but yeah, I guess what I'm getting at, I don't hate the trade, even though I normally would just go face every single time.
I hate all trades on principle.
Yeah. Yeah, probably going to be a pass from the rush fish from Photon there. Interesting, like both players are just leaning towards just trying to hit each other in the face and just see who gets there first. I like it. This is my kind of Hearthstone.
Don't you just wish Gilly would just leave? Like, bro just doesn't get the vibe that no one wants him here.
Wow. Aggressive
True
and mean.
though.
Right,
This
it's got a
Gilly
couple of
wasn't hanging
crocs.
around. We'd have had giant bears. We'd have had giant bellhops.
And he's there like, well, just don't put me in the deck then, if you don't want me to play.
That's true, yeah. It is a slightly different scenario. It's not like that guy that turns up to the party uninvited and ruins everything and breaks
He's
your
like, look,
sofa.
I've got my invite.
I was here.
Yeah,
It's
it
an
says
exclusive guest list of 30, and
Yeah.
I made the cut, all right? Like,
It's even says +2 guests, but the guests have to be crocs. I'm just doing what I'm told.
oh, it's a Florida party, is it? I see it. Okay.
Yeah. No, it's talking about footwear.
Ah, yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay.
Photon
Hit the reserve
does.
spot on the good option though. Just does not get the discount because of the multiple minions in hand.
With this photon cannon, I just double. Photon with this photon cannon, there we go, is going to, like, clear up a lot of this board, if not all the board, right? If they want to, with this double void ray as well. This is really nice, actually. Even a couple of divine shield options. Is he thinking about, like, trade heal instead of playing the void ray?
I wouldn't expect so. I think everything's getting played this turn. I think it's just a matter of what's being copied, which trades are going where the orbital payment is being played. It's just too much stuff to not play the cards here, especially
That's
against
what I was
Hunter
asking.
that just doesn't really have the tools to deal with this kind of stuff, right? Like the way Hunter deals with boards like this is stamping over it with more stats on the other side. So your solution to that is play even more stats, right? Which I think is what ends up being done here.
Yeah.
I never make two trips. I never make two trips.
So what, currently 4 damage short of being able to deal with the 2 big threats?
Just got to peel his shield off as well. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Gonna use some health to try and make the trades less exciting for Photon.
Now, what's the draw from Xavier's here?
Oi! That's it's on top of the
it's
deck.
on the top,
No!
yeah.
Oh, the robbery!
Okay, wait. Is this Sentry then? That's a pretty good Sentry.
It's a very good sentry, yeah. I think that's the debate as to whether you leave your opponent with an 11-11 and just wait for the hit next turn. The problem is your opponent gets the full visual indicator that you picked a card to go on top of your deck, and I think there's only one card you would possibly do that with in that situation. So they will likely play around it to the best of their ability. So yeah, the upside I imagine you're identifying with the Sentry here is because you get the copy. It means you then have playable motherships potentially on the next turn.
Exactly. And suddenly now we're just yes, it's obviously a lot of damage, but being able to take down one of those taunts is huge because obviously it means he's not dead. And they've got lifesteal. They're going to activate the mothership. There's not really anything Banshee can do to stop them activating everything, right, and healing, unless he just wins this turn, which is unlikely. So yeah, I like this a lot. I guess double jungle jib potentially, but even that's asking a lot, I think.
It is. Yeah, I'm not seeing the lines, Raven, and this is the big problem that I have with Hunter in general, is when you get to these situations where Hunter actually has to solve problems, right? Where the solution to every turn is no longer me put big stat on minion and play big stats. Like, they just don't have cards that do anything to these situations.
Yeah, for me, this is... I think you understand what I mean. This is the best Hunter deck I've barely played because I just don't like the playstyle personally. Even though, you know, I like going face with big minions as much as the next person, but I just have preferred the other styles of Hunter that have existed recently than this because I feel like every game just feels all in. And even though that's not strictly true, it's just how it makes me feel. So I play the other versions.
I'm trying to work out if that was an underwhelming mothership or actually just the nuts.
I mean, it looks pretty good to me.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm just looking at the board state and I'm like, yeah. More stuff, because guess what? One more turn of having more stuff than your opponent means you probably won the game.
Photon trying to ship the 8 here. Locations aren't open, right? Yeah. That's definitely worth considering.
Honestly, I think as soon as this second mothership goes down, as long as like Photon doesn't just get absolutely like smashed this turn, the second mothership goes down, it's probably fine, right?
Yeah. I was just looking at things like, let's say you hit Colossus off one of these. What's the spell counter on, right? Like, can the damage hitting face just straight up end the game? But I do think you're right. I don't think there's any real reason to take risks into those kind of outs because you're just in such a stable position.
Yeah, it's disgusting, isn't it? Oh, okay. Just looking, I was wondering whether this was going to be a double trade first, just to get more reduction, because then the mothership and the immortal can come out, and obviously the sentry.
But the Druid's a good card, Raven.
Yeah, but I like playing mothership. Okay. I'm sure it's probably something you forgot, but when I used to play StarCraft 2, I'm not going to say professionally, but aspiring professional, many years ago, Protoss is the race I played. It's great. So I like playing the big cards like mothership. Yeah, and this is like you said about answering problems, right? What does Hunter do? They just lose, right? There's just no game plan.
Simply lose, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was a rough draw for the Hunter. Anytime you draw Gilly, you do think you've hit the low roll side of the draw. But it's not like Photon has even had access to the Vol'jin, right? Which is Priest's best tool in this matchup as well. The tool that can really blow this matchup out from the other side. But BansheesDog staring on the precipice of elimination from this tournament. All that hard work yesterday to get to this point.
Yeah, really tough one there, but Photon getting the job done. And that Hunter, it's such a, as we were talking about before, it's such a tough deck, right? Because some games it looks like how you're supposed to beat this Hunter, right? If it brings out the big stuff early enough, a lot of decks don't have an answer. But outside of doing that, and maybe I didn't play it enough, just my experience. I'm sure Lorinda will tell me I'm wrong. But outside of doing the really big stuff early, anything after that feels horrible, right? If your opponent survives it, it does feel kind of like that game we saw where the game just slips further and further and further away the longer it goes on. So it's a tough one. I think Hunter has some better decks that it can play right now. So it's definitely a tough one there for BansheesDog, but a great win for Photon there, getting it done. Obviously we didn't catch every single game, but it's always good to see one of the Priest decks I actually like watching there, which is cool.
Yeah, I share your questions about Beast Hunter in general, especially when there is so much, or Hand Buff Hunter, I guess that's the problem, because there is another Beast Hunter which is potentially a little bit more resilient overall. There is also, of course, the Discover Hunter, which is potentially, you were talking about this about Maxi in the first series that you cast with Lorinda, where, the skill cap on a deck like Warlock is to the point where, Maxie's one of the few people in the world that can bring it and have any success with it. Discover Hunter's right up there. I think that deck is so hard to play correctly, but the real top players that mastered it get massive results with it.
Well, it took a ban in that first match, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, extremely effective deck. So overall, I think some question marks around some lineup construction, I think, has been the talking point of my shift here so far, with the all-in reckless aggro coming out from Lucky Dog and the hand buff hunter coming out there from BansheesDog. Maybe dogs in general just aren't good at lineup construction. Who knows? It's just not in their skill set. But
that's why you don't see enough dogs playing Hearthstone.
I mean, okay, now I'm getting some art commission. I'm getting that, the really famous like dogs playing poker thing. Yeah, but it's just dogs playing Hearthstone. I'm actually getting that. Next time you come to my house, you will see that on my wall, I promise you. Well, actually, no, that's too soon for that to happen.
Very true, actually. Yeah, way too soon, unless you've already got it made. But okay. Well, everyone watching, I will provide proof of this art piece's existence. So make sure to stay tuned for that. We are going to go to a quick break while we get some more matches set up. Trust me, we've got plenty of Hearthstone coming up today across all regions. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready to get into our next match, and suddenly, Subtle, we've got the top four. We've got Katagami versus why have I forgot? Tika. There we go. I just went Toby. I was like, that's just not their name. I just blanked for a second then. Well, okay, yeah, but not the way you say. Well, everyone says Tika. Max Chen and Photon. I just completely blanked on that anyway. Oh, are you unmuted?
I'm good
now?
I'm good. You can continue.
Okay, cool. We are going to go to Tika and Katagami here coming up for our first match, I believe, while the players are just getting ready. So already, Sol, we're going to be starting seeing who's going to make it to these Masters Tour, right? Because the top 2 players from each of these regionals, in case you are joining us, we've got 3 sort of separate tournaments that are going to be cast throughout the day, which are basically 3 8-player tournaments. This is the top 4 of the first one, which is the Asia Pacific region. But I'm pretty sure you were watching both of those players play earlier on, Sol.
Yep.
Who are you favoriting here for between Katagami and Tobika?
So I think this is the interesting part of the Maxi and Katagami series, is that Katagami was so much better positioned into the remainder of the bracket if he was to win that series. I think Maxi might have been favored in the series overall, but Maxi had this kind of control buster lineup against, players like Lucky Dog, who have this super sprinty, like slimmed down, faster than aggro version of a lineup, right? Tobika isn't quite that fast. He's going Fire Rogue, Aulonius Druid, which is a slower deck now even than it used to be. The Protoss Priest, which is kind of mid-rangey, can go aggro, can go late. And the Quest Warlock, which very similar. Lorinda was talking earlier about how fast the quest can be completed. But that doesn't always happen. Sometimes you do settle into kind of a mid-ranged grind fest on the deck as well. Worth noting that Tobika's version of the deck plays an Incendious at the top end. We've seen a couple of people in this tournament. I think principally Rekvam, who has made it to top 8 in EU, is playing a Kill Jaden at the top of the deck in Quest Warlock, which kind of gives you that additional win condition and also endless fuel, if you want to look at it that way, of being able to chuck stuff into your thing, and at least until they get so big that you'd rather play the card from the portal.
Or if you draw some of the bad ones, right? Because some of them, even if they're a bit big, suck based on their ability.
The Pit Lord that hits yourself in the face when you play it, you draw that as a 20/20. Well, that's kind of a useless card, isn't it? So, but Incendious still giving you that similar effect of having that late game win condition, which is very, very nice considering how fast you draw through the deck with the likes of Solarium and mass production, all that kind of stuff. So I think of the remaining people, Katagami might have looked at the rest of the field and thought, damn, the way this bracket has worked out has not been kind to me, because there's like 5 aggro players in this top 8, and I hit the control buster lineup in my opener, and then I go into Tobika, who has one of the slower lineups that's remaining in the tournament after that. So it looks like if he's going to make it, he's going to make it the hard way at this point.
Yeah, and looking at the bans as well, I think this has been what I was kind of excited about as well, is to just see what direction the players go with bans, because this tournament, I mentioned it earlier, I feel like this moment in the meta, there's a lot of options with lineup building, and then not even just classes, but decks within those classes, and then how you build them. So we are going to see the Warrior banned away from Katagami, and then the Priest banned away from Tobika. So this is going to be pretty interesting to see. Were you expecting this Warrior to be banned? Because I spoke to Lorinda earlier and mentioned that like Warrior seems to be performing quite well when you include, the likes of bans in not classed as a win, but a performance, let's say.
I actually have a lot of respect for Quest Warrior going into this tournament. I think it's quite well positioned into a lot of the strongest lineups, and I think there's a couple of good lineups that it fits into. Katagami's being most of the way there of what I would consider to be one of them. So I'm not surprised to see it being banned out, and I think you're absolutely right to point out the idea of adjusted win rate for Warrior being very, very high in the tournament overall, because what that means is just a combination of the games that it's actually winning plus a weight of how much players don't want to play against it in the tournament, which is being added on top. So it's doing pretty well overall. I think it's a very, very solid deck. I think it's been one of the most successful quest decks in landing as to where you expected it to, right? Just play some control tools, get yourself some win conditions, doing pretty well. And it's been quite exciting as well, because it does bring back some of those, really, really powerful quest rewards from the past that were so polarizing back at the time. So we'll wait and see.
Yeah, and I just love the theme of the quest. It made me laugh the second I saw it. It was like, oh, so what's the Warrior quest? Don't die. right. It's like, that sounds correct.
It is deeply thematic, right?
Yeah, that's what I was like.
What's my
I mean,
job as a warrior? Stay alive. Oh, okay.
got him. Here we are, though, kicking it off. Druid on the top for Tika and Katagami on that Death Knight. Already getting off to a decent start, although doesn't have much more sort of, I'd say, like, aggro to follow up with this so far. No, never mind, we're good.
Yes, please.
And generally, does the Death Knight have to do something special against this Druid to take the win, or are we looking at the sort of usual suspect of Dirty Rat to do a lot of the lifting?
So, one of the reasons, and like, cherish these words because they are very, very rare and you will not hear them often. But Lorinda will be able to speak with more authority on spell damage Druid than I do. Having genuinely played 1,100 games with the deck.
It's actually 10 million games.
Yeah, but one of the reasons why this version of the deck is now coming out as opposed to the faster, more super rapid combo version, which Lorinda favors, is that it gives you a little bit more resistance against Dirty Rat and other combo disruption. Because you're playing 2 Yours and a bunch of other minions thrown in there as well, you have a lot more resistance, whereas in the other deck, generally, the minions in your hand are all so valuable. Like, a lot of the time against rat decks, you would sit with Mr. Vista in your hand because you want that to get ratted more than anything else. That's how high value your average minion is. So this version of the deck provides a lot more resiliency against that level of disruption. So it does more often than not come down to, can the Death Knight put together a massive starship early to be able to pressure, because the one target that you now absolutely have to hit is that owl. But somehow, Katagami just knew. He just knew.
Yeah, that is impressive at best, right? Like look at that. Like, the one minion at that point in the hand. Especially with like the double Ancient Viewer, there's so many cards drawn, right? Like extra cards, which is crazy. It's gonna have to clear it up. I'm not sure about the bump there because I feel like just hero power poison breath was probably fine, but just to retain the divine shield.
So I think what the plan is here, because you have Exodar in hand, you actually want to progress towards your starship pieces dying as rapidly as possible.
Sure.
So knocking your own divine shield off of your 2/2 is actually beneficial to you in the long run before you go and blow everything up.
Okay, that's what I work out. Was he gonna like pyromancer for a second then? I don't know. This is obviously a clean kill and does what you want, right? Exodar on curve, potential go, which is good. But yeah, I definitely autopiloted to. You could just kill this and push face, and you're probably in a great spot as well. Okay, so
see,
go on.
I was just gonna say we need to have the discussion, right? Because Tika did strand the owl in hand by playing the second Ancient of Yore. He left it there as the only minion vulnerable to that point. So we have to take a look and do our due diligence as to Katagami's version of the list does play 2 Dirty Rats, so Rat is quite likely to be there at that point. But this is the point I'm making about the Druid, is that so not only is there Vista in here, there's also Bob, there is a Ziliax. But those 2 Yours kind of take the place of the 2 Oracles that you see in the other deck. So if those are being played out, those are 2 of the best rat targets that are being sucked out of your hand. So there is a question there about how smart isolating that owl in hand was there for.
Yeah. But it's one of those moments where it's like, they never just play rat this turn, right? With this many cards in hand. And it's like, oh, wait, they do. Sometimes, yes, that happens.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's the trade. There's the starship as big as it's getting in the immediate future, and there is the Exodar ready to go. But here was what my question was going to be before. Now that the owl's gone, what is Tika going to do? What's the plan B to deal with this? Or is nothing the answer?
Is lose an acceptable answer to your question?
Yes, it 100% is.
That's the one I'm going to go with.
Okay.
I mean, in some scenario, then you could just say, well, now you're just all in on Incendious, but Incendious isn't in the deck for Tika, so that's not an option. So really, you're coming down to just being more efficient by spending more mana than your opponent via ramp and a Mirdrasil, and then getting something to happen with location, randomly discovered spells, big copies of minions, that kind of thing. But we're talking extremely unlikely scenarios.
Right. Yeah, and this is the double whammy as well, isn't it? Where it's the get rid of Owl and go with the Starship is just ticking every box. It's just might be a little bit difficult.
But just going back to what I pointed out on the previous turn, like this 11-11 being here, if Katagami, yes, he could kill the other minions with Pyro Poison or whatever else, but because he popped off the Divine Shield on the previous turn, he was then able to kill off that 2/2 to make the ship bigger immediately there and just get the much bigger board swing, which is very much appreciated. So that is excellent forward planning from Katagami.
And now the demo as well can just take out the tree if wanted, which kind of removes another huge power point, right, from Tika, being able to refill the mana.
I'm not sure I'm on board with this being the good guy anymore. Like a demolition renovator coming in and taking out trees doesn't sound like they're on the side of justice, does it?
What if they're evil trees?
I mean, you'll know. I'm assuming a Mirdrasil is just some kind of version of the World Tree myth. So I'm guessing it's quite important.
I mean, as with all things, it's all about whose side are you on, right?
Right. Okay.
But yes, it's a, let's say, good tree, I guess.
It's one of the good ones.
Yeah, can't get rid of him. Then again, wasn't Demolition Man a good character?
Did Demolition Man run around cutting down trees?
Well, no, I'm just saying I think Demolition Man was the good character in that film, no?
I think in most forms of media where the hero plays some kind of law enforcement with far-reaching powers beyond their means, it's a little bit more ambiguous than you're making out. But
He was from the past, though, so it's fine.
yeah, sure. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Katagami takes the victory, of course, as we're talking absolute rubbish. However, as we talked about, pulling out the Aulonius, such a huge impact. And then just to, I don't know, throw an axe onto the wood, maybe, is the Midrisil getting destroyed as well. It's just, the first hit was bad enough, but the second one, there's not even mana cheat that's then available, right? That you can sometimes maybe pull something out the bag, along with having enough health and armor. That was just one of those games where you're not going to win. So Katagami getting off to a great start with that Death Knight. Almost a perfect game, you would argue, right? Just of how it was the Starships was being put together. The Dirty Rat was available, pulled the right thing, demo coming out, perfect timing as well. Can't really ask for much more, honestly.
You can't, but I do think the story of Katagami's tournament so far has been, good draws and some fortunate outcomes, but also really capitalizing on those positions with extremely precise play. I pointed out in chat at the time how that position where he ends up just like pulling out the win condition from the Warlock, but then he has the brawl to beat the one board that Maxie's able to make. He did make a conscious decision to tank 20 damage in order to draw more cards to get that brawl in order to end the game immediately. Same thing in that game, right? He dirty rats the owl, and he just has hero power poison breath. GG, I win the game probably, but he actually he locks in, he evaluates the board state, and he's like, okay, actually, no, I'm going to bump off the Divine Shield on this Starship piece, I'm going to trade in all of my other Starship pieces, and that guarantees me to have the giant 10-10 plus Starship the next turn, which is going to create this unassailable board position on top of pulling away my opponent's win condition with the out. So just continuing to play extremely accurately on top of recognizing the outs, playing for the outs, and hitting the outs. And yes, getting extremely fortunate in some of those outcomes for sure. But that's the winning combination, right? Like if you're going to end up a playoffs champion, a Masters Tour champion, a world champion, that's a route that is littered with things like bringing good lineups, playing extremely well, and yes, getting pretty lucky in certain spots where that is necessary. Welcome to card games.
Yeah, I was just going to say 100%. And the thing is as well, whenever there's a card like Dirty Rat or any sort of interruption or removal style for basically negating opponents' cards or options, there is an element of, well, it's either going to hit something good or it's going to hit something bad. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't, right? So, yeah, I completely agree, though. Everything I've seen so far, that Katagami's been playing really well. And I also think the lineup's pretty smart as well. Something a little bit different, and it seems to be paying off so far as we move into game number 2. Tika going to be on that Druid once again, and Katagami jumping over to the Mage, which might have a bit more of an uphill climb in this matchup. Like, the Mage can do some very powerful things, but at least off the top of my head, this does not have tons of specific game against Druid.
No. I think you see here from this keep, you're not going to be seeing one of those games where Katagami played against Priest earlier. Was it Katagami? It wasn't actually, was it? It was someone completely different also playing Quest Mage. Where it's just hold the quest, keep playing cards, fight for tempo, be the anti-aggro deck. Katagami has to scam this game. That's what he has to do. He has to play his quest. He has to discover as many cards as he can as quickly as humanly possible and just try and play as much mana as possible for 0 with that quest reward as quickly as possible. Look for the tsunamis, look for the board generation, all that good stuff, and just push for the win.
Yeah, nothing too impressive so far. There's an option of Explosive Rune or Chrono Boost, I think. I could just go with Unearthed and just go now, right?
What to do? What to do?
Puts a certain amount of pressure on. Better than nothing, because that's one of the problems. I think this into just any more minions would be really what you want to do, because at the moment the hand is
What to do?
it's got some value to it with the pocket dimension, but it's not the right kind of stuff I think Katagami wants.
So I looked at it. I'm assuming through context this is off the 1 mana Discover, right? And is this is
Yeah, it
full
was
cost
Discover
for this
Mage
one?
spell, not Druid, and then this is
Yeah.
the Mage spell discovered.
Then,
Yeah, so
I
this
think you
is
just play the
yeah.
4-drop. I think that's if that's off Glyph and you're getting the discount, you might just take Chrono Boost there, just 'cause it's
Yeah.
a fairly similar size minion for 1 mana more that you can coin out and draw the other shield battery Photon Cannon as well, which is just so much stuff to play for 0 mana at some point over the next couple of turns.
Okay, Ancient of Yore getting dropped down. Nothing too crazy here from Tika. Gonna just start with that card draw, gain some armor.
Coin Pocket Dimension. Highly ambitious.
Yeah, it's
Throw
gonna
out
try and
the
get that
coin
quest as
first.
achieved.
To make maximum hand space. Full of ambition.
It has to cast
hits.
something though, right? Yeah. Oh wait, no, there's no more discovers in hand, is there? Oh, it's fine. It is genuine. I was saying this to Lorinda earlier because I've been playing a good chunk of this mage just generally. It's kind of fun, but the second you stop focusing, your hands full, you've burnt cards, your discovers have whiffed, and it all just melts away. It's a lot of just managing the right hand size and also making the right choices on discovers, when a lot of the time the right choice actually isn't the right choice you would normally make, right? Because of how the weapon interacts.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes even you then go one level even deeper than that, where you do, like, the good card, which is normally the one you wouldn't pick because you want it cast for free, you do pick that one because you want to cast it manually so that you can pick the target in certain situations. Right. Yeah, it does get fairly complicated as the games go on.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, a bit of a light start for Katagami, though. He will or should be able to proc the quest this turn, right? It was on 6 out of 7, I think.
Yep. Yeah, got 4 hits from the pocket dimension, which is fairly average. I think you're something like 55% to hit 4 or above, something like that. It's 25% to hit 4 exactly, but obviously there's all the other outcomes where you hit a million above that.
Yeah, I quite like this malfunction into, I'm gonna just guess, counterspell, because the weapon doesn't get equipped, but at the moment the only real thing you want the weapon equipped for would be to relic, but you can't relic next turn anyway.
Yep.
So you may as well save some damage.
And so just clean up the board.
Job's done.
Alright, tree a little bit late to the party, but a late tree is better than no tree.
Someone called the Demolition Man. It's actually not in this deck. Counterspell going to stop the ramp. Now, how many locations are too many locations? So,
8.
Answer's probably 8. Well, okay, yeah, you got me. Surely it's 7, because then you can't play Alonius.
No. By the time you get the 7th one down, you'll be on the last click of one of them, so you can just get rid of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, double relic. So this turn's going to look a little bit rough and light, but it will likely get the weapon down. Just a little bit awkward. A decent chunk of damage being pushed if there could be 1 photon cannon. Oh no, they can do 2, right?
Well, there's only 1 in hand.
Oh wait, it's shield battery, isn't that a bit stupid? Yeah.
You get 6 armor for free, is the deal.
Yeah. Which is fine.
Wow, holding the battery. Interesting. I would have thought you were in the business of making hand space if possible there, but the battery being held does have some synergy later on with some spellcast effects that you can get, Tide Pool, chief among them. Being able to get those rapid fire discovers off back to back by refreshing the spells over and over.
I grow weary.
Yep, here comes relic. What have we got? Picking the nebula.
They strengthen our spirit.
Yeah,
Gonna be
it gets
one of
a
those
full
ones-
clear because of the scuffle. Very
Yeah.
nice.
And it'll allow the nebula to be, like as you said, like now chosen, right? As opposed to and go a bit wider that time. So that's going to be pretty good, especially with the weapon. And just has relic again next turn if wanted. But here's the problem with only what 9 cards left in the deck. Is Tobika just too close?
Although, how does the discount order work with table flip? Could you not have picked table flip and then it would go to your hand costing 1 and get discounted to 0? Would it not function in that order? And then you could just play it for 0 anyway?
Possibly, but did he just want the nebula duplication? Anyway?
I have my questions.
I do not have the answers. Nope.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Right, now give both Octosauri to the opponent. Easy dub, right?
Hearthstone's real stupid sometimes. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's why we play it. That is why we play it.
Yeah.
A little bit awkward actually with the mana regen not available. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that into freeze. Oof.
Yeah,
not what
great
you're after,
board
is it?
lock. Now all you got to do is stall for another turn or two, and then these Octosauri are lethal, so that's good.
Easy. I want to see it.
Oh god, don't play that. Calm down.
Going for relic? Okay.
No, I'm broken. I can offer no further insight to this game.
No, this is good, right?
Does it? Because he goes left to right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
you
that's
Wheel
so
of Death
sick.
first, and then you
then
just
shuffle.
shuffle 7 more cards into your deck.
Oh, that is hilarious. And defend from the Octosauri self-lethal.
Okay, got 5. Fine.
Oh my god. I love this
you are
Mage deck,
drawing-
honestly.
You are drawing some hot garbage for the next few turns,
Yeah.
but I guess that's fine.
The best you pawns under the hardest climb.
But yeah, if you weren't aware of that interaction, the cards that get cast for free by the weapon happen in order from left to right as you read them. So if you pick the middle one, the left one will go first, followed by the right one.
Yeah.
If you pick the left one, the middle one will go first, followed by the right one, and so on.
Tobika just chilling. Just like, yeah, okay, I guess. Her power go. As this time is ticking down. Is this a Yogg take the wheel kind of scenario? Because remember, manufacturing doesn't work now, right? Oh, and Yogg doesn't actually work.
Okay, I'm calling it now. With the level of clown that we've had so far, if you cast Yogg in the box, it's going to cast Chemical Spill and pull the Octosauri from your hand into play and then kill it.
Don't threaten me with a good time, Sol.
I promise you that outcome is 100%. The levers have already been pulled.
Surely this way is west.
The other downside of the play that was made, which I'm not criticizing, by the way, there was no choice with that selection of cards than what Katagami did, I don't think. But of course, you do have multiple minions in your deck now, which means cards like Spot the Difference, etc., are turned off.
Yeah. Oh, also as well, wait. Tobika got one of the Octosauri, right?
I mean, Toby did,
So-
it's right there. But like,
Yeah, so
either way,
there's
you've
none
got
left.
minions in your deck, even if they're not the
No,
Octosauri.
I meant for the chemical spell.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Well, that's Alonius. And if I've learned anything in my life, it's when you see Alonius, someone's won the game.
Have you ever considered that Alonius sounds like what you would say when you couldn't remember the name of an owl card in Hearthstone?
I tell you, I should be paid for naming Hearthstone cards because I think that's where they're getting their inspiration from.
Okay, sure.
It's great though, it works. Everyone loves it. What more do you want from a name?
Oh yeah, everyone loves Alonius. There's never been any complaints about the card Alonius in the history.
Not the name.
Okay.
Tobica taking the victory on the Druid, of course, and honestly, Katagami just didn't have much to do that game. He did what he could with what he had, right? Put some pressure on, but the start was a little bit slow, wasn't very minion focused start, and then nothing really hit. And then the second the Bob freeze came out, yes, we saw the Wheel of Death and like the shuffle in, but the second that board gets locked, you may as well press pass as Mage, right? 9 times out of 10, because so much of the spells actually are generating boards. It's not like you're casting 8 fireballs to the face or anything, right? Like, that's not really what the deck does. So as soon as the board's locked, as soon as Tobica wasn't really under any pressure and had good card draw, it was all good, right? So we are going to see that Druid get over the line, and this series is evened up 1-1.
Yeah, I think the start you need in those kind of matchups with Mage is to go like Tide pools into Glyph or into, double discounted Protoss cards, get the quest completed really quickly, play Manufacturing Error, hit a discounted Relic so that you can like pop off extremely quickly. Yeah. Like turn 6, already be casting like 17 mana's worth of cards for free. That's the kind of thing that you need to be doing to stop the oppression of Druid, because Druid will just kind of let you do the Indiana Jones meme in those kind of matchups. If you can sit there twirling all the swords you want, but eventually they're just going to get bored and shoot you in the face, which is what happened. We were having tons of fun with Octosaries and Shuffles and Chemical Spill theories, but unfortunately the Druid just went, well, sadly, I have
time
lethal now. So it's time to go. It's been a good run. You've been a good boy, but it's time to go.
The second I said that, I knew where you were going to go, and I was like, don't emotionally attack me like this. I cannot deal with even those words. But anyway, let's just talk about Hearthstone. We've got still Warlock and of course the Mage left for Katagami, and then Tobica has the Warlock and the Rogue. So how are you feeling about where the match is sitting right now, Soto? Do you think anyone has a particular, much higher chance than the other in terms of just decks that are left over?
It is, so it's a tough one. The Rogue is remaining. So one of the things I've had to adjust to about this top 8 is that we talked about bring rate versus win rate and how that kind of indicates the success of the deck in a tournament overall. Quest Mage is kind of the opposite of what we were talking about with Rogue, where Quest Mage is extremely rarely brought, but massively successful, i.e. here in the top 8, which is incredible. And I think one of the only things that can really be pinpointed as to why that's happening is that it can compete with the Fire Rat Rogue pretty well, which is an almost ever-present deck that is also doing really well in the tournament. So there is that Rogue still remaining for Tika, and there is still that Mage available for Katagami. So maybe that just tips the scales a little bit in the favor of Katagami overall, but I don't think there is an awful lot in it looking at the remainder of these two lineups.
Right. Yeah, it definitely seems close. We are jumping in now with Katagami getting off to a pretty decent start. Has like the sort of good early game cards, a little bit of removal, some minion pressure. Does have the Yogg in the box to sort of pull some tricks out a little bit later on. But Tobica's kind of just blasting through this, right? This looks like it might quickly be one of the faster quest progressions that we're going to see from Warlock.
Better make a good impression.
Oh, Savage Roar in the deck with infinite minions. Yes, please. I'll have a bit of that.
Spot the Difference going to come out to play. Well, you definitely don't want Hydra.
You want to read a book? I want to read a book.
All right, a little better than some of the early spot options we saw. Less Battlecry minions in those pools. I think Tabika would have been hoping, having hit the Solarium, which is usually your gateway to turbo quest completion, would have been hoping for just a little bit more from the outcome. Although that is a pretty excellent time to be drawing the pupil. That could line up very nicely into getting the quest reward in there so that you can get the double portal action going. But Tabika really looking for location at this point, you'd say, to be able to get this quest completion nice and fast?
Yeah, definitely. I think normally that's what you want to do, especially in the matchups where you might be... Again, I don't say Warlock doesn't dominate late game because you have like infinite pressure, but the Mage late game can get very silly, right? Because they can do anything, they can do everything. So I do think that Tabika wants to go fast, or I would want to go fast and just start pumping these minions out every single turn. Because I think early game, asking Mage to deal with those minions is quite a big ask, honestly. And especially when you look at the Pyroblast just sitting in the hand, so I'm not going to lie. I hope that gets cast and not sacrificed. Look at this Savage Roar!
I mean, the Savage Roar is pretty disgusting, isn't it? That right there is a 3-mana Pyroblast, Raven.
Yeah, true.
Doesn't quite have the tools to juice the pupil. Dude, imagine. Oh, Savage Roar, Pupil, Savage Roar all in the same turn. Oh, Druid could never. Was Tabika, like, seriously considering tempoing the Pupil there? It really looked like it for a second. Just absolutely going for the neck. No 40 health. So it's gonna be 1 mana Yogg in the box, it looks like.
I'm happy with this. This is all you need. Sometimes you've just got to play it and go.
Started the turn with a perfectly functional malfunction in hand, but just absolutely turned it down and said, nope, I'm going to hit something nuts off this Relic of Kings. Okay, well, stuff is dying.
Yeah, that was the noise I had in my head as well. Okay. It's something. The 4 health whilst we're staring at Hellfire is hilarious.
It is, yeah. So what you do now is you go Blood Petal Biome into Scarab Keychain, into Kobold Geomancer, into... Oh, damn. This is way less cool. Come on.
Yeah, why would you do all that rubbish, Subtle? Just get him. Full aggro. Tobika taking the win with the Warlock, and it's kind of a fun matchup. I guess, well, not that specific game for Katagami, of course, but I feel like both those decks is just anything can happen, right? You see how fast potentially the portal could get accelerated, but you're still generating stuff at any given time for the Warlock. The Mage is obviously built around just potentially popping off or trying to control things like that. So it's a bit of a fast and furious matchup, that one, but a good one overall. So Tobika getting the win there and going 2-1 up in the blink of an eye, frankly. But I do like that Warlock deck a lot. I think that's much more my level of Warlock and not some of this mill Warlock where you have to engage way more of your brain. But I do just like throwing stuff into a portal and summoning minions.
But none of that occurred in that game. I think that's a really interesting case study, because I have seen, even in this tournament, where, if you weren't aware, look out for this in future, where the playoffs is going to be cast with us on the Sunday, you will see on the Saturday a lot of streamers streaming their own POVs through the Swiss rounds to try to get to this point. Watching some of that yesterday, I did see multiple games where everything looked rosy for the Quest Warlock, but then you're just missing that last 1 or 2 temporary cards. And they're harder to hit than you might think for a deck that's built around that as a concept. and they just stall out completely and like have no plan B. Tika was so locked in on plan B that he was even considering just adding the pupil as an extra 2/1 to the board to threaten lethal on the previous turn, and then picking up the corpse call together with the hellfire. But I think even without that, he would have hellfire to fill the pupil, play the pupil, get the hellfire, finish it over two turns anyway. But those 2 turns allow something scammy from the mage to happen
for sure.
But the point being made, I think, is just really great recognition from Tika of like, well, I can't just life tap every turn and just hope that I hit one of the few remaining temporary cards in my deck. Like, I have an opportunity here to just go for the neck with Savage Roar, and that might just get there. Just really, really well done.
Yeah, 100%. We are going to go to just a quick break while we tag out with some of the other casters. I believe we've got Lorinda and Pocket Train coming up next to continue the rest of this game and more going forward. So make sure to stay tuned. We will be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. Quick shift change there, because otherwise 18 hours might be a long time for Raven to just talk all day. We are midway, of course, to that Tika versus Katagami match. But first of all, we need to welcome the 2023 World Champion. In case he's forgotten, it's Pocket Train. How you doing, Pocket?
I'm doing great. I'm really looking forward to seeing some games.
Where's the trophy? I was expecting you to be casting with the trophy here.
I've got it. I've got it.
Yeah, you've got it. Okay, it's all ready. Yeah, there we go.
I just didn't want to. I thought it might be a bit much to lead with it, but
it is a bit much. Put it away.
You told me not. I had to be prompted. I've got away with that at least.
So the match we're in at the moment, Tika is 2-1 ahead, but you're of the belief that it's definitely not all over yet, right?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure Katagami's lineup has found success throughout the tournament due to targeting specifically for Rogue. It was the most brought deck, and he's got some weird inclusions in his lineup that I feel like would probably not do that well against non-Rogue lineups. So even though he's 2-1 down, I think he's in a perfectly reasonable spot in the series. With the
you're talking to me, Stop.
Yeah, with the Starship Warlock and the Spell Mage left.
I was surprised for you yesterday, right? You had to go digging as to why only 2 people brought the Spell Mage, but they both got top 8.
Because I think overall the deck itself is not super strong, but it definitely has found its footing in this tournament because there's just so much for Rogue. So I'm pretty sure Katagami is going to be fairly happy with his chances still. I think he 3-0'd for Rogue in top 8 to get here, so like this is no trouble really. Tabika's definitely not in a terrible spot either, because Rogue is a great deck. There's a reason everyone brought it, but yeah, I'd say this one's very much just in the balance still. No one's super far ahead in the series.
Yeah, it's always interesting in Conquest that you can be level at 2-1 down, roughly level at 2-1 behind, and so on, because each wins are not equal. And probably is a chat, because chat will already be talking about where's the match. The match will be back as soon as the players get started again. What was the big surprise for you? The other Warlock, the one that Tabika's playing, is like the worst kept secret, right, for this tournament?
Yeah, so I helped a few people with prepping for this tournament, and the lineup that I settled on was almost exactly the same as Tabika's. I would have personally cut the Protoss Priest for Nebula Shaman, which is my preferred deck. And I think those 4 decks, without the Protoss Priest, with the Shaman instead, worked out to be the highest win rate 4 decks with a big, hefty sample size. Obviously, stuff like Quest Mage is performing quite well, but it's easier to get good stats when only 2 people have it. But yeah, I think the Protoss Priest does make a lot of sense in the lineup still, because he's got a sort of anti-control style to his lineup as well. Like with the Owl Druid, I think Quest Warlock is fairly decent against control, especially considering he's including Incendius, which should help those matchups a bit. And then for Rogue, which doesn't quite fit that target, but it's hard to come up with 4 decks that you're actually happy with. Sometimes the 4th deck in that lineup just ends up being really low power level, so I've no issues at all with just sticking a good deck in there and saying it will find a win in the series, which it has to this point.
The Rogue amuses me. This happens every tournament where there's a deck that is largely agreed upon is the best deck. This one's not so far clear as in other tournaments, but and people are like, okay, well, we'll target it, we'll break it, we'll put tech cards in, and then it runs at 51, 52% anyway, and just doesn't care about your tech cards.
Yeah,
so
this is the most brought deck. Everyone in the whole tournament will have built their lineup knowing about it, thinking I'm banning it or I'm accounting for it with the decks that I'm leaving it up with, and it's still produced like an upwards of 50% win rate. I think last time I checked, it was like 55% win rate across all 3 regions with something like 400 to 500 games, which is ridiculous. But Katagami has clearly figured out something that most others didn't. With he's gone all in with the target on it. I think because most people probably wouldn't have stretched quite as far as Quest Mage, which I would assume has just a lot more of a lopsided matchup than most decks that people have brought to account for Rogue.
And I think times have changed, right? I know when I used to prep for these for casting, I used to do like the little grid of what beats what and everything else. But these days you can't trust those grids. I mean, you never could. That's one of the reasons you always did so well, because you made your own real percentages as opposed to sort of other percentages. But I think that's got even more and more away from reality these days for the top players, right? So to bring the Mage isn't just a case of looking up and everyone goes, oh yeah, Mage is 53% against everything. It's just not true unless you worked it out yourself.
Yeah. No kind of testing really beats your own, I think. Oh, it's me.
Yeah,
the
and
opening
also
hand.
Are different for different people, right? As well, like
Yes.
Yep, the
definitely.
game is in progress.
Like if you're Maxi, you never trust other people's stats on Millwalk, for example.
Yeah, and if you're you never trust anyone your stats on floor priest, right? That was always the thing. I sat in some of those discussions where it's like it's 52, and you're like, no, it's 70, and everyone go, yeah, okay, Pocket, shut up.
Okay.
And then you proved it was 70.
It's looking like a pretty nice start for Katagami here. He full kept the glyph and the pocket dimension, which I do like. Just super fast quest progression. Rogue's usually not that quick at developing tempo. They need like an exactly Creature of Madness start to put on proper pressure, I find. So unless Tabika top decks a couple of good pressure cards soon, Katagami is going to be pretty happy with the way these open exchanges go.
Yeah, it's interesting. I thought the dimension was sometimes a bit slow in the early game, but the software did some math on it. It was 3.97 cards it draws you towards your quest, so that's a lot of cards.
Yeah.
Every time, it's always 3.97. The quest will go to 4.975, but whatever's relevant at the time.
Tide Pools is a great pickup here, just fills out the curve. Quest progression might be done like as soon as turn 5 with this kind of hand. It's just had perfect completion on 2 and on 3. And the pocket dimension is going to allow him to click the location a couple more times still. I like the combustion here, just like overreact to the board. If you're trying to complete your quest, that's going to like default be a low tempo kind of game plan. So aggressively clearing the board, even though it sort of doesn't get full value, I think it's a good idea from Katagami.
It's the scoundrel, Tabika. We've seen people miss that. It's pretty deflating when you go Xavius into not scoundrel on 4. You tend to lose, I find.
Katagami's got an interesting decision here because the malfunction's really clean at clearing this board, but most of the time he can still clear up a board next turn as well. So I wouldn't have minded if he'd gone for Pocket Dimension instead, just to try and rush out the quest completion. Although you don't have a whole lot of health gain in this deck, aside from stuff like Ice Barrier, so I completely understand just aggressively removing the board, because chip damage does add up with the Farak top end from the Rogue.
I was interested because I kind of liked Dimension into then Malfunction, and Ice Barrier was just a castable card, plus obviously all the stuff you get from the Dimension anyway. So it seemed nicer on the mana, but like you say, you're down to 18 quite rapidly. You might be in trouble, especially you know they've just dug for a 5-drop.
There is a really difficult balance that Katagami has to find here, because he does need to complete the quest. His cards on their own won't be able to keep up with Rogue, so he does have to complete the quest and turn the corner. And that top deck there will go a long way to help him recover a bit on tempo. He can progress his quest and clear off a threatening minion at the same time, which is pretty huge.
Yeah, I find that when you're doing well with Mage, you're casting that card like 4 times in the first 7 turns. You Tide Pools 1, you top deck 1, you generate 1 from a pocket. I've got to call it something different, or you're going to get well excitable. And before you know it, you've cleared the board, and if you get any time at all, you do start running away with it.
So he's already finished the quest, and he's picked up another extra little bit of removal. You can reduce Tabika's board just to 1 damage. And even though Tabika's had the Scoundrel start, he doesn't actually have anything great to cheat out. I mean, Shaladrisil's something, but you'd much rather have like one of your big premium 9-drops to jump on the board and corrupt the Shaladrisil first.
Yeah, Katagami will be absolutely delighted to see this turn. Yeah, it's annoying for him, but he knows there's no 9 now.
Yes, but the Shafar itself, having Wind Fury, is terrifying considering the threat that Shaladrisil now poses. He can push 14 damage with the Shafar Wind Fury, and then push another 5. So,
okay, yeah.
I think Tabika might actually have lethal here through weapon. Yeah, I think Katagami's actually dead because of the. I think it's exact lethal with Shaladrisil, Nightmare, and Awakens. Unless I've horribly miscounted something.
No, I think you're right. Push the reduction. Yeah, you're right. It's over. I think it's over.
Yeah, it is over. Just out of nowhere, it looked like Katagami was breezing through the quest steps, but Rogue doing what Rogue does, and it just scams a win with 1 minion sticking.
Yeah, I laugh at your anti-rogue lineup and hit you for 25 on turn 6. And Tabika's going to the Master Store.
second time in a row. He beat me in the last one, so I'm going to hope for not having a repeat of that. But yeah, very, very strong player, and no wonders he's found his way through again, because it's just a lot of consistency. He's been doing great on ladder as well. I think he only narrowly missed out on directly qualifying before playoffs even started. So yeah, I'm very happy for Tika.
And versatile, right? He can play anything. A lot of the players get a reputation for only being an aggro player or only being a slower player. He seems to be able to pick up a deck and play it.
Yeah, I think he very much favors control himself, but looking at his lineup, he's gotten away with no control decks and still just smashed his way through this field anyway. So versatility is a great strength for any player, I think.
Yeah, certainly, like when you get down to my low level of play, well, I'm still capable in like a qualifier or something. You are really restricted by, okay, these are the 5 decks I know.
Yeah.
This is the deck I need to learn because everybody knows it. And these are 4 decks that, even though I think they might be okay, I just can't use.
I think...
So the more you can pick up decks quickly is so much better.
Yeah, it's like the first stage of prepping for tournaments. It's really good to bring decks you know, because it's very important to play well, regardless of your how favored you are into your opponent's lineup. Like, lineups are great, but if you don't know how to play your lineup, even though it's statistically best in the field, then you're always going to suit yourself better if you just bring stuff you know. And then you get the next step up as you get more familiar with tournaments. Then you can build up the confidence to bring a more wide variety of stuff. Because these 4 decks I wouldn't associate with Tika just as a default, but he's good. He's very good. So he can just bring stuff that probably wouldn't be his first choice.
Yeah, it's really nice to do. Again, I've overperformed in tournaments, not because I'm good, but I do what you say. It's like, here's the decks I can play, I'll play those. And then people say, well, why you bought that line? I'm like, of course I know it. I get to play decks that I know. I did once take Patron Warrior to a tournament where I knew nothing about it, because I knew they'd all ban it. That was good.
I think my first ever Masters tour I brought, it was Holy Wrath Paladin with, I can't remember the name of the card now, the 25 mana Rush Lifesteal.
Yeah, I remember the card. I never know card names.
And it's because I correctly figured out that it seemed really good in the tournament, but I had 0 games on it, so I was just blundering my way through every series, like sitting face to face with someone. I'd found myself in a spot where I had to, like, Holy Wrath on curve to have any chance, and I just ripped the 25 damage out of nowhere. And this was back when they were still in person, so I got a bit of a grumpy look across the table at the time. I did not remotely deserve that kind of win, but yeah, I was very punished that tournament for bringing stuff that I didn't know myself.
I remember there was one tournament many years ago, like 2015, 2016, as Priest was like garbage. Nobody brought it apart from Zetalot, and nobody wanted to face it. They just banned his Priest. He just got a free win with a garbage deck and got to play the best 3 decks all day because everyone just like banned his Priest. They just didn't know what it did. And the answer was, when we spoke to him afterwards, it's like, well, I don't know, it was rubbish. Like, yeah, I just brought it because it's me.
I had my Mizaki Mage banned in a tournament very incorrectly, and the opponents knew that it was incorrect, but it was just like, we don't want to play against you playing it, no matter what. And then they won, so it's a very good decision. I think we had a similar situation where there were some nonsense bans in EU, because I think No Flame brought Dorian Warlock, and it was really fun watching his progress, because he went 4-2 in Europe. Dorian Warlock got 4 bans and lost 5 times without getting a win in the games that it didn't get banned. So sometimes you can freak people out enough to ban something incorrectly.
Just a quick look at what has happened today. I know you were slightly unavailable for the first match, but are you surprised that Maxiebon lost? Spoilers, he lost to Hams and Dirty Rats all over the place.
I am surprised. Honestly, I thought he was just going to crush his way all the way through. I think he looked unstoppable in Swiss, so I am quite surprised to wake up to see him lose. But at the same time, I mean, and anything can happen on the day. It's like we see favored spots all over the place just go the wrong direction. And yeah, I don't know. The Quest Mage, it's probably turned out to be a lot better than I expected. Maxi, did he even have for aggro?
No. The first match had no rogue. It was really
no
weird.
rogue. So Katagami's lineup got through, even though it didn't hit the target.
Yeah. Yeah, he made it very awkward for Maxi and understood the mission as well. After he hammed the thing, the Archdruid, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And then he realised the only way that Maxi could then win would be to hit him with 8/8s really fast. So he went digging for brawl at the expense of anything else he did. Got the brawl off, and Maxi conceded. So
Great
he showed a lot
recognition.
of skill in that matchup as well.
Yeah, it's hard to get testing games against Warlock as well. So Katagami probably would have had a late night trying to figure out, trying to find someone who was semi-competent on the deck to prep against.
It's funny because we were making that exact same comment during the broadcast. Like, who are you going to play against with this? We should talk a bit about the next match while we're sort of filling in, getting the players ready, because that finished very quickly. Because these two lineups are kind of a little bit off the wall, I think, for the next one, which is Maxiebon and his opponent.
Yeah, okay. So, Photon's lineup actually was, when I was doing my internal prep with some people for this tournament, Photon's lineup is the initial 4 decks that I think I would have brought myself, because I was expecting there to be a fair bit of control. This was before Ferak Rogue and Nebula Shaman and Quest Warlock really popped up and emerged as strong decks. This was early days of them. I wasn't too convinced about their power level. But I really like the Protoss Priest Armor DH Owl Druid Discover Hunter lineup, because if you come up against any kind of Death Knight, you're in a good spot. Any Control Warriors, you're having a great time. Control Warlock, I thought would be a bit more popular than it has been, because I didn't expect Quest Warlock to be that people to be that faithful in it. But Photon's lineup very anti-control, which could prey on the control DK from Maxiebon. I think that's going to be the thing he identifies as the deck he really wants to beat up on. But Maxiebon's got some really off-the-wall decks himself.
Yeah. He has the cliff side, or dangerous cliff side DH, which is always good fun with the cliff dive and the Califero. So you just do infinite lots of 8 damage in theory, but you have to be Jumbo to get that deck to work. Or apparently Maxiebon.
Yeah, it does look like...
And he also has Templar Protoss Rogue.
Part of the idea from Maxiebon's lineup is probably similar to Katagami's, especially with the Quest Mage. That's the big giveaway, that he's trying to do reasonably well against Ferak Rogue. But Photon doesn't have it. So he could be in a bit of a poor situation going into this series, because he doesn't have his target. And at least one of his decks, Photon, will have come into this tournament trying to target himself. So Maxiebon's probably reasonably far behind to start the series, but anything could happen.
Yeah, you just need to win 120 or 30%, depending how bad things are, and you just turn those series on their head, right? Because the second one of your decks is targeted and it gets through somehow, suddenly everything's backwards. Oh, lovely! Look at this. Oh, it's
the same. It's the same hand, yeah.
I was kind of excited for a minute there that we were going to get a Mage mirror, but one of the players hasn't got Mage in their lineup.
Yeah,
so
Photon, it looks like in the background, has queued Priest, I want to say.
Slightly, yeah.
So hopefully we'll get to see his hand soon. I haven't got a whole lot of experience with the Mage against Protoss Priest matchup. I would assume Mage actually has an okay shot here, because they have a decent amount of early removal for the early pressure from Protoss Priest's small minions, and I think by the time Mothership comes online, there's a decent chance that Mage will have had the quest completed and can start putting out big threats of itself.
Yeah, when you've got Chalices going on early on against any aggro deck, if you draw your Chalice, then you just buy the first 3 turns without having to do anything, without having to panic. Maxiebon function ridiculous too.
Does only play 1 Chalice though, so there is a chance that some of the early game damage can get through if he doesn't find one of his key removals like Malfunction. But I do think decks like this, like Protoss Priest's big weakness is a bit of early game removal into turning the corner. Like, removal is fine against Protoss Priest, but you need to actually counter swing against them. That's why it performs so well against the slow Death Knights and Control Warriors that there have been a few of in the tournament, and that's why it's in Photon's lineup. But something like Quest Mage can sort of keep up in the early game, and once it gets its quest online, it can just put out far too many stats and threats for the priest to keep up with.
What to do?
Unless he's had a really good start, I think.
Yeah, interesting question here now that Max Chen's pondering. Yeah, do you want to coin spot and get a couple of 3-5s, 2-5s, whatever, or do you want to just remove this stuff and move on with your life?
I think it's always a decent choice to try and get the minions on board as early as possible, because Protoss Priest does start once they start being able to get Resuscitate online, they can just do what they want to do with their turn and clear up your board for free at the same time. So getting it down now, going into turn 4 instead of going into turn 5, I think is a great spot from Max Chen, because Photon really wants to play Resuscitate on 5, which probably would have a catch of the day, and from Max Chen's point of view, could easily have a Void Ray put in there this turn as well. So he wants to get the stats on board before he can just rush into them for free removal.
Yeah, I'm also a big fan, and it's not, it's easy said, but if you can keep your malfunctions and your chalices for after you see the Resuscitate, and then just pick off the reborn minions, it's so efficient and so nice. And then when you've done that, you've usually got 2 or 3 turns where the priest kind of has to recover whilst waiting for their battleship or their motherships.
Yeah,
So,
priest does have a certain curve that is really hard to beat for pretty much any deck. This is a really clean removal though, and the one unfortunate thing here is that the sentry itself hasn't gone into the resurrection pool, so Max Chen will probably try his best to leave this alive to block the strength of Resuscitate.
Oh, yeah. So
But that's
a thing, because you almost always want to take Tsunami on the first pick of a pocket just because it's so good. But yeah, there are just better options there.
He's gotten pretty unlucky with the discovers there. Only 2 choices, so he's got to do a couple still to complete the quest. And Photon has the perfect play if he didn't have Resuscitate ready, which is the Chrono boost here. It lets him spend mana, progresses game plan of playing Protoss minions, and also has the side effect of throwing the Charger into the Resuscitate, which Max Chen kind of has to respect at this point, because Hallucination can start putting more burst damage into his face. So Max Chen probably has to activate Photon's Resuscitate, even though he'd probably rather not.
Yeah, 17, you're starting to feel it for sure. But also he's got to progress his own game plan at the same time.
Yeah.
Is what we're seeing him trying to find this sort of balance in the middle here somewhere.
It looks like he's trying to leave this board mostly up again, and I think he was hoping for an Ice Barrier here, just to act like a removal turn, just to stall for 1 turn and let him get to the quest without having to play into Photon's Resuscitate. But unfortunately hasn't managed to hit it, in which case I think he'll still do the same thing and just have to accept that he's taking some damage here. And hope that the
I was kind of excited to take
completion's
Counterspell
gonna
there, and then you're almost guaranteed to proc the Resuscitate with the 2 Counterspells for 1 mana in a row. But he's being more efficient and maybe thinks he hasn't got the time for that.
I think he would have given it a lot more consideration if he didn't have the second. I can't even remember the hidden something.
Hidden objects, hidden something. Yeah,
the secret discover anyway in hand, so he can get another counterspell up next turn almost all the time anyway.
Yeah.
Now Photon would love to Resuscitate, but he knows that there's a very high likelihood of counterspell.
Yeah, this is where it's hard to play against the Protoss Priest. Like, he's done a good job of not proccing too many sentries, but at some point you just have to proc them and get on with your life.
Yeah. I like identifying that the extra discount probably isn't that useful for your breakpoints. You'll likely be able to get your mothership down anyway after the Resuscitate. So you just wanted the card draw to thin his deck out a little bit better to improve his average top deck.
Well, that's a lot of health on that board, and you haven't got a lot going on here, so you have to have a good old quest gamble.
I was going to mention that this does play into second counterspell a little bit, but I'm not sure Photon will really mind because he's just got unanswerable stats on board instead. And it doesn't actually mean that he's getting Mothership down any slower. He can still play it on 8 regardless. And the Narain top deck is great. He's not dead. No, he's...
It's one off. It's one off.
This is one off, yeah. And there's no 3-drop in the Resuscitate pool yet, so even if there wasn't a counterspell up, it couldn't be lethal. If he hits Hallucinate here, that would be lethal. Does that work?
Vol'jin was lethal as well, right?
Yes, I believe so. That doesn't work through counterspell, does it? It's not playable. If it was playable, the second one, it doesn't get the discount from
the
other one getting countered. But if it could go down to 0, then that would just game right here.
Which would have been a way to lose, wouldn't it? Oh my goodness.
And Max Gen just doesn't have any discovers.
It was one of the original problems with building this deck, although it seems to have been built quite well now, is that you use all your discovers and then you don't have any discovers left because you use all your discovers.
Yeah.
But obviously the deck has evolved from that point quite a lot.
He did get quite unfortunate in this game with Pocket Dimension only giving him 2 cards, I think. So on average, he should have had it done sooner, but he still didn't ever draw any of his big hitter discovers. He would have liked a... Is it Relic of Kings? Yeah, Relic of Kings.
Yes, it is.
I know all the cards, but I'm rubbish with card names, especially with decks that I don't play that much. So yeah, if he had that here, then he could have hoped for a swing turn of getting Story of Amara to go back up to 40 and maybe get one of the big AoEs in there. But he's having to just clear as much as he can and hope for a Relic of Kings top deck, or just hope that Yogg does enough of a job, but he couldn't quite clear enough of the board, and that's game. Just like the last Quest Mage game we saw.
Interesting. And this is where you have to playtest a lot, right? Like, you see that game on stream, you're like, well, why would anyone bring that rubbish? Well, spoilers, Max Chen went through the Swiss with that deck yesterday, so it was fine against a different lineup. But you have to play so much to playtest to get a feel for things, especially decks like Quest Mage, where there's so many outcomes from all the discovers that can happen. Like you just saw there, the pocket for 2 was pretty useless, but that's not a normal outcome. It must be so hard. How do you actually factor all that in when you're building a lineup? How do you get the games in? Do you ask too many people to help?
I mean, it depends. I've had the privilege of having a bunch of people that are similarly inclined to me, and they can just be up for spamming games all day for prepping for a tournament. But if you don't have that, then you just got to take every deck you play to ladder and just grind it out until you get a proper feel for it, which even when it's a non-competitive month like the last one has been, which I think has caused some people some issues with prepping because your ladder games aren't truly reflective of how competitive meta is going to be when most of the people on ladder don't have anything to play for. Like in top 100, you're still just going to get random meme decks that don't make much sense because no one, like Aviana Druid was everywhere this month.
I faced infinite Aviana Druid the last 3 or 4 days, honestly.
There are next to none of them in this tournament for good reason. So it's hard to get proper games of testing, but if you do get enough games on a deck against, it doesn't really matter what, you'll get enough of a feel of a deck. So yeah, practice partners are the best way, but that's not that easy to do. Like you need a lot of time in the day. You need them to have a lot of time in the day. So just spamming it on ladder is good enough, really.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Max Chen's confident with this deck. It's done well as well. Quest Mage has done well in every region, I think I saw. So it's definitely worked out to be a good bring. It's just when it looks bad, it looks very bad. And that's just unavoidable. It's done well to get this far. So just the fact that it's coming unstuck against a lineup without Farak Rogue it's a risk that he will have known that he was taking going into the tournament.
Those decks have always been an issue. It'd be before your time, I think, but the very first Yogg, there were some really early adopters, the people who high-rolled it early were like, yeah, this is the best card ever. And the rest of us was like, you're an idiot. This is rubbish. And they were right, and we were wrong. But it took a long time for everybody to have enough feel for how Yogg was going to cast 27,000 spells, and that worked. That turns out that's good. Who knew?
Especially when it's such an expensive card, you don't actually see it that many games, so it's hard to get
Right.
proper testing on a card like that. And then everyone's just got anecdotal reactions to how good it was, so you can't get proper stats.
Yeah, and there's a lot less sort of tracking software and stuff available back then, so you just have to take people's word for it. And the people's word for it came from the people who wanted to play that card,
Yeah.
who tended to be the more excitable people about things in the first place. So it's like, yeah, great, go away. But they were definitely right. It turned out to be rather good. So,
We've got an interesting matchup here with the Armor Demon Hunter against Protoss Rogue, which I have not seen in quite some time myself. I would expect Max Chen probably is going to have a better time this game than he did last game. I think this matchup is probably a little bit more in his favor. The Armor DH is a similar style of deck to Quest Mage in this tournament, where it feels like it does need to hit fairly specific matchups to look any good. And this definitely doesn't seem like one of the matchups Photon would have wanted to face going into this tournament with Armor DH.
yeah, this is another of those decks as well. There aren't that many at the moment. This is one of those decks where you play against it on ladder 4 or 5 times and just finish up thinking either, what did that do? Why are they playing it? Or you end up thinking, why isn't everybody playing this? It's unbeatable.
Yeah, when
I think
Armor
this
DH looks good and it just curves out all the Starship pieces into, like, resurrect it on 7 or stick a cube on 6, then it does just look unstoppable. But most of the time, it's fairly clunky with how it plays. Its turns are quite predictable and quite exploitable as a result, because most turns you're just playing a lump of stats every turn. And then a deck like Protoss Rogue will, like, it's got so many variable plays, it's got so much adaptability that it's pretty good at exploiting the very predictable spots that Armor DH puts itself into.
There's Sonya as well. Remember this card?
Oh, it's been a while.
I try not to, but
I had a great time with Sonya when it when it was first released.
I mean, that's such a U card, right?
Yeah.
So many sort of mechanical interactions per minute. Yeah, off you go.
Yeah, I just know I was ruining my opponent's day every time. I think
Oh, that's the real reason you play those sorts of decks.
that's
I
the real
understand
reason anyone plays anything.
that. It's a fair point, honestly. Well,
They'll
made.
never admit it. But
No one's
Photon's-
listening. It's fine. It's just me and you. We're good.
that pickup there was very helpful for Max Chen, because I think Photon was curving out a little bit too cleanly because Max Chen hasn't been able to put any pressure on right now. He needs to find his Scoundrel soon, which he can tutor out with Raiding Party, and get his Protoss discounts going. Oh, that's a brilliant top deck. 'Cause
Yes.
Now he can just play the Scoundrel. He gets the Void Ray down as well for 0. That is perfect. That could not be a more perfect top deck there. Because Photon's hand, despite not having the Arcanite Defense Crystal, he's been curving out pretty well and keeping up on board, which he might not have been expecting to do, especially against a Creature of Madness start from Max Chen. But this kind of swing here is the kind of thing that Max Chen really needed pretty much exactly now, because he was in danger of falling a little bit too far behind, especially if Photon picked up a Defense Crystal off this Tusk Piercer.
Yeah, the blobs are not particularly threatening until you get a head on board, and then suddenly they just defend everything,
Yeah.
get in the way, and just buy you infinite time. So the fact Max Chen was able to clear this up in 1 turn was fantastic for him.
Yeah, this escape pod here is a great pickup, and I like the trade of the 5/4 because you know that Photon. This is where the exploitability of DH comes in. You can trade the 5/4 in because you know that Photon's turn ideally is just going to be swing the Tusk Piercer, deal 1 damage to something, and play an Arcanite Defense Crystal. So it doesn't really matter that the Scoundrel's down to 2 health really, rather than 4, because most of the breakpoints don't really affect that.
This
He's
is a
missed on
breakpoint that
AoE.
did matter, but he missed, so it's fine.
Did he miss on deal 3 as well?
I think so, yeah. Pretty sure he missed
Yeah,
on both.
Nightmare scenario for Photon. If he got Resurrect, then he could maybe high roll a Blob of Tar just as a plan B. But Photon's definitely not going to be happy about this, because Blob also wouldn't be that amazing on this board anymore. Even if he does manage to hit it. Oh, he hits Blob Junior instead. Not ideal, but it does give him the 1 extra mana to be able to finish off this 5/2. Maxiebon does need to pick up some heavy hitting cards. Okay, that's
There we go.
a lovely top deck once again.
Heavy hitting cards you've asked for, sir?
Yeah, I like playing the other Scoundrel just to because you always want to be able to have a mini in hand as Rogue. Just so that you have that flexibility. The deck is quite clunky if it doesn't have the Scoundrel mini, but infinite possibilities if you do have a copy.
I tear my hair out when people do this, by the way. Scoundrel, Sonya, Mini. Go away.
Yeah, and he's
Do
identified
it
that
somebody else.
Photon's deck, its main way of dealing with boards like this are Mixologist, and he's already seen one, and the potion itself. So he knows that most of the time Photon's just going to have to stare at his board and try and play like an Arcanite Defense Crystal into it. Just a lump of stats and hope that that stalls enough to survive till his starship can be resummoned, but he doesn't even have the Defense Crystal as it stands.
Maxiebon does have the 60% on here. He's going to play it now anyway. The Grifter is going to put max stats on board.
Yeah, I like just going all in with max stats. It gets a bit weird because it obviously gives your opponent a copy of the Grifter amulet, but I think like Steel is just too good overall for you that it's not ideal that you might lose your Sonya, you might lose something, but like it's basically telling your opponent that you've won if you just pop the amulet in hand. Like even if Photon could survive an extra turn, he can't progress his own game plan. Because he knows that his starship piece is just going to get stolen.
And we saw that there, right? He just concedes because he can make a crystal. Great. What's that going to do? It's going to get stolen. Or if I play two things, I can't afford to play two things because all my things are expensive and don't do anything immediately because they just sit there. So yeah, that swing turn on turn 5. As you called it, he needs something now. He gets all that mana. He manages to challenge the board, get rid of the blobs. Maybe turn 4.
Yeah, that Scoundrel, the preparation top deck, allowing him to prep Raiding Party and Scoundrel. I'm pretty sure it was on turn 5. And
there's
then
4 because you coined Scoundrel.
Yeah, that top deck there was huge. I think if he didn't hit that or Scoundrel exactly that turn, that game could have potentially looked quite different. It's not like that he would have been lost or super far behind. I do think that matchup is just very good for Protoss Rogue, so he probably would have extended the game a little bit longer, and I would likely still favor Maxiebon in that scenario, but that was just like a blowout turn that Armor DH really can never come back from, especially when the Mixologist doesn't hit like Photon unluckily
It's why I like
did.
watching. Go on. Sorry.
That was all I had to say.
Yeah, cool. No, it's why I like watching the top players play Rogue. I'm sitting there going, so how are we going to get our 10+ down in this? We're just going to kill them with some things, a 5-4 and a 4-5. Just going to beat them up with it.
Yeah, I think
where somebody like me is like, how do I get my Archons down? How do I do this? Like, no, just spend your mana, put things on the board and kill them.
Yeah, it's still Rogue. Maybe it's Protoss Rogue, but it's still got most of the cards that the Farak Rogue has. And Farak Rogue, it's called Farak Rogue, but it's not like you have to play for Farak as your win condition. It does a lot of very versatile things that you can adapt for each matchup, and that's why Rogue is often such a popular pick for the top players, because it has deviating game plans like we saw there from Maxiebon. If the game had to extend further, maybe he would have had to pivot to an Archon game plan, which I still think probably would have gotten there, but the versatility of it allowed him to identify Mixologist is pretty much their only removal. That's gone. There is a second copy, but even then it's like 2 damage AoE, and that's not really going to deal with this board.
All right, Photon back with the same deck, and we're going to see our favourite Mage deck that is going to be by the end of the day, at least, I think.
I think this might be the only Mage deck we see by the end of the day.
That's also true. Good point. Well made.
This could be a potentially very interesting matchup because the Armor DH is fairly slow at getting things up and running, but so is the Mage. Although the exact way that Relic of Kings lines up, because I can't... Yeah, it's Repackage, I think, is the spell that is key in this matchup, because then you can shuffle all the Starship pieces back into the deck without killing them off, which basically resets Photon's game plan back to square one. Although Photons are curving out very, very nicely at the moment, so this is exactly what you need to prevent that scenario from happening, by just putting on the pressure early and not allowing Maxiebon time to set up his quest.
Got a lot going on here if he wants to discover with, yeah, just murder everything here. Just very, very quickly address the thing that everybody asks when they first see this deck. No, there's no polymorph effects left. It is just repackaged.
Yeah, it's
there's
repackaged.
no polymorph stuff at all.
Typhoon as well in Relic of Kings, which is definitely not the one you would ideally like as Max Chen, because it would shuffle minions into his own deck, which would switch off a lot of his no minion synergy, like Spot the Difference and Manufacturing Error and Malfunction.
You're so tiny. when you do that, I've had little Yogs. I'm like, I forgot there was effects on Yog. Why is my Yog only costing 1-cost spells? What an idiot.
Yeah, Photon here. Xavius is probably the best 4-drop you can have. Like it's the only 4-drop that has reasonably aggressive stats in his deck, so he's pretty happy to pick this up. Curving into the Defense Crystal, this is looking like it's going to be a lot more of a drawn-out game than we've seen, especially in Mage's regard, because it's just been dying on like turn 5 every time we've seen it, and that's all we've seen of Armor DH as well. But I think this one could quite lightly go the distance with the way these hands are shaping up.
5 mana X-Star could make this exciting with double crystal in hand already.
Yeah, I think Photon didn't really want to pick the Exodar for the minion itself this early, but I think he just identified that the Dark Gift on it was just too good and too flexible, and the other options I offered to him just weren't that helpful. I don't think he's hoping to play the Exodar anytime soon, but like having it for 5 mana just in the back pocket is probably good enough.
Amazing how broken everybody's brain is on cards like Acolyte of Pain. It's like, but it draws so many. Yeah, you don't want to draw so many cards. You can't empty your hand as it is. So yeah, reduce the cost of the cards you have got so you can have even more cards. We're going to hear that a lot today in many different decks.
Yeah, Max Chen doesn't need to draw cards at the moment. He's got ways to spend his mana, he's got ways to discover and progress his quest, and he does have a fair bit of card draw in his deck as it is. His hand will fill up if he just finds one good discover effect like Pocket Dimension after he does complete the quest, so there's no need to go overboard with the card draw.
It's something that is a lot of fun for a lot of people, I think, currently in the meta, where you can just play so many cards in a turn and not have to necessarily worry too much about that.
Because so many of them just refill your hand, but at the same time, they're pretty low tempo if you do that. So, like we saw in the other Quest Mage games, like the Quest Mage had no trouble completing the quest, but the opponent was just playing minions at the same time, and then just ran him over. Yeah, those options weren't brilliant, but Stellar Balance is probably the most flexible one.
Good little ordering there as well, making sure the challenge was out of his hand so he gets maximum reduction on the trade.
Yes.
Just the tidy little things that good
players
very
do. Nice spot. Not hugely impactful most of the time, but does remove a potential low roll, and so you might as well do it.
Time runs out on me.
I think a lot of the time Explosive Runes is probably the one you want. Although this is very interesting because they don't have really good ways of playing around the Oasis ally.
Yeah, and they might play around the runes anyway in some circumstances, although they don't have that many options, do they? Because all their cards are kind of one card a turn deals.
But he knows that this 1/5 is going to have to get traded into by Photon, so the Oasis ally will summon. So I think that's a really nice recognition. Defense Crystal coming down, he can account for this. He can deal 5 to it quite comfortably, although it doesn't really progress his own game plan, so Max Chen's not going to be thrilled with this spot. I think he likes that top deck there.
Yeah.
Because you don't really want to play out the Relic of Kings before your quest is complete. You want to get maximum value off that.
Oh, it's so different. It's so ridiculous if you don't get maximum value. I mean, you do sometimes have to do it. Don't get trapped into never playing it, especially when there's 2 in your hand if it saves you the game. But yeah, it's so much value later on. Not the easiest of turns because he's desperate to complete this quest. It's on 6.
Oh, he is just coining the Relic of Kings. Very interesting.
That does complete for him, of course, and gives him a good turn next turn.
Okay, Typhoon is one of the premium spells that he was looking for, but he doesn't really want to play it this early because of the threat of because it deactivates his Yogg box, which he doesn't want. I'm not so sold on leaving this defense crystal up because of exactly Cube. I feel like it might have been a bit of a misstep to leave that on board, because Cube is really difficult to get value out of from the Demon Hunter's side, and now it's actually quite awkward to clear from Max Gen's side himself. Like, he doesn't have a clean clear for it now.
Right.
He might be forced to just rip this Typhoon now, which is much earlier than I think he would have been planning. Yeah, he's just looking for any possible removal, because he knows that Typhoon now is really not the optimal use of it.
Yeah, also spending his cards because he's realised he probably will have to use his Typhoon. So he's getting rid of all the cards that use that effect as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think he's committing to having to Typhoon the next board, so he's going to avoid killing off these Starship pieces if he can help it. I would expect him to just trade this Water Elemental into the Arcanite and leave the board up, and just say, I can't kill the cube, so I'm going to have to Typhoon this, otherwise you get too many Starship pieces in here. He does have another Relic of Kings, so it's not the end of the world, and he's got the Pocket Dimension to potentially get some minion generation spells, so he's not in a terrible spot, although I'm sure that this isn't exactly what he was hoping for.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seemed okay. I got why you didn't want to do it, but also I got why he did, because he wanted to just complete quests. It gets frustrating. There's not that many ways to complete the quest necessarily when you start missing. If you've got no
I think it
cards
makes a lot of sense just playing out the Relic of Kings. If there was a potential misstep here, I think it was leaving up the Arcanite Defense Crystal and unlocking Cube, because yes, you have a Typhoon to clear, but like, you'd rather keep that in your back pocket for as long as possible and allow you a bit more flexibility with your game plan. But Photon's playing right into it, which I'm thinking Max Chen will be very happy to see.
Yeah, you'd think so. No, it gives him the Typhoon that helps. He got rid of his double manufacturing errors last turn, so that's a large chunk of the punishment has been removed that way. And now he gets to do the turn to take it easy and set up all the things that Mage wants to do going forwards now. Except for the Yogg box, which is now reduced, of course.
It's interesting that he just plays out the Pocket Dimension here instead of waiting for a board to get summoned from Photon's side, because a lot of the Mage spells are just removal. Right. So he will be missing out on a lot of value from his quest here, but there is just a potential to... I'm completely whiffing on spell names now. Like the 7 mana deal 6, summon a 6-drop.
Portal, Firelands Portal?
Firelands Portal, that's the one. I don't know how I forgot that. And...
Bad Banter knows it.
Yes. And Spot the Difference in itself are the two main board generation tools I can think of. And Huddle Up as well for the full board of Nagas as possible. Now we can just rip a Yogg box. That also quite often is board generation if you haven't shuffled minions into your own deck.
Yeah, this is the bad Yogg that I was crying about yesterday.
So this is the problem with the Typhoon. But I think overall, he's disrupted Photon's game plan enough that Max Gen's probably not too unhappy with his spot here. I don't think Photon's Starship is nearly as big as he'd like it to be at this stage of the game. He might just be forced to Exodar just to actually put on some pressure and stop Max Gen doing whatever he wants. Because every other turn here, he hasn't played Fellbat, so return policy is pretty ineffective unless he wants to just take a defense crystal and play it out, which you're never happy to do as your turn 9.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the other options in hand, and they just don't seem very exciting at all.
Exodar for pieces, but I don't think there are that many pieces in there. There are like 3 or 4 maximum, I want to say.
It's no more than 4. Every time I say that, for the history of casting ever, it's always more than you think, but you know, I trust your accuracy. I don't think it was many pieces.
I think it was only... It was 2 defense crystals, I'm pretty sure, went in there. The first basic one, and then the other one that got eaten by Cube, and then no others died. And there's the 2/2 Divine Shield and the Wind Fury guy. The
Yeah, okay.
Redrop Wind Fury. I'm pretty sure
I was
that should
wondering
be.
if some of those were last game or not. That was my only issue with that. They're the four I remembered, but yeah, I wasn't certain on it.
Yeah, this makes sense. I think Photon's probably going, I'm not really likely to win on board, so he's just building as big a starship as possible, hoping that Max Chen can't put up any pressure with his discovers, because there is a reasonable chance that Max Chen just whiffs on any board generation, and then he just has to sit there with a handful of removal, and Photon gets to stall out the game and build up a big starship and maybe OTK with Exodar for damage. But this will probably put a bit of a spanner in the works for that game plan. Dwarf planet
Yeah,
here.
Typhoon. 40 health and Typhoon seems kind of perfect. As you were describing the win conditions for Photon, the ways to stop those win conditions were coming into the hand on the other side.
Yeah, he's likely got too much health to OTK, and like he's not going to really be able to stick starship pieces on board in the first place to get them put into his starship with the second Typhoon lined up.
That is one of the things with the Mage deck that's a little bit infuriating, which, I mean, it would be completely busted if it worked the other way, but yeah, the number of things that hit your own minions and damage your own stuff is annoying, but again, it has to be that way or the deck would be unbeatable.
Yeah, if your opponent doesn't have a board, the quest completion actually looks quite silly and ineffective sometimes, because most of his discoveries are just going to be wiping his own board. His board rarely gets much bigger than this without a really good Yogg box. So I think he's just going to have to be sitting here looking at this hand, using really cheap stuff to get rid of Photon's board, which he can very easily do, and he'll have no trouble with. I think he'll just really, really slowly grind Photon down for the most part for the rest of this game.
The other thing that's slightly awkward and irritating when you're playing the deck here, obviously you've only got 3 weapon charges left, so you don't really want to press your tide pools because you have better things to do with it. You just got this useless card sat in your hand and the other one on the deck, on the board.
Yeah, Max Chen doesn't need to be in any kind of hurry here. He knows that Photon's not killing him anytime soon. He's just got 2 cards in hand. His starship isn't that big.
He looks calm. He looks like he's can take his time.
Yeah, hasn't moved an inch in a while. He could just Typhoon here to just throw some rubbish minions into Photon's deck, because he doesn't really need his top decks here. His hand is good enough to keep going, but I think it's better to just try not to waste your weapon triggers as much as you can and deal with this board comfortably and push a little bit of face damage. Because it's on Photon to deal with the board here, and his deck's not very good at that.
Yeah, we saw that in the previous game, right? Just the second you make a board of 6 or 7 minions and you whiff on the potion, you're kind of struggling. Yeah,
Armored DH's biggest comeback mechanic is launching the ship itself, but if you're forced to do that against a slow deck with a lot of health like Max Chen's, then you're probably not winning in the long run, because you need to be able to actually finish off the game, which is really hard to do if you've already launched your big starship. Because Max Chen will just be able to, I mean, with this hand, he'll be able to double copy it with buy one, get one freeze. And then, I mean, he doesn't even need to remove it because it'll be frozen. And then once it wakes up, he'll be able to rush in with it with his own copies if he wants to. There's a decent chance the Photon just eats it with the ooze now to prevent that, because buy one, get one freeze is a 2 of just in Max Chen's deck. So Photon might be accounting for that, but I think he knows that if he's going to win this game, he's got to get pretty lucky and hope this starship sticks.
Hey, he's building his next starship already. Let's try it.
Yeah, but he now doesn't have access to Exodar for burst damage, which is really not a great spot to be in.
Yeah, it is one of the sort of the win conditions of the deck, isn't it? Is to just use the Exodar to do a million.
Yes.
Especially when your opponent's not paying attention, they just keep killing your defense crystals. Just the ship gets built up quietly and you don't hover it, and suddenly it's like 44-40 or something.
Yeah, Max Gen's deck is very good at dealing with boards, but it's not very good at dealing with direct burst damage, which I'm pretty sure would have been Photon's plan A in this game. But it just hasn't quite worked out that way for him. There is no red card in Photon's deck, so if he does just copy the Starship here, Photon doesn't have any clean ways in his entire deck to deal with it. Especially with no Blob of Tar on board, there's no access to poison. He'll have to trade in the minions themselves. But Typhoon itself is just backbreaking because it stops Photon from being able to even start building his second Starship. So yeah, I'm quite a fan of this play, I'd say.
And not that it really matters, but I think, if I followed the animation correctly, Max Chen got the ship as well, just for the peace of mind.
Yeah, you definitely...
Because if Photon plays it, it just gets double copied
yeah,
anyway.
It probably won't be hugely impactful in the context of the game, but you'd still rather have it than your opponent have it. Just one less out for Photon.
Yeah, it also helps you save your brain power just a little bit if you know you've got it. It's like I don't have to worry about how to use these 2x. Well, get on 3s and mess it up.
Photon also, he knows he's not allowed to concede here because Quest Mage isn't great at finishing off the game. Like, Yogbox is small spells, so that's probably not building up a huge board. So Photon can sort of hope that he can grind out the game to be a bit longer. It probably won't get to this, but Photon is way ahead in fatigue. So, like, if he can exhaust Max Chen's deck to just be a bunch of removal cards that don't actually end the game, then he's got a very outside shot of outlasting in. But I think that's incredibly minimal, but that's also probably the only reason Photon is still in this game and hasn't conceded.
Infinite blobs into, like you say, a bit of luck into your opponent just whiffing on their Yog when the Yog becomes active again eventually.
Yeah.
In a relevant way. Plus, it's a tournament. Why let your opponent have it easy?
Yeah.
Exhausting.
You never know what they're going to do.
It's exhausting to play as the loser here, is it? It's exhausting to play as the person in front in this game.
I think the winner of tournaments generally isn't always who plays best, it's who consistently plays better than their opponents and gives them as many opportunities as possible to throw back to them a game that they should really have won. So it's always a good strategy to just stay there and not concede. It sounds obvious, don't concede, because you can't lose unless your hero explodes, but you never know what's going to happen when stress gets to your opponent. They could do all manner of silly plays and just give you a win where you had no right to.
That is a thing, right? Like, we always talk about this, but to actually have a top player to talk to about it is helpful. Like, when you first start playing tournaments, it's a lot harder than when you've played 30 tournaments in terms of handling stress.
I think in situations like this, stress is going to really, really eat away at you, and in win and in situations, it's generally the winner is the one who plays the least bad, rather than anyone who does some super flashy plays.
Mm-hmm.
I think sometimes that does win, but more often than not, if you're focused on doing something really cool-looking and intelligent, then you will be a little bit more prone to blunders. It's better to just be boring, do the good play, get the job done. And I think Max Chen is looking like he's in a good spot to get that done and just grind out this game. He could do something insane like throw out a Yogg box because his hand doesn't look very good at spending mana, but I don't believe he will be doing that. Because that's like the only way he could lose now. Like Wheel of Death in to draw loads of cards. Oh, I take it back. I take it back.
It's still a baby box, right?
Yes. It's very unlikely that this goes wrong.
Typical caster, honestly. Say something can't happen now, someone's doing something right, blah, blah, blah. Instantly do it. Welcome.
Like, on average, it will progress his game plan and end the game sooner, but in terms of the entire context of the game, I think there's a reasonable chance that playing the box was Photon's most likely out to win. Max Chen playing the box was Photon's most likely out.
Yeah, I'm always okay with people playing on. I think the culture of, especially in chats when people are playing ladder and it's a lot less important of, oh yeah, can we concede now? If you've got to ask, can I concede? You probably shouldn't be conceding.
Yeah.
Like, the time's to concede when you know to concede.
I think Photon knew that this box being played was a possibility.
Yeah.
Like he's been around for a while. Like he hasn't been up there in tournaments a lot, but he is a hell of a ladder grinder and a very experienced player in like top level games. Like he's mixed it up with some very, very good players on ladder like every day. He's always at the top ranks.
There was one day during the Frost DK meta when I think he played Banterface like 8 games in a row. Like they're the only 2 queuing at the middle of the night in the majors. At top legend, they just kept playing each other.
Okay, the buy one get one free's missed. It's interesting that he chose to not put it in hand, because then he would have been able to choose the target himself. But I'm really like with the second one already, then I think it's completely fine. There shouldn't be much chance for Photon to get through this game now. Especially, you mentioned Max Chen getting the ship from Typhoon, right? I think the longer this game goes on, the more relevant that actually looks. This board will probably get there, but on the off chance that Photon did manage to cobble together a way to clear this board, then Max Chen does need to actually find another threat and a way to end this game.
And they do know what's going on, whereas that was just my eyesight trying to follow. I did only follow the ship, but that's an old person trying to follow the eyesight versus 2 people with deck tracker who knows which ship is, which one has got the ship. So I might be wrong. It's been known occasionally from time to time.
Max Chen does look like he got a lot less minions put into his deck than Photon did.
Yeah.
Although he has played a lot more card draw this game, so he would always have a smaller deck at this time. Photon really wants to pick up... He really wanted to pick up the Fellbat sometime, like, in the last few turns, because that would have been his big turning point. Potential swing turn, just dropping a Fellbat on board, but he's missed it again off the Tusk Piercer death rattle. That's definitely why he chose the Tusk Piercer instead of a more consistent, like, just minion generating death rattle.
Nah, he just wants to make another ship. It's okay. Just keep making ships. It'll be okay. You'll get it in the end. Be fine. It won't, will it? It's not going to be fine.
No. I think even if he did hit the Fellbat, he was very far behind still, but he's identifying his outs, but he seemed to keep missing them every time, which is the expected outcome. He's staying in here for a very low percentage win chance, I think, and he knows it, but he has identified the low percentage, so I do like what he's doing.
It is also possible this ship is in his deck, because it is a very fast animation.
Yeah, it's very possible we missed it, yeah. I think even if it is in his deck, he's quite unfavored here, but...
Yeah, I mean, he's been saving the use, right, for the surprise Wind Fury lethal. That's his plan in terms of what he's going to do for the win.
I think Max Chen being at 50 is probably just too much for that game plan. I think...
Probably now, yeah.
Yeah, that definitely was why it was in hand for so long, but it's also like flexibility for removal. You can summon a ship maybe a few turns down the line if he gets that far. Summon a ship, rush it into a couple of things, ooze, and then buff up something else, and then maybe clear a little bit more. It just...
Got it.
Having the use in hand, not just for the OTK, just gives yourself a lot of flexibility when it comes to actually distributing stats to remove boards when you need to. Because that's what Photon's missing. That's what Max Gen's sitting there with. He's had loads of ways to clear boards, but not much else. I think he's already attacked twice.
It's already attacked. Yeah, okay, fine.
I'm not sure there's a top deck that could bail Photon out here. Okay, the ship is in his deck anyway.
Yay! I was getting really worried about the one thing I observed in this game.
One turn too late. This Fellbat was potentially his route back into the game, but... Oh! Actually, I completely forgot about the explosive runes. If this summons a big ship here, now there's a chance. There's definitely an outside chance that he could run Max Chen out of threats now.
Oh my.
I think the ship in Max Chen's hand can just value trade both of these, so it shouldn't be enough.
But we didn't have to be here.
To my memory, double return policy has been played, so regardless of top deck, Photon shouldn't be able to find a way to clear off this ship on his own side. Otherwise, he would have been able to potentially return policy and summon a couple of ships again to clear off this board. But I don't think that's a possibility. So this should just get there regardless of Photon's top deck.
Sure.
Okay.
Well.
Yeah, exactly. This is why you keep the U's.
Yeah.
This is why.
Ah.
Yeah, I missed that. But he didn't get the ship, so I think this one should just be over.
So yeah, showing there why he didn't concede there. There were several things that definitely could have gone the other way there. They all had to, and obviously it was a long shot, but he definitely gave us the reason for playing on like the explosive runes helping him on one turn, and then
Yeah.
two, he kept the bones into the ship the next. If he hits them both, maybe he wins.
It was a really awkward game to play from Max Chen's side because it looked like everything went right, but his deck is just not good at closing out the game. So he's just in awkward positions where you're going, I want to spend my mana, I really want to spend my mana, but nothing, like everything in your hand is detrimental to your own board. You have to like sit there and pass and hope that Photon gives you a reason to spend your mana.
There's a lot of decks like that at the moment. If you don't win on your first 2 or 3 passes of making sort of stuff happen, there is very much direct damage. Even the Rogue, I mean, the Rogue gets infinite stuff and it's a bit different, but even the Rogue, when you stop actually just spamming 9 drops, if all 3 of those are removed and you get rid of the Shaman cards, that's a lot of stuff. You don't actually have like Own Manager to face, or you just don't have damage if you don't kill people with minions right now. Discover Hunter, incredibly powerful. You can sometimes Drifter for 4 lots of 6 damage or whatever, but again, quite often don't have any reach and you're just trying to hit people with aliens or something. There's a lot of that about at the moment. You've got to be very aware. Wheel Warlock, you could definitely, if you somehow get rid of their Kill Jaden, if it just gets milled or something, sometimes they have nothing at all to kill you with.
Yeah. Speaking of Discover Hunter, as you said, even though Max Chen's 2-1 up, I did say this last series, and then Katagami immediately lost. But I'm going to say it again. I'm going to risk it again. Photon's lineup is there to prey on control decks like Max Chen's Death Knight. So even though Photon's 2-1 down, I'm pretty sure he's fairly happy with this spot, because Armor DH in particular, very favored in that matchup. Discover Hunter, I would say, probably marginally less so, although Max Chen doesn't have the starships in his Death Knight deck, which is quite a big factor. Starships are usually your way that Death Knight turns the corner against Hunter, puts on some counter pressure, actually finishes off the game before they can put together a big enough biopod starship to OTK you. But Max Chen doesn't have that available to him, so I think he is probably fairly poorly positioned in that matchup as well. So this Death Knight could definitely struggle, and I think it has a lot less scam potential than the Farak Rogue it did in the last series. So I might even go as far as to say Photon's favored from here, even though you would have to be monumentally favored in both matchups for that to be possible. I think it's on a knife edge at least.
I mean, I can see how favored the Hunter is just from looking at it. Like, the reason that the Hunter against the Starship DK is even losable is sometimes they just go Starship piece, Starship piece, Starship piece. Here's a 1-4 or whatever else they find for the first couple of turns, and the Hunter has to react and mess around. If the Hunter just gets to go, I'll casually play my Elise, find myself a location, make some more biopod pieces, take my time, wait till my deck's a bit thin so I can...
This ends now.
stop that, then I can see how that's mega favoured.
I think the 2 Dirty Rats are probably the X factor in terms of how Max Chen can get through these matchups. Photon doesn't have a whole lot of redundancy with his burst damage in either of these decks. Right now he's playing Demon Hunter, but Max Chen's deck is packed with removal. So there's a reasonable chance that he can just remove every board, and the double Dirty Rat, if that hits Kane or Ooze, then he could just prevent the burst damage coming through and finishing off the game. And the same thing with the Hunter. There's only one Terrascale Stalker in Photon's Hunter. So if Dirty Rat hits that, then he might struggle to actually trigger the Biopods if he does win this game.
Yes, you still get one go, don't you? Just get to have to use your Cetus really carefully.
Yes.
Or your Shaladrasil. Don't don't get the +5 that doesn't destroy your minion. Get the +5 that does destroy it. The corrupted version is bad sometimes. But we're not in a Hunter game yet. We're going to have quite the grind here, I should think.
Yeah, this will be a long one. Did he hit... Oh, sorry, I missed the first discover. Did he hit Resurrect or not? Because that is always the number one option. It's like the premium options in this matchup are Resurrect and Card Draw. I know he definitely didn't get both. You got Freeze as one of the options, and yeah, I did just completely miss the other one, so I'm sorry.
That's fine. I miss things all the time.
I was apologizing to the viewers. I know you're just as bad as me.
Obviously, your seems like a thing that I would want in this matchup early on.
Yeah,
I want it in every matchup early on.
It is a very awkward hand for Max Chen because Yor is the only card that's really playable here. Dirty Rat is not something you ever want to play early because there are too many cards in Photon's deck that are like big and clunky, and you don't want to help him get those out cheaper. And especially when you don't have the removal lined up to instantly clear it. Even if it does pull an Exodar, which would deny the Battle Cry, it's a 6/8, which would hit you in the face. And as it stands, that is something that Max Chen cannot deal with. It's still very awkward here. Because he's got a full hand, so ideally he'd like to dump 2 cards here, but there aren't really 2 brilliantly dumpable cards in his hand. He could go...
Pyro Poison?
It's a bit early to do that. You'd rather not, but he's probably left with no choice. No, he just goes for the Dirty Rat. We did say the Photon doesn't have red card in his deck, so this 6 health will have to be manually chewed through by Max Chen, even though it pulls Exodar, which is the exact situation I was mentioning. It does just have to trade directly into the Dirty Rat, so he hasn't actually necessarily lost health on board for this. So I don't mind this from Max Chen.
So would the thought process be there, like, Pyro Poison looks good, but oh my god, it's so early. Okay, well, if I'm going to Pyro Poison because I've got nothing else to do, let's do it next turn and do it on 2 more minions.
Yeah, because you know that this game is likely to go a long time no matter what you do here. You can fully reset the board. You could pass like the next 3 turns. Photon could pass the next 3 turns. But you have to, as Max Chen, like threat check him for the entire game. You're not going to be the one that's likely to actually be on the front foot ending this game. So even if you do wipe the board, it's not like you really have many options after that to start progressing your own game plan. You need to just wait for Photon to do something and then clear it again. And Pyro Poison being the only removal in his hand seems potentially wasteful this early. So I do like that he's greeding it, because he's identified that this matchup is likely to go on. You have to risk that you're going to take a bunch of damage here, but I think it's a risk that you have to take.
It seems to have paid off, at least in the short term. I mean, obviously, he's taken a lot, but he has taken a lot. Maybe it hasn't paid off, but it is a lot.
You do have a fair bit of healing in your deck. If he finds an Orbital Moon, which he does play only one of, but attaching that to an Amelia or maybe the second Pyromancer, he can recoup a fair bit of this health, especially with the Vampiric Blood in hand now. He's not actually at risk of dying anytime soon, especially because Exodar is gone now. So he can't just get hit by a load of burst damage. There will have to be an ooze setup turn before he dies, and he knows that. So there will be a warning sign before Photon actually kills him from hand.
Yeah, second Yor as well available. So you get through decks really quickly these days, don't you? Whoever you are. halfway through already on both sides, basically.
I think he's very tempted to play the Bob here, because if he Pyro Poisons, he knows that Photon's best turn is just Fellbat in response. And if he plays Bob, then Photon might avoid playing the Fellbat, because there's currently no Arcanite Defense Crystal in there. But I think he has correctly identified that even if he does Bob, Photon can still just Fellbat, because he can't clear it off before killing the Arcanite Defense Crystal, and if both of them die at the same time, then the Fellbat would still summon it. So I think Pyro Poison was necessary there. I think the pause, the hesitation was due to like this exact outcome, but I think he figured out that like Photon would probably just play it anyway, and you're still in the same spot.
Plenty of choices available by doing it that way as well now, because he gets to develop either the second yaw or his Bob's still available to freeze a Fellbat with to slow that down at any point. Assuming there's no cube, of course.
I think at this point he has to try and spend as much mana as he can on like, non-removal. And the big warning sign is when Photon gets to 10 mana, if any minion sticks, he can launch the Starship, ooze, and then instantly play the buff. But before 10 mana, he can't actually do that. And now that he's spent his other discounted card, which like the 2/3 Starship piece, he knows Maxiebon knows that Photon doesn't have any discounts in hand, so there's not going to be no mana cheat. 10 mana is the breakpoint for big burst damage.
So he's using that time wisely. Okay. Still plenty of removal from Maxiebon in terms of everything but the burst, right, as well. Second round Pyro, Poison, extra Bob, Amelia, all that good stuff going on.
Yeah, Pyro Poison is a worry because it still leaves 10 attack on board with the Fellbat resummon. But you are just taking chip damage, and then he doesn't need a lot of burst damage if you take the chip damage from each board. That is why this matchup is so heavily favored for Photon, because it's a very much a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Photon's boards will resummon themselves if you clear them, and if you don't clear them, then he's got burst damage on the backswing.
So I'm giggling to myself here because we've reached a point where chip damage is 17. Not just by the way he's got a 17 on the other side of the board. Like that's chip damage to us these days.
I think he was really hoping to find steal here because he knows that if he rips this Pyro Poison, he doesn't have Corpse Explosion in hand. He will be in trouble if Photon plays any other minion.
He's got to be borderline dead here, hasn't he?
He's dead if Photon has...
He's got the ooze.
Yeah, he does have the ooze.
So we can attack with the 4/5, attack
any
with the
removal
then...
plus the ooze.
7, 8, 9, 13, 21.
Yeah, that's just lethal with hero power. I mind blanked on that. I think it's exact. 8 plus the 7, and then the hero power.
Yeah. 2-1 to Photon.
Yeah, expected win for Photon. This matchup, I would say, is a lot more heavily in his favor than the Discover Hunter will be. But I do think that the Hunter is definitely notably favored in that matchup as well.
The play back to you up there, you said how favoured it was going to be, and then like you dirty about the Exodar, you dirty about some other stuff, and just the bats and stuff are still just way too much to deal with.
It lines
all
up
the
so
removal you could
awkwardly.
ever want on Maxiebon's side. Like, if you showed me that hand in a matchup I've never ever seen before, I'd be like, that's just fine. You can just keep clearing stuff, but there's so many clears needed, you just can't do it.
Yeah, it's the boards. They don't. You need like 2 waves of clears in one go. But if you do that, then you don't have removal for the next board. So you're just in a no-win situation there when Photon's curve is that clean. And like Maxiebon's early hand was very awkward. He was like stuck with a bunch of clunky, expensive stuff and double Ancient of Yore. So he was just having to throw cards out of his hand just for the sake of it, and didn't hit any of the early game tempo to try and stay reasonably level on board with Photon, which allowed him to get the chip damage before building the big board that had to be cleared anyway. So by the time Max Chen had any chance of stabilizing, he was already down to 10 health.
Yeah, that is the difference, right, between this version and the ship version of DK. Like,
Yeah.
the ship version, at least you almost always play something on 3, you almost always play something on 4.
Yeah.
Your hand size maintains itself at a nice sort of 7 or 8, where you're quite happy to have options but not be panicking. And the other version can just gather stuff because it's built to cycle through and get to the end of the game and kill Jaden somebody when you didn't die.
Okay, these opening hands are like the eventuality that Max Chen needs to win this matchup, I think. Niall pickup is huge for Photon, obviously by far the best card to start with. Photon's opening hand is great, but having the Terrascale Stalker there in hand already means that he can't get a copy of it with Rangari Scout, because that is his only one. He can't pull it from deck and get a duplicate. And also means that it's always going to be at risk of Dirty Rat for the entire game. Speak of the devil.
Starting right now.
And
How many did Photon mull? Because that matters, right?
Sorry?
How many cards did Photon throw away?
I think he just kept the Sanctuary.
Okay.
So there are no kept cards in hand right now, but I think Max Chen will identify... Dirty Rat now is great. If Niall's in hand, this is the only chance you're going to ever get to hit it.
Yeah.
And that is a good second prize. You are very happy to see that as Max Chen, because now you know Photon can't trigger Biopods. He just doesn't have a card that does it unless he Ceaseless Expanses. So he needs to build up a very big starship to actually get full OTK damage.
So, because he only Ceaseless or Nightmare and wait, but you tend to Nightmare and then Ceaseless to kill off the bigger thing, right?
If you Nightmare and wait, then Max Chen, as much as we said, his deck's not that good at building boards. In the late game, you just cobble together some random assortment of stats. You have Dreadhound Handler that can soak up some hits, just little things like that.
Saving the Demolition for Elise, I assume, for later. There's no hurry to kill off the Power Sanctuary.
Yeah, considering he got the clicks already. It's interesting that he kept it. Considering how Pirate Sanctuary, in its nature, you can just click it as fast as you want and still get value out of it. It's very hard to get good Demolition Renovator value against Pirate Sanctuary, so I think it's a bit of an unusual keep, I'll say. But with the way the rest of the hands...
You can just get mown down by 1, 2, 3, at least 5, do you? Like,
yeah.
So maybe he just didn't want that to happen and figured I'd rather that not happen and take my chance with one less card in my hand early on.
Yeah, very possible. Here it is a little awkward. I don't... Yeah, I was going to say I don't completely mind just throwing out Pyromancer for tempo, but clearing off the minion is clearly much, much better with the hero power.
Interesting.
Very awkward here, because you want Rangari Scout so that you can start doubling stuff, but you've already used your Niall hero power, and if you pick Rangari Scout, you're not actually developing any tempo this turn.
Yeah, I kind of want to take the alien encounters just so I'm doing something.
You might be left with no choice.
There's no Tidepool in hand either, which is always irritating.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of the cards I want to Tidepool, unless I go for some sort of weird OTK.
Yeah, there is also the other OTK, because Biopod isn't the only way you can do a lot of burst damage as the Hunter. You can get deal 6 from Grifter, a few copies of deal 3 from Mixologist Potions, and cobble together like a massive Niri OTK.
Yeah.
Which is a lot less reliable against Death Knight, because usually that caps out at close to 30 damage, like realistically. You do get given a lot of time, but it's a lot harder to do against Death Knight.
I think that's how this deck came together, right? People had a Niri deck that didn't really work, but it was alright. It was hovering at sort of mid 40% at higher ranks, and people were having a bit of fun with it. And then people were like, well, Discovery Hunter doesn't really work because it's sort of just a bit slow and janky. And then somebody somewhere, I don't know who to credit, just went, how about we squash these two decks into one deck?
Yeah, I know that Maxi was definitely at the forefront of the early builds of this. I don't know if it was him necessarily, but he, like, I would throw his name in there as a potential like pioneer of this kind of deck at the moment, because I know he's always been drawn to Discover Hunter, and he was playing this quite early on in the expansion.
Yeah, he was definitely playing it sooner than anybody I've seen play it, which is quite a few people. At least 2.
We're in a little bit of a situation that we were in, like the one we were in last game, because like this doesn't look the scariest board, but Maxiebon can't really just sit there looking at it and doing nothing. So he is probably going to have to spend an entire turn at some point just clearing it, which will give Photon another turn to just freely develop.
Yeah. I think this is a little... This part of the game, not the part with the biopods, but this part of the game is a lot more what the DK wants to do. Just,
yeah,
you know, let you make it board, kill it, let you make it board, kill it, but then the biopods come and ruin your day normally. But with the Stalker gone, it's going to be a lot more interesting how they go about it.
This game's definitely started as close to as perfectly as it can for Maxiebon, aside from Photon drawing Niall, but now Photon has to get loads and loads of biopods. He would have probably been able to get away with like 3 or 4 of them before with multiple Death Rattle triggers, but now he needs to get copies of them with Rangari Scout, double them with Sasquatch, hopefully get an Elise location to get extra copies as well. There's just a lot more steps he has to jump through.
I'm awful at the Hunter deck, and 4 biopods tended to just win so easily against DK. Because of what you said with the multiple uses, multiple triggers. You might want to get a launch and sort of hide it on a big board so it cuts down a lot of Maxiebon's removal.
Potentially.
Like launch and stuff all in one go, and then, well, what are you going to do about it? I mean, quite a lot is the answer, but it cuts down, the second corpse explosion and such like, at least.
The unfortunate thing is, Discover Hunter's not quite like Armored Demon Hunter. It can't just throw out a big board reliably every single turn.
Yeah.
It's like even its big boards with alien encounters, they still only have 2 attack. That's not huge. So he is a lot more reliant on just the full OTK.
There's no realistic way of getting sort of 4 biopods twice unless you're in... I don't know if it's even possible, so...
He is in the
2 goes at it.
Decent enough spot of having both biopods still in deck, so he's more likely to be able to double them with Rangari Scout, which I think will be the plan. He can Niri before Scout and then get a 10-14 instead, which would be interesting, but he might just be holding Niri for double spells instead, and just say that 5/7 is big enough, which a lot of the time it is. Still demands removal.
Also, while Photon is scrambling to set all this up, like Maxiebon's sneakily up to 54, which when there's no Stalker is getting... That's a number that's getting difficult to deal already. Like, it's easy to deal when you've got Stalker. You can do as many as you want, but yeah.
It's a double biopod coming down here. I think potentially he'll be looking for Sasquatch next turn.
Yep.
To get 2 extra in, and then there will be another biopod as well that you can throw in. So if he does find Sasquatch, then he'd be up to 4 biopods dead, as long as this board gets cleared. Because he does still need board space to let that happen. And this board does look like it will be able to easily be cleared off. There's no Bob on Maxiebon's side to
I know you don't play it back-to-back, but he could also get another Sasquatch if he plays the Scout and then the bird watching for Scout Sasquatch, so he gets, the 2 Sasquatchs. And it saves the other one for the second lot of biopods with, I don't know, Elise location or something?
Yeah, I think if he can manage to pull that off, that's definitely what he'll be going for.
It's a lot of words to try and make 1 8 biopod ship, but maybe it's the only way.
So Maxiebon, I think, knows that Photon's ideal turn here is Sasquatch, because he's just played out both the biopods. So he would ideally like to not clear off too much of the board, but I think he's figured out that this board will be traded off quite comfortably regardless.
Yeah.
Slight misordering on that. He probably should attack with the 1/1 before killing off the biopod, because it could have been hit and then miss 1 damage, but it's completely irrelevant in the context of the actual game itself, because that's the game ending isn't going to be decided by whether or not Max Chen can kill Photon. It's more the other way around.
Yeah, I think you nailed the thought process. Like, he took a little while to get going because he was trying to leave all the stuff. Then after somewhere halfway through the turn, he's like, actually, no, I just got to do this.
Yeah, because Photon can just trade it off in return.
To a brand new species.
Okay, he's choosing not to go for the bird watching. This is a big miss, though, because I think he wanted to get Biopod or Sasquatch from the hero power, and then the one he doesn't hit from the bird watching.
Yeah.
So missing on the first one is quite unfortunate. He can still get Sasquatch down though with the location clicks. So I think he's going to be okay with this. I think it summons 2 Biopods and Rangari Scout. I think it also casts bird watching. So
Yeah, there you go.
These could belong to a brand new species.
there was some interesting potential order here where he could have dumped the Glacial Shard because he knew he was going to get an extra copy of the bird watching minion. But if he does that, then he has a full hand at the end of the turn. So he could just mill what he draws anyway. So I don't think it really increased his odds of getting more copies of Biopod. I think it's better to consistently make sure you definitely won't overdraw Elise, Ceaseless, or Biopod this game. Because any of those being milled would be a disaster.
Depending how many minions are left as well, he may be able to bob for
Yes.
useful things. Yeah, tide pools is the word I'm looking for. Or for tide pools in the other half of the combo, the nearly half of the combo.
Yeah. I think at this point, because he already missed on Grifter, it's very unlikely that he'll be able to stack up enough damage with Neri. Yeah, Bob hitting pretty much any of his minions now is probably decent.
Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh my goodness, counting.
It is really
So
awkward because if you bob first and you get Elise, then it means you can dump the Glacial Shard for hand space. But if you jump the Glacial Shard first, then bob, then obviously you get the 1 extra minion. But if that 1 extra minion is Elise, then you can't actually dump hand space and you might overdraw the other Biopod. So I think it's probably on average better to go bob for just the 2 minions.
So what's the current win most likely? It's spaceship, Elise copy, Ceaseless. Get rid of 2 massive spaceships in one go? Starship, sorry?
I mean, the thing with the least copy is it doesn't copy the stats. Oh, that's a bit of a low roll there.
Yeah, of course it does.
Yeah.
It just shoots 6 times for 1
Obviously,
damage,
if it's a 10-10 with all the death rattles, then that's still huge. I would still put Photon firmly ahead in this game, because I do think this damage is starting to get within the range of the 38 health that Max Gen's down to. He has taken a surprising amount of chip damage as well. Considering, because he's had to... He can't over-commit to clearing boards, because Photon can just make more, so he's had to just let him hit him in the face a little bit more than he would have liked, which has gotten him in range of a slightly smaller Starship launch.
Yeah, at the moment there's 6 in there, right? So at the moment that's 36.
I might be miscounting. I thought it was 4, but I could easily be incredibly wrong.
Did I just allow for it being 6 later?
I think it was 2
Is
plus
it just
the 2
the 2
from
from the
Sasquatch.
Sasquatch and the 2? Okay, yeah.
I could definitely be wrong. We could be talking complete nonsense here. I think the other Biopod is still in deck.
No, I think you're right. I think that it's just the 4.
In which case, Max Chen sapping the alien here gives them a 1 in 3 chance to overdraw the Biopod. A 2 in 3 chance of either overdrawing Elise or Biopod, which I think he'll be aware is reasonably likely, considering the way Photon's played with Bob drawing so late in the game.
Yep.
So at the moment, there are 4 biopods in there that will be... Oh, that's the best overdraw. Photon's going to be happy about that. He can get a 5th in there, and I think that's lethal. He can go Glacial Shard, Hero Power, Biopod, shoot it with his Laser Barrage, launch the ship and Ceaseless, and I think that should be 50 damage, and
That is 50.
the game.
I'm almost out of cards.
I don't know where I got 6 6s is 36 for when it's clearly 72. It's 6 12s really. Yeah, well counted.
Well executed from Photon. This game had a very real risk of going against him, even though his lineup is specifically designed to counter Max Gen's Death Knight here.
Yeah, you called it at the start, saying that this was likely to be the outcome. And you described the massive chance that it needed to be, but also said it probably has that massive chance. And yeah, everything went wrong in both of those games, I think, for Photon, and he still won them both quite easily.
Yeah. You're just that far ahead. When you don't have the starships in the Death Knight, you don't have that like curve out scam factor of like launch a big starship on 7 and counter swing for lethal. Max Chen's exact build of Death Knight, its only chance really in those matchups is to hope to dirty rat some specific things and hope that your removal lines up well enough so that you don't take too much ship damage along the way. But it just didn't quite work out like that. I'm sure the Death Knight has a lot more upside in other matchups, like probably against Druid with the Renovator and the double dirty rat is probably a better matchup for him that you wanted to see. And also... Actually, he banned Druid. Never mind, I'm talking complete nonsense. And
I mean, it's not the
also,
ideal lineup for
probably
defense,
better to face Farak Rogue with that Death Knight as well, I'd imagine.
It also
you just
shows
didn't
that
get
there's
to
always
see.
a clue when casting those games. We spent the whole game talking about how Photon was likely trying to win, which means he wasn't responding to pressure on the board. We weren't even really paying much attention to the pressure he's under because he never was.
Yeah.
Whereas if it's the ship DK, half the cast is, okay, how does he draw a card here, but also deal with these 4/5s that are beating him up? We never had to worry about it at any point. I'm sure there were things he was doing that we were passing over that, you know, he did have to worry about in his mind, but he was never under serious threat of dying, which meant he just did what he wanted for the whole game.
So that means he's back at the Masters Tour as well. I think both of these two players, I certainly, no disrespect to the rest of the top 8, but both these two players are two of the ones that would have stood up to me because they have competed in Masters Tours in recent years. I don't know how many Photon was in last year. I think he was in at least one of the Masters Tours we had last year.
But I'm the same as you. I see Photon around so much on ladder and other streams and stuff that he's just somebody who's always playing Hearthstone that I'm not quite sure anymore.
Yeah, anyone here would have been a very, very worthy addition, but Photon won't look remotely out of place in the Masters Tour. He's been there before, and I think he's finally getting some results that his endless ladder grinding deserves.
Some of the old massive names were like, I mean, yourself to one of them, but I always remember that Frozen and Muzzy in particular, they grinded ladder forever, and then they played 3 or 4 tournaments. It's like, I'm not very good at this. And then suddenly they just realise, actually, I am very good at this. I just haven't played it in quite the right way, and they become great. And I mean, you started as a ladder grinder, right? Just by accident, you were just doing it for fun, because grinding.
I mean, I was playing Malagos Druid for fun, and then found out that top 10 qualified you for a tournament, and I went into the last day of the month at rank 3, which. Yeah, I had no idea before the last week of that month that I could qualify for anything. I'd never finished like top 100 before, but it just goes to show. You find a deck you like, you find something that just gives you the motivation to grind a lot, you will improve and you will get there, which I think Photon is definitely an example of. Because he brought decks he likes as well, I want to say. I think I've seen him play a lot of Armor DH on ladder, so it's definitely a deck that he's drawn to.
Yeah, he does seem to stick with decks when he finds them as well. He's one of those players, a bit like myself, who likes to just grind something he enjoys, but he is obviously changing that up a little bit to play tournaments where you need to know several decks. With that in mind, Photon and Tika are through the first part of our broadcast. If you enjoyed this, stick with us, because we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to do the whole of Europe, and then we're going to do the whole of whatever the other place is. Americas, that's the one. I remember now. So we're just going to take a short break. We're going to switch it up a little bit, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes, I shall think.
See you later.